Chapter 702. When Li Zixuan came out of the Qin Manor, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. When he thought of the Qin Manor's family generals who had just walked in neat little steps with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, making some simple changes in formation, his mind couldn't help but fly back to his previous life, the time when he was in the university military training. If they wear camouflage uniforms, they will look more pleasing to the eye. Li Zixuan muttered softly. Just now, in front of Qin Xiong, he didn't directly show off what he learned from military training in his previous life. Because he wasn't a special forces soldier in his previous life, he knew very little about formal military training. He couldn't be compared to Qin Xiong, a general who had experienced hundreds of battles. The only thing he could do was to add reasonable modern elements to the existing military training system of the Tang dynasty. If he blindly followed the military training system, it would only cause them to be unable to adapt. At this time, Li Zixuan could still hear some people discussing yesterday's article Ode to Young China. He helplessly shook his head, feeling unhappy. If he knew that the young people in Chang and would have such a big reaction to this article, he definitely wouldn't have let Ma Zhou put the article up. Because with the current trend of public opinion, so many students were clamoring to go to Yanhuang College. This was pushing Yanhuang College to the cusp of being on the same level as the Confucians. This was something that Li Zixuan didn't want to see. But now, he could only hope that this group of students wouldn't go too far and cause Yanhuang College to be attacked by the Confucians of Chang'an. There's actually such a thing? Ganlu Hall. Zhao Song reported in detail to Li Er about the intense reaction of the Imperial College Hongwen Library and the people to Ode to Young China in the morning. After listening to it, Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. He thought for a while and said, "Then, does the Imperial College and Hongwen Library have any countermeasures?" He was the emperor of a country. Of course, he had to consider the overall situation. Although he personally supported Yanhuang College, he didn't want everyone to study engineering. If that happened, the whole country would be in chaos. Zhao Song slightly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the Imperial College has cancelled the students' recess in the morning." Hongwen Library followed suit and adopted the same measure. It seems that they don't want the students to talk about Li Xinji's speech during recess yesterday. After such a long period of recuperation, Zhao Song was basically recovered. However, his strength had dropped to the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm. It would be difficult to recover to the peak of the Grandmaster realm in a short time. But then again, in his previous situation, being able to keep his life was already good enough. How could he ask for more? The current situation was already the best outcome. If that's the case, it's fine. After the storm passes, I'm sure many people will calm down. Besides, Yanhuang College won't enroll any more students this year. Even if they don't want to, they have to calm down. Li Er nodded. He was quite satisfied with the Imperial College's actions. He suddenly remembered something and said in a low voice, "The day after tomorrow is the day when the military training of Yanhuang College begins, right? Ask Qing Chen and Qing Ke to come over." "Yes. Lord. You want me, old Pang, to train those kids?" In the front yard of the Li residence, Li Zixuan called Pang Feiji over after returning from the Qin residence. After a series of instructions, Pang Feiji looked at Li Zixuan with a bitter face and complained. Li Zixuan's face became serious and said, "What's wrong? You're still a small leader of the Right Marquis Guard. Why don't you dare to train a few students?" He did want Pang Feiji and the other soldiers of the Right Marquis Guard to participate in the military training. Firstly, he could train them and make them more alert. Secondly, the college was indeed lacking instructors. At first, he estimated that the first batch of students would be about 200 people. Qin Xiong alone would be enough to train them. But now there were 640 people. He had no choice but to hire extra people. As for why Yanhuang College recruited so many people this time, it was mainly due to his selfishness. Because the lowest score of the students from the School of Mathematics was 52 points, he set the cutoff at 52 points. With this, he directly recruited more than 400 people. This was something that couldn't be helped. Back then, when the group of students from the School of Mathematics heard that he was going to set up his own academy, they wanted to join him without hesitation. Li Zixuan was very touched by their trust in him, so he hesitated for a very long time when he drew the cutoff line. On the contrary, Li Gang and the others thought that Li Zixuan recruited too few people. Actually, it was quite a lot. 600 to 2,000. This was a nearly 30% acceptance rate. Whether it was in the ancient imperial examinations or in modern top universities, this ratio was definitely not small. So Li Zixuan told Li Gang that this was the limit of his tolerance. "Lord Zhu, it's not that I don't dare. is that my brothers and I all have responsibilities. After we leave, the safety of the residents won't be guaranteed. Pang Feiji's face turned red when he heard Li Zixuan's words. He quickly explained. As for how much of this explanation was true, only he himself knew. Li Zixuan stared at this guy for a while and said, "You don't have to worry about the safety of the residents. This month I'm going to bring my father, mother, and Lan to the Yunshan residence. There are about 15 experts above the Qi transformation realm there. Naturally, you don't have to worry about safety." As for the residents, the two elders and Lan had long wanted to take a look. However, Mrs. Li was a little cautious. She didn't want to disturb her son and daughter-in-law's private time. After all, she wanted to have a grandson soon. So, Mrs. Li and Mr. Li didn't mention the request to go to the Yunshan residence. But even if they didn't mention it, Li Zixuan also wanted to let the two elders go to the Yunshan residence to take a look at his business. Pang Feiji couldn't back down now. He could only say, "Yes, sir." Li Zixuan nodded calmly. You guys will pack up today. Including you, there's a total of 49 people, right? Since you're my personal guards, you naturally have to act like one. Tomorrow, all of you will report to Yanhuang College and receive training from the instructors. When the students come back from the holidays, all of you will take turns to be the instructors and train the students. Those who don't have a turn will form a team and train by themselves every day. I will personally train them. A few months ago, Snake King failed to assassinate Li Zixuan. Li Er transferred Pang Feiji and the rest of the Right Marquis team to Li Zixuan as his personal guards. He hadn't taken them back until now. So, these people were destined to follow him in the future. Li Zixuan planned to use this opportunity to improve their military discipline. Yes, sir. Pang Feiji opened his mouth. He felt a little bitter. He didn't need to think to know that the next month would be very difficult. Go and make the arrangements. Chapter 703. The next morning. The Li residence was already bustling with activity at daybreak because the owners were moving today. However, it couldn't be said that they were moving because Madame Li, Old Man Li, and the rest were only going to Cloud Mountain to stay for a while. They would return when the time came. Moreover, there were limited rooms in Cloud Mountain, so they didn't bring any maids or servants this time. They only picked some clothes and daily necessities. Ah, Old Master, we can finally see what Shen'er's academy is like with our own eyes. Madame Li finished washing up and came to the front yard. She smiled happily as she watched the maids load her clothes into the carriage. Li Jingma pursed his lips and said, "Madam, you weren't willing to go to Cloud Mountain to stay for a while. Now you're willing?" Madame Li rolled her eyes at her husband and said reproachfully, "Don't you know why I didn't go before? Wasn't it because I wanted to hold a grandson earlier? Now that Shen'er is forcing us to go, how can we not go?" Li Jingma smiled and said, "Heh. Madam, you're most likely thinking too much. In my opinion, Shen'er and the rest aren't anxious about children at all. It's useless for you to be anxious here." Madame Li reached for the soft flesh on Li Jingma's waist and pinched hard. She said angrily, "I'm anxious? You're not anxious? Shen'er isn't your biological son? You don't want to hold a grandson?" "Aoyo. Your husband also wants to hold a grandson. But it's useless for your husband to be anxious. Madam, let go of me and be reasonable." The maids and servants in the distance all held back their laughter when they saw this scene. Then they looked elsewhere. "Old Master, Madam, the luggage is all packed." After a while, Madame Li's personal maid, Qing'er, came over and bowed. However, the little girl's eyes seemed to be a little misty. "Ah, good. Madame Li responded first. Then she noticed that Qing'er's expression was not right. She had lived for most of her life and understood the crux of the matter with a little thought. Hence, she went forward and patted Qing'er's shoulder with a smile. "Qing'er, I'm going to Cloud Mountain with Old Master this time. There's limited space there, so I didn't bring you all. Besides, aren't Xiaohe, Xiaoxi and the rest there? With them around, Old Master and I will have plenty of people to take care of us. You and the others should stay at home." Qing'er said with tears in her eyes, "Master, Madam, please take good care of yourselves." Mrs. Li smiled gently and said, I will. After that, he beckoned Wang Zhong over and said, "Steward Wang, I'll leave everything in this estate to you. If anyone comes to look for Master and little Shen, just tell them that we've been in Cloud Mountain recently." Wang Zhong bowed and said, "Don't worry, old madam. Within this month, the entire residence will be safe and sound." Mrs. Li smiled and nodded. Then she and Li Jingma boarded the carriage together. Pang Feiji personally drove the carriage and the 48 marquises, it should be the 48 personal guards, followed closely behind. The group of people majestically left Yongla Lane and headed towards the east gate of Chang'an City. "Brother, why are you up so early today?" In the Cloud Mountain residence, Li Zixuan had also woken up early. However, he happened to meet Lan who was entertaining herself downstairs. Yesterday he had rushed back to Cloud Mountain overnight. To be honest, after staying here for so long, he really couldn't bear to leave. Firstly, it was because the environment here was beautiful. It lacked the hustle and bustle of Chang'an City, and it was more like an otherworldly paradise. Secondly, it was because the beds in the Cloud Mountain residence were really comfortable. Of course, when he came back last night, he couldn't help but bring the little clingy Lana over. When the little girl heard that she would be staying here for the next month, she was very excited. No matter what, she wanted to come over overnight to experience the living environment here in advance. The little girl's bedroom was arranged on the first floor. Mrs. Li and Old Man Li were arranged to be on the second floor, while he and Han Yushi were on the third floor. "Ah, Lan, did you sleep well here last night? If not, I'll send you back to Chang'an today." Li Zixuan looked at his little sister and said with a smile. Of course it was comfortable. Stupid brother Lan doesn't want to go back to Chang'an. Lan will stay here forever. Lan pouted and snorted. "Ah, fine. Little sister, you can stay here for as long as you want to." Li Zixuan smiled dotingly, then shook his head and walked to the backyard. "Brother, why are you going to the backyard?" Lan'er's eyes were sharp. She saw that Li Zixuan was going to the backyard with a sword, so she quickly chased after him and asked. "Ah, nothing much, I just want to make a little toy." "What little toy?" "Lan wants to play too." "Ah Lan, you'll know when you come and see." In the rear courtyard, the brother and sister walked to a small bamboo forest in the corner of the east wall. Li Zixuan picked for a long time before finally choosing a bamboo with a very round end. He waved his sword and lightly chopped at it, and the bamboo fell to the ground with a sound. Then he cut it neatly and quickly, and only took the bamboo stick that was about a foot long in the middle. "Brother, can this bamboo be played loudly?" Lan asked at this moment. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, "Of course, and it can be played very loudly." "Then brother, quickly make one for Lan." That's right, Li Zixuan wanted to make a whistle. In his opinion, how could military training not have a whistle? Moreover, he planned to develop football, basketball and other sports in the future. No matter what, he needed a whistle. However, there was no plastic in this era, so he could only use bamboo. Fortunately, he had made many whistles with bamboo when he was young in his previous life, so he was quite experienced. The structure of this thing seemed to be quite simple, but there were still some technical difficulties. If he didn't understand it, he might not be able to make a sound. Li Zixuan cut a section of the bamboo. One end of the section was left in a closed state, and the other end was cut open to be used as a blowhole. At a position half an inch away from the blowhole, he made a 45-degree opening. When many people reached this point, they probably couldn't wait to blow. In fact, at this time, if they blew hard, there would be a sound. However, this wasn't a real whistle, but a kind of sound similar to the whistling of the wind. The sound was still very weak. In order to make the sound louder, he just needed to add a block at the blowhole. Half of the block had to be empty. There was no doubt about this, right? If it was all blocked, how could he blow? After the block was added, he could continue to adjust it until he liked the sound. "Okay Lan, give it a try?" Li Zixuan adjusted it for a long time. After making the sound sharper, he handed it to Lan and said, "Thank you, brother." Lan got a new toy and her mouth was sweet. Li Zixuan smiled and continued to make the second, third and fourth whistles. Chapter 704. Master Madam, we're here. Around 7 in the morning, Pang Feiji brought a group of horses and carriages to the Yunshan residence. Madam Li and Li Jingma jumped down from the carriage. Li Zixuan and Han Yushi, who were in the room, had long heard the commotion and walked out. "Father, mother, you're here." Han Yushi went up to support Madam Li and smiled. "I'm here. You don't have to support me. This house is quite unique. Yushi, are you used to living here?" Madam Li smiled and patted Han Yushi's hand. "Mother, this place is quite good. I won't be uncomfortable. Let me show you in father's room." Han Yushi laughed softly. Madam Li agreed. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law left the two men and went into the house. "Ahem. Father, come in and have a seat." Li Zixuan coughed and said. Li Jingma looked around and replied, "No need. You go ahead. I'll take a look around. I'll go to the in-laws' house later." "Oh, that's fine." Li Zixuan nodded and changed his expression. He shouted to Pang Feiji and the rest, "Feiji, take them and follow me to the academy now." Pang Feiji's body trembled. He immediately bowed and said, "Yes, Lord Zhu." Then he turned around and shouted, "Line up." Yesterday evening, the personal guards already knew what they were going to face. At this moment, they didn't dare to be negligent. They raised their spirits to 120% and quickly lined up with their heads held high. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and shouted, "Good. Let's go. No one is allowed to fall behind." With that, he mounted his horse and took the lead to gallop forward. Pang Feiji and the bodyguards were stunned. What did that mean? You're riding in front and letting us chase after you. You don't want us to fall behind? You really know how to play. However, there was no time for them to hesitate. Li Zishuan sent another message. Those who fall behind are not allowed to eat lunch. If the formation is messed up, everyone will be punished to run 10 miles. Quick, let's go. Pang Feiji's heart trembled as he shouted. He finally understood that the military training that Li Zishuan had told him about yesterday had already begun. All the guards answered loudly and followed Li Zishuan neatly to Yanhuang College in formation, leaving a trail of dust on the ground and Li Jingma who was covered in dust. Bah, bah, these little bastards. You didn't even tell me when you ran away. Li Jingma, who had eaten a mouthful of dust, said angrily from behind. I'm not bad. Looks like you guys still have some foundation. Your lunch is safe. Li Zishuan rode his horse to the entrance of Yanhuang College. He squinted his eyes and smiled as he looked at the guards behind him who were panting heavily but still in a neat formation. Pang Feiji and the rest heaved a sigh of relief and bowed together. Thank you, sir. Li Zishuan waved his hand and did not say anything. Then he led the guards to the sports field of the college. Qin Xiong was waiting there. Li Zishuan greeted him with a smile. Uncle Qin, I'll leave them all to you. You can train them as much as you want, regardless of life or death. The guards, who were still grateful, almost fell to their knees when they heard Li Zishuan's words. What did he mean by regardless of life or death? He was trying to kill them. However, the person in front of them was the founding general of the country, Qin Xiong. Even if they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to say it out loud. I know what to do. Qin Xiong replied calmly. Then he looked at the small army formed by the 49 guards. Although these people were not as fierce and murderous as before, he could not help but recall the glorious days of the past. I haven't led soldiers for more than a year, right? Qin Xiong sighed silently in his heart. Then he calmed himself down and spoke to the soldiers in front of him. You are all from the right Marquis Guard, one of the 16 guards of the Tang Empire. I don't think I need to repeat the rules of the military, right? In the next month, Yanhuang College will be a military camp. As instructors, you must set an example and strictly follow the military rules. If anyone slacks off, don't blame me for being merciless. Do you all understand? The second half of Qin Xiong's words were cold. All the guards felt a chill in their hearts and shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Li Zishuan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This was the reason why he insisted on having Qin Xiong come over to be the instructor. Qin Xiong's prestige was grand, and no one in the military dared to provoke him. Among the young students, no one dared to provoke him. At the very least, not even Li Tai and Li Ku dared to do so. Thus, he was simply a stabilizing force. With him around, there would be fewer troublemakers in the entire military training process. Li Zishuan smiled and then handed the stage to Qin Xiong. He turned around and went to the rostrum to watch Pang Feiji and the others train. First of all, I'll teach you some new military commands. Everyone must remember the key points of each command. The first one is to stand at attention. Watch carefully. When I shout to stand at attention, everyone must keep your heels close together, your toes slightly apart, your legs straight, your abdomen slightly tucked in, your chest naturally puffed out, your upper body straight, and your upper body straight, slightly leaning forward. On the field, Qin Xiong explained some of the basic movements during military training to everyone while personally demonstrating. His self-address had also changed from old man to this general, which meant that from now on, this place had become a military camp. Actually, at this time, the standing posture of a soldier was very standard. It was very close to the standing posture of a modern soldier. However, there was no one in the Tang dynasty who had a professional name for the official standing posture. Therefore, Li Zishuan taught Qin Xiong some modern basic movements such as attention, at ease, straddle, turn left or right, look left or right, and so on. As for formation training, Li Zishuan did not know much about it. He planned to let Qin Xiong follow the military formations of the Tang dynasty. As long as the students could follow the rules and maintain order, it would be fine. Speaking of which, during the Ming dynasty, there were already military commands such as stand at attention, and at ease. According to records, when Qi Jiguang was fighting against the Japanese in the south, he sent soldiers to guard the coast at night. If they found any enemy, they would immediately call the police. However, at night they could not distinguish between friend and foe. What could they do? Qi Jiguang had set the commands. The soldiers on guard all carried bamboo whistles. If they found anyone, they would immediately raise their guns and shout, "Whistle up!" This meant that the whistle was about to sound. If the person was one of their own, they would immediately stop walking and shout, "Stand at attention." This meant that they would immediately stand at attention. If they did not do this, they would be thought of as pirates and the whistle would really sound. In order to let the soldiers familiarize themselves with this set of commands, Qi Jiguang constantly made them practice these two movements. Later, after a few changes, "Whistle up" and "Stand at attention" became the official commands used in the military. It was still used in the modern era, but there were some changes in the meaning and pronunciation of the commands. And now, Li Zichuan had made these commands appear 800 years earlier. It could be considered a contribution to the Chinese. Chapter 705. Attention. Swish. At ease. Swish. Turn to the right. Bam. Start running. Bam. 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 At noon, on the sports field of Yanhuang College, there was a group of soldiers wearing black and red robes. Under the command of an old general, they were constantly changing formations or running on the sports field with neat steps. The scorching sun made them look like they had just been fished out of the water. Even so, no one dared to complain because they were soldiers of the Tang Empire, and the person leading them was Duke Qin Xiong. The physical fitness and ability of the Tang dynasty soldiers are not bad. Li Zichuan, who was sitting on the rostrum to enjoy the cool air, looked at the scene below and could not help but sigh. It was the first time these people had participated in this form of military training, but none of them fell behind halfway. The training results were also very good. After a short 4 hours of training, they could do all kinds of movements neatly and uniformly. When they started running, their steps were also quite neat. Although there were occasional flaws, the flaws did not obscure the beauty. After all, to be able to do this in such a short time was already very good. This was also because Li Zichuan had transmigrated to the Tang Empire. If he had transmigrated to the southern Song dynasty or the end of the Ming dynasty, it would probably be difficult for him to find such a strong army even if he searched the entire country. 121 121 121 121 1234 1234. Yesterday afternoon, Qin Xiong was a little not used to shouting this kind of slogan, and it was not coherent when he shouted it. Well, it could not be said that it was not coherent, but the rhythm was not right. This kind of 1-2-3-4 slogan was originally to let the trainees find the right rhythm, but at the beginning, Qin Xiong could not shout the rhythm, and the Qin manners guards naturally could not follow the rhythm. However, Qin Xiong was a person, and it did not take long for him to familiarize himself with the rhythm of shouting slogans. Stop. Bam. 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 With Qin Xiong's loud roar, this personal guard slowed down by 4 steps and instantly stopped. Looking at their formation again, every row and column was still perfectly straight. Huff huff. Actually, Pang Feiji and the others were not as relaxed as Li Zichuan thought. Anyone who had gone through more than 4 hours of high-intensity training and had to maintain a high level of concentration would not be relaxed. If it were not for the unwillingness to admit defeat in their bones, some of them would have fallen behind. Turn left. Get into formation. Qin Xiong roared. The so-called phalanx was the most basic formation in the era of cold weapons. A large square formation was made up of small square formations. This was called containing a formation within a formation. Sun Bin believed that a square formation should be thin in the middle and thick in the middle. This meant that there were fewer soldiers in the center of the square formation and more soldiers in the surroundings. There were few troops in the middle so they could bluff. With more troops around them, they could better defend against the enemy's attacks. A square formation was a more balanced formation for both offense and defense. The commander and the others were deployed at the rear of the phalanx. The 2 wings were weak and suitable for attacking. During the Battle of Jingxing, Han Xan used a square formation and was surrounded by water on 3 sides. This prevented the soldiers from escaping and the enemy from surrounding them. He used 30,000 old and weak to crush 200,000 enemy troops. Shwa. The personal guards all took small steps and scattered in all directions. In a few breaths of time, the 49 soldiers had already formed a neat 7x7 square formation. Each of them stood upright on the field like pine trees, not moving at all. They stood like a pine tree, sat like a bell, and moved like the wind. This was the demeanor of a strong army. Li Zixuan saw that the time was about right, so he came down from the platform and said, "Uncle Qin, let's stop here for the morning. You've been tired all morning, go and rest." Qin Xiong did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt refreshed because Pang Feiji's team was a regular army of the Tang Empire. Comparatively speaking, they were more elite than the family generals of the Qin mansion. Of course, it was more comfortable to lead them. Therefore, he wiped his sweat and laughed heartily. "Kiki, I'm not tired. However, it's already noon, so I'll come back in the afternoon." "Ah, little Xian, your guards are all not bad." After saying that, Qin Xiong patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and left. Li Zixuan stood in front of the square formation and looked at Pang Feiji and the rest who were standing on the field. After a while he said, "Did you all hear that? General Qin praised you for your good performance today. Are you all very happy now?" Pang Feiji was stunned, then he laughed embarrassedly. "Hee, it's okay, hee." The others also let out a burst of laughter, feeling somewhat proud in their hearts. However, they did not expect Li Zixuan to suddenly shout, "You're happy with this little result? This is not even close. You're all soldiers and the instructors of the academy. You must have high standards and strict requirements for yourselves. All right, your training in the afternoon will be doubled. Dismissed, go to the canteen to eat now. Everyone must gather here in the afternoon." Ah. Pang Feiji and the rest were stunned. This was King trap. What up? Hurry up and go. For the afternoon training, whoever is late will have their training increased by 4 times. Li Zixuan said in an indifferent tone. Let's go eat. After hearing that, Pang Feiji did not dare to hesitate. He quickly wiped his sweat and waved at the guards behind him. The team of 49 people immediately scattered and rushed to the academy's canteen. Li Zixuan laughed evilly and said to himself, "Heh, if I don't give you guys something, how will I know where your limits are?" After saying that, he shook his head and prepared to go back to the courtyard to eat. His family was waiting for him there. "Ah, Lord Ju, please wait." Suddenly, Pang Feiji's voice came from behind again. Li Zixuan was puzzled. He turned around and waited for Pang Feiji to come over. He asked, "Is there anything else?" Huff. Pang Feiji took 2 deep breaths and then said embarrassedly, "Lord Ju, my brothers asked me to ask you if we need to pay to eat in the academy's canteen?" Li Zixuan was stunned. "Of course we need to pay. Don't tell me you guys want to eat for free?" Pang Feiji quickly waved his hand and said, cough, no. If that's the case, can we eat at the foot of the mountain? It was not Pang Feiji's fault for asking so many questions. It was just that these burly men had a shocking appetite. If they wanted to eat their fill in the academy's canteen, it would cost at least a few hundred copper coins. Li Zixuan glanced at him and said exasperatedly, "No way. Don't you need time to go up and down the mountain? Moreover, you guys are getting double the salary for this month as instructors in the academy. How can you not even afford to eat?" Pang Feiji's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "Ha! There's such a good thing? Thank you, Lord Ju. I'll go tell my brothers now." Then he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 706. That's all there is to it. After Pang Feiji left, a chuckle suddenly came from the sports field. Although the sound was very soft, Li Zixuan still heard it. He looked towards the source of the sound. It was actually the little fatty Li Tai. "Chinke? Kid, you can't wait to come to the military training?" Li Zixuan revealed a devilish smile as he walked over and asked. Li Tai immediately had a bad premonition. He quickly took 2 steps back and said, "Of course not. I came over today to settle down in the dormitory. I heard a lot of noise here, so I came over to take a look." Yinhuang College was closed off on the days when students were in class. However, on the days off it was open. People outside could come in and people inside could leave. Therefore, many students took advantage of the 2 days off to move their blankets, clothes, and some daily necessities into the dormitory that was previously allocated to them. However, most people had already finished moving yesterday. Li Tai was not in a hurry. He only ordered the servants in the Wang mansion to help him move his luggage today. However, if it was just moving his luggage, there was no need for him to do it personally. There were plenty of people who were willing to do it for him. However, this guy was quite well informed. He heard that all of Li Zixuan's personal guards had left the city this morning. Li Tai thought that these people must have come to Yinhuang College. Moreover, they must have something to do with the military training tomorrow. In order to find out more about the enemy in advance, the little fatty condescended to come over personally. He just happened to see the second half of the process of Qin Xiong training Pang Feiji and the others. In his eyes it was just walking, standing and running. There were no difficult movements at all. Therefore he felt that it was just SOSO. Have. If I didn't hear wrongly, Qingke, you just said that this training is just SOSO? Li Zixuan didn't believe Li Tai's nonsense. He changed the topic and asked directly. When Li Tai saw the mysterious smile on Li Zixuan's face, he immediately recalled what had happened to Pang Feiji and the others. Afraid of being tricked by Li Zixuan, little fatty hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, little Xian, you must have heard wrongly. Yes, you heard wrongly. I never said that. If he really admitted it, what if Li Zixuan did the same thing to Pang Feiji and the others and doubled his training load? Who could he reason with then? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and looked at the time. He couldn't be bothered to bicker with Li Tai and waved his hand. All right. If he didn't say anything, then so be it. In any case, I will never be able to wake up a person who is pretending to be confused. I'll go back to eat first. Qingke, help yourself. After saying that, he left in a huff. Never be able to wake up a person who is pretending to be confused? Li Tai was embarrassed by Li Zixuan's words. However, he was familiar with Li Zixuan and was used to it. Naturally, he was thick-skinned. He hurriedly chased after Li Zixuan and said, Hey, little Xian, wait, I haven't eaten either. I'll go to your house and disturb you. Whatever. Li Zixuan pursed his lips and replied. He thought that prisoners on death row would usually have a good meal before their execution. For Li Tai, tomorrow. Haha, the two situations were similar. Dad, mom, wife, you can all eat here. Qingke is not an outsider. It was supposed to be a heartwarming family dinner, but because of Li Tai's arrival, it became a little unnatural. Seeing that his parents and wife did not want to eat at the table, Li Zixuan hurriedly tried to persuade them. At the same time, he was also planning to add some food to the little fatty during military training in the future. Cough cough, no, it should be to help the little fatty lose a few kilograms of weight. Yes. Come and sit down, all of you. I'm not the Prince of Wei now, I'm just a student of Yanhuang College. Please don't be shy. Li Tai felt an inexplicable chill from the bottom of his heart. He hurriedly stood up and said that. Logically speaking, he would only have so many concerns in front of Li Zixuan. If he was in someone else's house, wouldn't he be like a little tyrant? After a few rejections, and with the fearless little cutie Lana interrupting, everyone finally sat down and started eating. However, this time the two elders ate unnaturally. Ha! Xiao Xian, your family's food is so delicious. After lunch, Li Tai was half lying on Li Zixuan's armchair and said with a satisfied face. Li Zixuan said unhappily, Nonsense. Your teacher's wife cooked it herself, how can it not be delicious? Of course. It's a pity that your teacher's wife doesn't have a sister or something, otherwise? Li Tai, who was too comfortable, was a little distracted, so much so that he said some things that he should not say. Otherwise what? You brat, you're pretty careful. Even if your teacher's wife has a sister at home, it has nothing to do with you. Have you forgotten the ethical principles? Li Zixuan glared and scolded angrily. In the end, he couldn't help but knock Li Tai's fat head. If Han Yushi really had a sister, then if Li Tai really got his way, wouldn't he become his brother-in-law? From teacher and student to brother-in-law, the little fatty wanted to rebel. What? Don't. Pain. I was just saying it casually. Little Xian, did you take it seriously? I'm just envious that you married a good wife. Li Tai hurriedly pushed Li Zixuan's hand away and shouted. In fact, at this time, he also knew that he had just said something wrong, so he quickly flattered the latter sentence to make up for it. However, it couldn't be completely counted as flattery. To Li Tai, Li Zixuan was indeed envious of Li Zixuan for marrying such a good-looking wife who could cook delicious food. Han Yushi, who was eavesdropping on the second floor, couldn't help but smile. Li Zixuan glanced at him and said, Hey, I think you need to be taught a lesson. Looks like I'll have to take good care of you during the military training tomorrow. The two words take care were very emphasized. Obviously, it wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Li Tai was not a fool. He also knew this. Thus he quickly said, Hey, little Xian, don't. You don't have to be so petty, right? And you're now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. You can't use your position to avenge private grudges. Li Zixuan ignored the little fatty. He waved his hand and walked out of the door. As he walked, he said, I remember someone saying that Yanhuang College's military training is just like this. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I have to go to the college to supervise their military training. Li Tai. Chapter 707. September 23rd, the first year of Jingguan, sunny. Early in the morning, the first batch of students from the Yanhuang Academy arrived. Under the guidance of the class teachers, More than 600 students were arranged into 32 columns according to their classes. In front of each class, there was a soldier in a neat uniform standing upright. In this weather and in addition to the high-intensity training, they could only wear these thin robes. If they wore armor, wouldn't they die from the heat? Yamacho, all the students are here. No one is late. Behind the rostrum, Mo Zhong ran over and reported to Li Zixuan in a low voice. Okay, I know. Li Zixuan nodded, then stood up and walked to the rostrum. Looking at the energetic faces below, he was silent for a moment and then said loudly, "From today onwards, you are members of Yanhuang College. The country will be strong if the young are strong. Whether others believe it or not, I always believe that you carry the future of the Tang Empire on your shoulders for hundreds of years. Since you came to Yanhuang College, you must have a heart for heaven and earth, a life for the people, and contribute to the continuation and prosperity of the descendants of Yanhuang." The more than 600 students below couldn't help but raise their heads and straighten their backs, as if they really had a heavy burden on their shoulders. Li Tai and Li Qingqian were the same. As members of the royal family, although they knew that Li Zixuan's words were just a means to gather people's hearts, they still couldn't help but be fascinated. It was as if Li Zixuan's words had some kind of magic. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to give a great responsibility to a great man, it must first make his heart suffer, his muscles and bones toil, and his skin starve. If you want to become a pillar of the Tang Empire and carry the future of the Tang Empire, you must go through this month of military training. Not only do you have to go through it, I hope that you can do it perfectly. Because you are His Majesty's disciples, you are also my students, Li Zixuan's students, and you are also a part of Yanhuang College. Tell me loudly, do you have the confidence? Li Zixuan's voice became louder and louder. In the end he began to roar. We have confidence. The students replied in unison. On the rostrum, Li Zixuan pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "Your voice was too low, I didn't hear it. Please tell me, do you have the confidence to do it perfectly this month?" These were just small tricks that the instructors and leaders in his previous life were tired of playing. But now, especially for this group of students in their prime, these tricks were very effective. Yes, believe, heart. As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, there was an earth-shattering roar from below the rostrum. This sound wave reverberated through the cloud mountain and went straight to the clouds. Li Gang, who was standing in front of the students with his hands clasped behind his back, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The Confucian school taught people to be modest, but Li Zixuan was now stimulating the wolf in the depths of the students' hearts. He didn't know if this kind of teaching method was good or bad for these students, so he could only wait and see. Li Zixuan certainly didn't understand Li Gang's complicated thoughts. At this moment he felt that the students below the stage were in high spirits. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very good. They all say that gentlemen are modest and gentle, but let me tell you, my Yanhuang College doesn't need such gentlemen. From now on, regardless of whether it is military training or learning, I hope that all of you will always maintain this high level of enthusiasm. Like a pack of wolves, you will madly train and madly absorb knowledge. One day when all of you become pillars of the Great Tang, you will be the gentlemen that the Yanhuang Academy needs." The students instantly quieted down. They had never heard of Li Zixuan's strange theory of being a gentleman before, but among them, most of them seemed to have felt it in their hearts. Their cheeks were flushed, and they looked excited as if Li Zixuan's words had touched the bottom of their hearts. Country, only when you have a country can you have a home. I let you participate in the military training just to let you have a good physique to cope with the future studies. I don't expect you to go to the battlefield. However, if one day the iron hooves of the non-human kind trample our mountains and rivers, I hope that this 1 month of military training can make you have the courage to pick up your swords and sabers to protect your wives and families, instead of bending your backs and becoming the hunting dogs of the non-human kind who slaughters our descendants in the hands of the non-human kind. This is the purpose of Yanhuang College's military training for the freshmen. Not only this year but also the next one and the one after that. As long as Yanhuang College still exists in the world, the military training system will always exist. I hope that this spirit will be passed down from generation to generation. As long as Yan and Huang don't die, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood inscribed golden dagger axes, the hot blood will never be extinguished. At this time, it had only been a little over 100 years since the 5 Barbarians' rebellion. Li Zixuan's last 16 words were like a cry of blood, awakening the Han feelings in the hearts of all the students. It reminded them of the heavy pain that the foreign race had brought to the Han people during the 5 Barbarians' rebellion. And now the northern Turks were eyeing them covetously. Last year they had even sent troops to Chang'an. Therefore all the students' eyes turned red, and they all shouted in unison, Yan and Huang don't die, the Han family won't be destroyed. Blood inscribed golden dagger axes, the hot blood will never be extinguished. Yan and Huang don't die, the Han family won't be destroyed. Blood inscribed golden dagger axes, the hot blood will never be extinguished. Yan and Huang don't die, the Han family won't be destroyed. Blood inscribed golden dagger axes, the hot blood will never be extinguished. The roars shook the sky as if they wanted to break the sky and shake the earth. On the cloud mountain, thousands of birds flew together, and hundreds of beasts were frightened. In the end, the teachers of the college and the guards of the Li family also joined in and shouted together. At this time the sun had just risen. The seemingly weak morning sun emitted thousands of rays of golden light, shining on the backs of the people on the field. It shone directly on Li Zishuan and Qin Xiong on the rostrum. Looking at this magnificent scene and listening to the deafening cheers, Qin Xiong couldn't help but tear up. Perhaps these young people would really be able to carry the fate of Tang dynasty like Li Zishuan said. The students shouted more than 10 times. At this time, Li Zishuan gestured with his hand, and they finally quieted down. However, at this time, their faces were already red, as if they had just finished arguing with someone. Scholars also had guts, and once their guts were aroused, even a 7-foot warrior couldn't compare to them. Very good. That's all I want to say to you. In the next month, the instructors in front of you will also be your teachers. You will do whatever they say, and you are not allowed to disobey. Don't talk to me about your identities outside. Here, you only have one identity, and that is Yanhuang College's students. A month later, the college will hold a competition to determine the results of the military training. I will be waiting for you here. Alright, now, let's welcome the chief instructor of Yanhuang College's military training, General Qin Xiong, to give you a speech. Everyone please give him a round of applause. Li Zishuan extended his hand and invited Qin Xiong to stand in the middle of the rostrum. He then retreated to the back. Clap, clap, clap. With the experience at the opening ceremony, the students didn't have any resistance to applauding now. Moreover, Qin Xiong's identity alone was worthy of their applause. Qin Xiong pursed his lips. Li Zishuan's words just now still made his heart very excited at this moment. After a pause, he said in a deep voice, "This old man only hopes that you can all become the pillars of the country and be able to follow orders in the future military training. From today onwards, Yanhuang College will be a military camp. This old man will be strict with the army, and I hope that you can all abide by the military training rules." Finally, at this point, Qin Xiong paused for a moment and then said loudly with full energy, "As long as Yanhuang is alive, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood inscribed golden dagger axes, hot blood will never be extinguished." Roar. As long as Yanhuang is alive, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood inscribed golden dagger axes, hot blood will never be extinguished. The students' excited hearts had already calmed down a little, but with Qin Xiong's provocation, how could these young people in puberty who like to be hot-blooded still hold back? One by one they began to wail and howl again. Li Zishuan was speechless and secretly sweating. He didn't expect Qin Xiong to be so mischievous in the end. Was he happy to be mischievous? Well, looking at old Qin's flushed face at this moment, he must be very happy. Chapter 708. Looking at the students' high spirits and enthusiasm, one could tell that Li Zishuan's mobilization meeting was very successful. It had to be said that this guy was still very good at feeding the students chicken soup for the soul. After the assembly, the 16 classes all split up for training. The students of the first grade class were all former students of the mathematics school. Among them there were many second-generation officials, and there were even some second-generation officials. For example, Li Tai, and now there was Li Qingqian. They could be said to be the most awesome class in Yanhuang College. Li Ku was assigned to class 2. Other than the former students of the mathematics school, the rest of the students were assigned to classes according to their grades. Naturally, no one was willing to be their instructor in the face of such an awesome class. Although an instructor was like a teacher, who knew if they would be molested if they offended this group of rich second generations? Not to mention that Li Zishuan offered double the salary, even if it was 10 times, no one would be willing to do it. There was no other way. Qin Xiong, as the chief instructor of the military training, could only personally take on this heavy responsibility. With his relationship with Li Tai's family, he naturally did not fear Li Tai, Li Qingqian, or anyone else. Thus, the little fatty's bitter days came. The so-called standing at attention is like this old man right now, with your heels close together and the tips of your feet spread outwards. The gap is just enough to accommodate your fists. Your legs are straight, your lower abdomen is slightly tucked in, your chest is naturally puffed out, your upper body is straight and slightly tilted forward, your shoulders are flat and slightly spread back, your arms are naturally hanging down, your fingers are naturally closed and slightly bent, the tip of your thumb is attached to the second joint of your index finger, your head is straight, your neck is straight, your mouth is closed, your lower jaw is slightly tucked in, and your eyes are level. As the first movement to learn during military training, it was actually not easy to do it well, so Qin Xiong was personally demonstrating it to the students of Class 1. Li Zixuan thought it was quite interesting, so he went down to patrol. Raise your head. Can't you see me? Seeing Wang Meng lowering his head as if he was counting ants, Li Zixuan immediately struck his head. Of course, he didn't use his hand. Wang Meng probably hadn't washed his hair for a long time, but the scabbard. This guy was using the scabbard as a ruler. Ouch. Wang Meng took a solid hit and grimaced in pain. However, Li Zixuan held his sword and had a murderous look on his face. Wang Meng didn't dare to retort and could only raise his head as he was told. Only then did the rest of the students realize that Li Zixuan was here to pick a fight. They all braced themselves to avoid being beaten up like Wang Meng. Close your legs. The space between your legs is big enough to fit Wang Meng's head. Sun Zifan, who was concentrating on imitating Qin Xiong's actions, was also hit. Many students almost couldn't hold back their laughter. What did she mean by the space between her legs could fit Wang Meng's head? This analogy was a little wretched. Wang Meng, who had been shot even though he was lying down, was on the verge of tears. He thought to himself, "Mister, if you want to talk about other people, then talk about other people. Why do you have to use me as an analogy? And this analogy is so dirty." If he could, Wang Meng really wanted to tell Li Zixuan, "I'm really *ket up. Yamacho, I've already tried my best. This is as far as I can go." As the person involved, Sun Zifan felt even more bitter than Wang Meng. He said to Li Zixuan gloomily, "There's such a thing?" Li Zixuan widened his eyes. Then he squatted down in disbelief and used his hands to force Sun Zifan's knees inwards. "Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch. My legs are going to break. Yamacho, please spare me." Sun Zifan felt as if his bones were going to break as he hurriedly cried out, "All right. Looks like you're really born. You can just stand there like this." Li Zixuan stood up speechlessly and said. Only then did he remember that he had probably encountered the legendary O-shaped leg. He really didn't notice it normally. Sun Zifan looked at Li Zixuan pitifully with a *ket up expression on his face. It was easy to imagine how gloomy he was in his heart. Feeling Sun Zifan's gaze, Li Zixuan felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping across his heart. He couldn't be blamed for this. Who knew that Sun Zifan actually had O-shaped legs? However, the awkwardness only lasted for a moment. He rubbed his nose sheepishly and then went to patrol other places as if nothing had happened. "Qingqian, your 5 fingers need to be close together. The tip of your thumb needs to be on the second joint of your index finger, and your middle finger needs to be on the seam of your pants." Li Zixuan saw that Qingqian's hand didn't seem to be in the right position, so he spoke out of habit. "Seam?" Li Qingqian was a little confused. It's here." Li Zixuan only just realized that the pants they were wearing now didn't have seams. In order to hide his awkwardness, he hurriedly used his scabbard to point to a position and then immediately slipped away. At the same time he thought to himself, "I hope Chao Wendong can quickly finish that batch of camouflage uniforms. Otherwise I'll never get used to looking at them." Walking towards the back of the group, Li Zixuan suddenly encountered a huge monster. He couldn't help but say, "Pull in your belly." "What did General Qin teach you?" "Qin Ke, your belly is almost touching Cheng Chumo in the front row. Why aren't you pulling in a little?" Li Tai was about to curse out of habit, but he thought about it. If he really cursed out in such a public place, Li Zixuan definitely wouldn't let him off easily. So he took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a muffled voice, "My belly is only this big and it's already pulled in. You can't blame me for this, right?" The shoulders of the others trembled. It was obvious that they were having a hard time holding it in. Li Zixuan poked Li Tai's belly with his scabbard. After feeling the amazing elasticity on it, he said with a smile, "Is that so? Then do you want me to pull in a little for you? Correct your posture?" How could Li Tai dare to let Li Zixuan do it? Sun Zifan's example is a living example of a good example. He quickly shook his head and said, "No need, no need. I'll do it myself." After saying that, the little fatty took a deep breath, and then his belly indeed shrank inwards. Li Zixuan nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, Isn't this quite simple? It's just SOSO. When you stand in military posture later, you have to continue to maintain this posture. Oh no, your back needs to be straightened a little more. As he said that, he patted Li Tai's spine with his scabbard. Li Tai listened on the surface, but in his heart, he was cursing. When he heard Li Zishuan say, "That's all there is to it," he really wanted to jump up and seal a certain someone's mouth. Wasn't that the same sentence he had said about the military training yesterday? But now that he had experienced it personally, Li Tai really wanted to ask himself, is it really just SOSO? The academy was so dark, the little fatty wanted to go back to the prince's mansion. Chapter 709. Straighten your back, maintain a standing posture, lean forward slightly, and shift your center of gravity to the tip of your toes. I'll give you 5 breaths of time to adjust. After that, everyone must stand in place and stand in a military posture for 30 minutes. Whoever moves will be given another 15 minutes. Okay, everyone get ready. On the field, the students of all classes had basically started the military posture segment. In Class 1, Qin Xiong had his hands behind his back and was giving orders to the students in a stern voice. At this moment, there was no trace of kindness on his face. There was only harshness and iron-bloodedness. At this moment, he was a ruthless and merciless general who dominated the battlefield, and the students were his soldiers. In the face of his orders, they could only obey. As for Li Zishuan, no one knew which class he had gone to patrol at this moment, or perhaps he had gone somewhere to cool off. Upon hearing Qin Xiong's orders, the students quickly adjusted their postures. After more than 2 hours of training in the morning, they had long known that Qin Xiong would definitely not go easy on them. The only thing they could do was to try their best to find suitable movements during training to reduce their pain. Stop. The countdown begins. After about 5 breaths of time, Qin Xiong roared loudly. The students who were adjusting their postures or taking the opportunity to secretly rest quickly stood up straight and stood in place with their heads held high and chests out, motionless. After Qin Xiong gave the order, he began to patrol the field. Smack. Qing Chumo, keep your hands close. Don't be lazy. Suddenly, Qin Xiong's merciless reprimand rang out in the crowd. Obviously, Qing Chumo was playing tricks and slacking off again. Qin Huayu, straighten your back and be more spirited. If you continue like this, I'll punish you to stand for another 30 minutes. Reality proved that when Qin Xiong was really strict, he would not show any mercy. Even his own son would also receive a storm-like reprimand if he did not do well. Under such circumstances, everyone began to become serious. Even the little fatty Li Tai tried his best to shrink his big belly, clenched his teeth, and stood upright on the field. Time passed slowly and so did the students' endurance. If it was only for a short period of time, he believed that 90% of the students here could do it and they could do it very well. However, Qin Xiong wanted them to maintain this posture for half an hour, and they couldn't move in the middle. Other than Qing Chumo, who had a foundation in martial arts, no one could do it. Midsummer had passed and the weather in Chang and city had turned cold a few days ago. This made the people who had experienced the hot weather for more than 3 months think that they could finally live a cool life. However, the weather in these 2 days began to heat up again. It was a kind of stuffy heat that pressed on people's hearts, making them restless. As the saying goes, the early Lichio is chilly, the late Lichio is hot. Folk believed that the beginning of autumn was related to whether the weather was cool or hot, but meteorology had no conclusive conclusion on this. The sultry weather of heat death was also commonly known as the autumn tiger. At this moment, the students of Yanhuang College had a taste of Tiger Chio's bitterness. It turns out that standing in military posture is so tiring. This prince has miscalculated. If I had known, I would have put some kapok in my shoes. F***ck, this prince feels like he can't take it anymore. How much longer do I have to stand? In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Tai's legs began to tremble slightly. His clothes were completely soaked as if he had just been fished out of the water. When he saw Pang Feiji and the others training yesterday, he thought that this military training was just running and standing. It didn't seem difficult at all. However, after personally experiencing it today, he realized that he couldn't even stand properly, let alone run in the future. At this moment he finally understood the difficulty of military training. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It couldn't be helped. This couldn't be blamed on his weak willpower. It was because he was too fat. His legs had to support twice the weight of others, and this kind of hot weather was the most fatal for a fat person. Li Tai really wanted to faint from happiness at this moment. Yes, that's right. The little fatty felt that fainting was the greatest happiness. Li Tai, stand properly. If you dare to move, You will stand in military posture alone for another quarter of an hour later. Qin Xiong's eyes were like torches. He immediately saw that Li Tai's legs were trembling slightly. He immediately shouted. Li Tai's heart trembled. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't be willing to stand in military posture for another quarter of an hour. He hurriedly used all his strength to prevent his legs from trembling. He didn't know how long he could last, but as long as he could, he would. At this moment he really wanted to beat the person who invented military posture to death. Wasn't this torture? Qin Xiong's voice was loud. Not only did the students from Class 1 hear it, even the students from Class 2 who were not far away heard it. Everyone saw that the Academy's top scorer, the current emperor's most beloved prince, had been reprimanded. How could they dare to take any chances? Qin Xiong meant what he said. At this moment he was really using the attitude of an army to govern them. Therefore, even though many people's legs were already starting to ache, they still didn't dare to slack off. They all gritted their teeth and bitterly held on. Qinke, you have to hold on by yourself. This is not the palace. Father and mother can't help you and I can't help you either. Hold on, Qinke. Standing in the front row, Li Qingqian was sweating profusely. At this moment he was very worried that Li Tai couldn't hold on and would be punished by Qin Xiong. He knew that since Qin Xiong said it, he would definitely do it. He wanted to help Li Tai, but he couldn't do anything. He could only silently encourage Li Tai in his heart. Imperial Palace. After the morning court, Li Er went straight to the Li Zheng Hall in the West Court. Because of the hot weather he couldn't work at all. He could only go to Empress Jiangxuan's place to talk for a while to relieve his boredom. When he arrived at the Li Zheng Hall, he found that Empress Jiangsun and concubine Yang were both sitting in the hall worriedly. Their eyebrows were all knitted together. What has made the Empress and concubine so worried? Li Er strode in and asked with a smile. Empress Jiangsun and concubine Yang were both shocked. They hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Er indicated that they didn't need to be so courteous. Then he repeated the question just now. The two of them looked at each other and hesitated. In the end it was Empress Jiangsun who spoke up. Your Majesty, my sister and I are worried about Qingqian, Qingke and Ke. We thought that the weather would cool down after autumn, but we didn't expect that it would become hot again recently. I just sent someone to the imperial astronomer and learned that it will be the same for the next few days. However, Qingqian and the others still have military training. What should we do? If they get heat stroke then? Chapter 7:10. A mother's love was innate. Facts had proven that even though Empress Jiangsun was the mother of a country, she was not exempt from this. She would also worry about her son. Concubine Yang was the same. Li Er was startled, then said, I remember that Li Zishuan once said that a sword's edge is sharpened, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. This military training might be a very good training for Qingke, Qingqian and Ke. Besides, Li Zishuan is very prudent in his actions. He definitely won't let Qingqian and the others get heat stroke. Empress and concubine Yang, don't worry. Although Li Er couldn't bear to see his three sons train hard under the hot sun, as an emperor who was about to take over the world, he understood the meaning behind military training very well. Therefore he could only comfort Empress Jiangsun and concubine Yang in front of him. My sister and I are not unreasonable people. We know that Yanhuang College's military training this time is very beneficial to Qingqian and the others, but we still can't help but worried. Empress Jiangsun stroked the hair in front of her forehead and said worriedly. Li Er hugged the two beauties and said with a smile, Don't worry. When I have time in 2 days I will bring the Empress and concubine Yang to Yanhuang College to see with your own eyes. At that time you will be at ease. The two were overjoyed and quickly broke free from Li Er's embrace. They bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Yanhuang College on the sports field. Half an hour passed, but Li Tai felt as long as 100 years. Right now he was completely relying on his will to support himself. A will that was unwilling to be punished for increasing the time. The little fatty felt that his 2 legs no longer belonged to him. Just as his head was dizzy and he was about to faint, Qin Xiong's voice sounded beside him. Okay, time's up. Everyone rest where you are, but you are not allowed to sit down. Sit down after 7 minutes, otherwise this general will punish him to stand in military posture for another 30 minutes. When many students heard that they could rest, they hurriedly bent their legs and prepared to sit down, but when they heard the second half of Qin Xiong's sentence, they were all scared out of their wits and quickly stood up. Li Tai was the most unlucky. Half of his body was already about to fall, but at this moment he didn't know where he got the strength from, but he forcefully changed the direction of his 200 kilograms of fat and stood up again. It had to be said that the little fatty's desire to live was very strong. F***ck. I almost fell for it. If you don't want to sit, then so be it. It's good to stand and move your legs. As long as you don't stand in military posture, I'll do anything you want me to. Although he was still standing, Li Tai felt 100 times happier than before. Li Qingqian, who was in the front row, heaved a sigh of relief. When he turned his head and saw that Li Tai was about to sit down, his heart was in his throat. If he really sat down, he felt that with Li Tai's current state he would definitely faint from exhaustion. Okay, you can sit down and rest now. I'll give you 15 minutes to rest. After 15 minutes, this general will teach you how to turn on the spot. After a while, Qin Xiong instructed loudly. All the students fell to the ground as if they had been pardoned. Some were sitting, some were lying on their backs, and some were half lying. In short, they were in all kinds of strange shapes and were swaying left and right. What no one noticed was that Qin Xiong, who had been strict the entire morning, actually had a hint of a smile on his face. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Xiong woke everyone up on time. Then they began training to turn left and right. Compared to standing in a military posture, this was quite easy because they didn't need to maintain a posture and not move. Clang, 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 clang. After about half an hour of training, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard everywhere in the academy. The exhausted students suddenly felt refreshed and all of them looked at their instructors with eager eyes. When they were visiting the academy, the teachers not only introduced them to the usage of the new items in the academy, but also explained the meaning of the gongs and drums. Now they knew that school was about to end. This nightmarish morning was finally coming to an end. The instructors of the various classes also stopped training at this moment. They all looked at the position of the first class. They had to listen to the chief instructor, Qin Xiong. Thus, the students of the 16 classes all looked at Qin Xiong. Some of them even had a hint of pleading in their eyes. This morning's training was really too torturous. It was only now that they understood that the chicken soup for the soul that Li Zishuan gave everyone in the morning was poisonous. Poisonous chicken soup. Feeling the eager gazes of more than 600 people, Qin Xiong paused, then waved his hand and said loudly, "School is over, eat. All students must gather here at 1:30 p.m. Latecomers must run 10 laps around the sports field. Oh, time to eat. Finally we can rest." Although Qin Xiong was shouting fiercely at the back, these students only cared about having a good time now. Who had the time to care about whether they would live or die in 2 hours? As soon as Qin Xiong finished speaking, the students of the 16 classes immediately burst into cheers. Then one by one they burst out of nowhere and all rushed towards the canteen. After training for the whole morning they were all starving. Li Zishuan appeared out of nowhere and stood next to Qin Xiong. He smirked and said, "These kids are still too young. Do they really think that the nightmare is over? This is just the beginning." Huff. Speaking of the hungriest people, Li Tai could definitely be counted as one of them. He had a large body and his training had consumed a large amount of energy. His appetite was even larger. At this moment he felt that he could eat an entire cow. Oh, if he couldn't eat a cow then he could eat a pig. He wanted to eat as soon as possible so he could only run forward. Otherwise he would have to line up with an empty stomach and watch others eat. That would be terrible. When he thought of the delicious chicken and dongpa meat in the canteen, Li Tai felt that even if he was tired from running now, it was worth it. Quick. Give me 5 plates of chicken, 5 plates of dongpa meat, and 5 bowls of rice. Li Tai ran to the cafeteria while gasping for breath. He went straight to the most expensive food window and ordered the middle-aged man who was in charge of the food. Thinking that he would be able to eat delicious food soon, Li Tai was almost drooling. Yamacho has a rule that all students in the academy have a uniform meal this month. There are only 2 vegetarian dishes and a bowl of mung bean soup every day. There is enough rice. Student, do you want more? The middle-aged man was fat and had big ears. He bent down and said to Li Tai. Li Tai, who was looking forward to the delicious food, was stunned. He felt that the entire academy was full of malice, especially from Li Zishuan. They wanted him to buy something that he couldn't buy even if he had money. Damn. You win. Li Tai gritted his teeth and said word by word. What did you say? Hey, are you going to eat or not? There are still people lining up behind you. The middle-aged man urged. Eat. Give me 2 plates of vegetables and 5 bowls of rice. Li Tai said fiercely as if the person in front of him had a deep hatred for him. Chapter 7:11. Yanhuang College Cafeteria. Qingkeyu, why are you eating so much? And there are only 2 servings of vegetables, you. Li Qingqian arrived late. By the time he arrived, there were more than 10 people at each window in the cafeteria. He finally managed to get a meal, and then he saw Li Tai eating with his head down by the window. He walked over, but when he saw that there were 5 bowls of rice on the table, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. "Oh, it's Big Brother. Sit. When Li Tai heard this, he raised his head and saw that it was Li Qingqian. As he ate, he pointed to the chair opposite him and gestured for Li Qingqian to sit down. Then he replied vaguely, "Do you think I want to? I'm starving. I've never felt so hungry before. Oh, it just so happens that Big Brother's appetite has always been small. Why don't you give me a dish?" Although the little fatty used a negotiating tone, his actions didn't seem like he was negotiating with anyone. Before he finished speaking, his claws had already reached for Li Qingqian's bowl. Li Qingqian's forehead was full of black lines. He originally wanted to come over to care for Li Tai, but he didn't expect to lose a bowl of food before he even said a word. Fortunately, he was well-mannered, or he would have cursed a long time ago. "Qingke, you eat? I'm not very hungry." Since what was done couldn't be undone, Li Qingqian could only accept his fate. He couldn't go and snatch the food back, right? How shameful would that be? "Hey, Big Brother, Tai, you're all here." At this moment, Li Ku also walked over with a plate of food and sat down. He greeted them. "And Aku, are you tired this morning? Can you still bear it?" As the elder brother, Li Qingqian naturally had to care for his younger brother. Replying to Big Brother, "I have a foundation in martial arts, so the morning training was nothing to me. I'm not very tired. Big Brother, how are you?" Li Ku put down the plate and replied. Li Qingqian nodded and said, "I can still bear it, but Qingke looks a little. How about I send someone to send a letter to father and ask him to help Qingke be exempted from this military training?" "Oh no. Although Li Tai didn't want military training, he was a rational person. He knew that Li Er wouldn't help him in this matter, so he quickly shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Big Brother, but there's no need. I can still persevere. Once I'm full, I won't be afraid of General Qin's training." After saying that, he looked at Li Ku and said, Ku, you just said that you have a foundation in martial arts and that you're not tired even after training for an entire morning. So I'm sure you're not very hungry now, right? How about you share this dish with me?" The little fatty's eyes were fixed on the 2 bowls of food in front of Li Ku. His meaning was obvious. How could Li Ku not understand? He smiled bitterly in his heart. Was this considered lifting a rock to smash his own foot? Tai, if you're not full, you can take my share." Li Ku forced out a smile as he said. Although he had a foundation in martial arts, he was also hungry after being tired all morning. Although there were only 2 dishes of vegetables, when he thought about the fact that he still had to continue training in the afternoon, he still had to eat vegetables. It was better than having no vegetables, right? Aku, you're very kind. After we leave the academy during the holidays, I'll definitely repay you tenfold." Hearing this, Li Tai was overjoyed. He quickly picked a bowl of vegetables and brought it over, then laughed loudly. "Qingke, didn't you dislike vegetables in the past?" Li Qingqian covered his face. He felt that the royal family's face was about to be completely thrown away by Li Tai. The dignified king of Wei had actually fallen to the point of begging everywhere. If this were to spread out, there would definitely be many righteous people jumping out to accuse Li Tai of being disrespectful. F***CK. Isn't it all because of Xiao Xian? It would have been better if Li Qingqian didn't ask. Once he mentioned Li Tai, he immediately jumped up and said, "I think he's deliberately targeting us. This cafeteria used to have gnawing chicken, dongpa meat and so on. But after the military training there's nothing left. There's only vegetables. What can I do?" Xiao Xian must be using his position to avenge private grudges. He's thinking of ways to torture us. When the holidays are over, I'll definitely report him to father and say that he's abusing students. Li Qingqian couldn't help but lean back and cover the food in his bowl with his hand. Because Li Tai was too agitated when he said these words, some rice grains sprayed over. "Qingke, Xiao Xian is also doing this for us." Smacks. "I haven't seen you for a while and you're talking bad about me again." Just as Li Qingqian was about to speak up for Li Zishuan, he saw a hand coming towards the back of Li Tai's head. Then came Li Zishuan's angry voice and Li Tai's coughing from choking on his food. Li Zishuan placed the plate of food on the table next to Li Tai. Behind him was Pang Feiji. The 2 of them just happened to sit next to Li Tai and Li Qingqian. There was only an aisle between them. Then Li Zishuan said in an unfriendly tone, "You're insulting your teacher in public. If Her Majesty and the courtiers find out, do you think they'll help you or me? And you still have the time to gossip about me at a time like this? Looks like the training this morning wasn't heavy enough." Li Tai had just been hit so hard that he couldn't speak. Now that he heard Li Zishuan's slightly threatening words, his face turned green. He hurriedly said, Xiao Xian? Not Yamacho. Your Excellency Yamacho, what you just heard is not Tai's true words. Please don't take it seriously. Li Ku almost burst out laughing. He hurriedly covered his mouth. Li Zishuan, however, didn't fall for the little fatty's trick. He shook his head and said, What you said is what you said. Would anyone force you to say something against your will? Li Tai was speechless. Li Qingqian hurriedly came out to smooth things over and said, Xiao Xian, Qingke was just saying that. She didn't mean any harm. Don't take it to heart. He came to Yanhuang College as a country's crown prince to supervise the studies. Naturally, he could directly call Li Zishuan by his nickname. Li Zishuan nodded and said with a smile, Okay, I'll give Qingqian some face today and won't pursue this matter. In fact, he was just scaring Li Tai. He didn't have any intention of delving into the matter. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, Yamachos. Li Tai chuckled and then continued to bury his head in eating. The 4 servings of vegetables were quickly swept clean by him. There was only half a bowl of rice left. Li Zishuan frowned. He thought that since the cafeteria didn't serve meat, Li Tai could lose weight. But now, it didn't seem feasible. After all, it was mentioned in biology that excess sugar in the human body would be converted into fat. So eating too much rice would also make one gain weight, right? Thinking of this, Li Zishuan turned his head and looked at Li Tai maliciously. Who knew that Li Tai was also looking at him? His eyes were full of greed. Chapter 7:12. That. Yamacho, can you give me a bowl of food? Li Tai looked at Li Zishuan. To be precise, he was looking at Li Zishuan's bowl. Right now he only knew how to eat. He didn't look like a noble prince at all. Li Zishuan didn't expect the little fatty to be so cruel to himself for food. In this situation he couldn't say what he wanted to say. Otherwise it wouldn't be good if he drove the little fatty crazy. I'll give you half a bowl. You ate the food of 4 people and you still have the nerve to ask for more? After that, Li Zishuan picked up some food with his chopsticks and threw it into Li Tai's bowl. This little display of skill made everyone's eyes pop out. Li Ku gave a thumbs up and said, Yamacho, you have good control. The strength is just right. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and lowered his head to eat. To be honest, although there was no meat in the academy's cafeteria today, the vegetarian dishes were pretty good. Otherwise, Li Tai wouldn't have eaten 4 bowls in a row. Hunger was one reason, but the vegetables were also good. Qingke, don't be greedy. The academy is already doing you a favor. You should know that according to Uncle Qin, he wants to train you like an army. Ask Feiji if the food in the army camp is better than the food in Yanhuang College. After lunch, Li Zishuan stood up and looked at Li Tai meaningfully. Without waiting for Li Tai to ask, Pang Feiji quickly said, Of course not. Your Highnesses may not know, but although the academy only has vegetables to eat now, the taste is more than 10 times better than the food in the army camp. The oil is also much better than the food in the army camp. Li Qingqian suddenly said, I see. It seems that we have all misunderstood. Li Tai was stunned and scratched his head. I see. Thank you, Yamacho. Come on. I don't want you to thank me, Qingke. You might start scolding me again after I leave. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and said, You guys should go to the classroom and rest for a while. Don't be late for the afternoon training. I'm leaving now. After that, he waved his hand and walked towards the gate of the academy. He had to go back and take a nap at noon. He had lunch in the academy cafeteria just to listen to the students' reactions. You guys go to the dormitory first. I'm going back to the dormitory. After Li Zishuan left, Li Tai tilted his head and thought for a while. Then he suddenly said something and ran away. Qingke, the military training is starting soon. Why are you going to the dormitory now? The teaching building of Yanhuang College was very close to the sports field, but the student dormitory was very far away from the sports field. There was only half an hour left before the military training began in the afternoon. The students chose to take a nap in the classroom instead of going back to the dormitory, so Li Qingqian shouted. Nothing. Big brother Aku, you guys go back to the classroom first. I definitely won't be late in the afternoons. The little fatty's intermittent response came from the front. Li Qingqian had no choice but to take Li Ku back to Guanghua building. In the afternoon, almost half an hour. Most of the students came to the sports field in advance. After all, no one wanted to be punished for being late. Oh no, why isn't Qingke here yet? Everyone else gathered in 2s and 3s to talk and laugh. Only Li Qingqian was like a little wife who was eagerly waiting for her husband to come home. He kept tiptoeing to look at the back of the group, looking very anxious. Big brother, is Atai not here yet? Li Ku walked over from class 2 and asked. Sigh. He's not here yet. Qingke is really too much. It's just a short time and she insisted on going back to the dormitory, but she still hasn't come back. Don't be late. Otherwise you'll definitely be punished. Li Qingqian said with a worried face. Sigh. He's here. Big brother, Atai is here. Just as Li Qingqian was sighing, Li Tai suddenly shouted excitedly. Li Qingqian took a closer look and saw Li Tai running over here. Behind him was a muscular person. It was Qin Xiong. Li Ku hurriedly returned to his class, and Li Qingqian heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that Li Tai's timing was really accurate. He just made it before Qin Xiong. Huff huff. Big brother, I'm back. Li Tai returned to class 1 and then came over to greet Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian nodded and said, It's good that you're back. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Li Tai seemed to have become taller. Very good. No one is late. Military training will begin now. Everyone will stand in military posture for half an hour. Like before, you will have 5 breaths to adjust your posture. Start preparing. After a while, Qin Xiong came to the front of the team. He glanced at the students of class 1 and said in a deep voice. Li Qingqian looked back worriedly at Li Tai before starting to prepare. However, he was destined to be worried for nothing because the little fatty's face was full of relaxation at this moment. He was completely different from the person in the morning. Everyone stop. The time starts now. After a while, Qin Xiong shouted loudly. The students all perked up and stood in military posture with their heads held high. Qin Xiong began to enter the team to patrol as usual. Not bad. Qingke continued to maintain it. When he passed by Li Tai's position, Qin Xiong noticed that something was different. At this moment, Li Tai's legs were straight and not as loose as they were in the morning. Thus he praised him with relief. Yes, General Qin. The little fatty shouted loudly, full of vigor. The students were puzzled. Was this still that Li Tai who couldn't even stand properly in the morning? Or was Li Tai's current state just forcing himself? They weren't the only ones who thought so. Qin Xiong also thought so. However, what happened next made everyone doubt life. After a quarter of an hour, Li Tai didn't show any fatigue on his face and was still very relaxed. After a quarter of an hour, Li Tai didn't stagger and was still motionless. After half an hour, Li Tai only pursed his lips and didn't show any signs of collapse. Qin Xiong stared suspiciously at Li Tai for a long time, but he couldn't find any clues. He could only return to the front of the team and say loudly, Okay, everyone rest where you are. The rules are the same as in the morning. Here I'll focus on praising Li Tai. He has improved a lot. The students of class 1 immediately cast their gazes on Li Tai. The little fatty smiled as he raised his head and thought to himself, You're so arrogant. Fortunately, this king was quick-witted and stuffed cotton in my shoes during the lunch break. This way, standing in military posture will be much easier. It had to be said that the little fatty was really the king of points. Chapter 7:13. Qingke, you're good. The amount of training in the afternoon wasn't any less than in the morning, but you look much more relaxed now. In the afternoon, taking advantage of the free break, Li Qingqian came to Li Tai's side and said happily. He had been worried that Li Tai wouldn't be able to hold on and faint midway, but now Li Tai's face was only a little red and his body was sweating a lot. He still looked very energetic, which made Li Qingqian heave a sigh of relief. The little fatty who was obsessed with cleanliness before, couldn't be particular about it now. Seeing him lying on the grass, not only did he not dislike it, but he was also extremely satisfied. After hearing Li Qingqian's words, Li Tai smiled proudly and said, Thanks to Big Brother, now I'm not afraid of standing in military posture at all. Li Qingqian didn't care about his image as a crown prince and sat down beside Li Tai, then asked in a low voice, Qingke, do you have some secret to standing in military posture? Can you tell me about it? With his understanding of Li Tai, how could he not know that there was something fishy about it? The reason why he didn't show it was completely to cooperate with Li Tai's acting. But standing in military posture was also a big challenge for Li Qingqian, so he really wanted to know the secret of Li Tai's sudden ease in standing in military posture. Li Tai thought for a while and said, I'll tell you when we go back to the dorm tonight. Even if I tell you now, you can't do it. But Big Brother, don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, if Dookie knows, he'll definitely increase the training volume again. If it was in the past, Li Tai would definitely not share this kind of thing with Li Qingqian. But after hanging out with Li Zishuan for so long, he found that his interest wasn't in palace politics. And this time, Li Qingqian came to Yanhuang College to accompany him in military training, which made him have a much better impression of this big brother that he didn't like before. Seeing that Li Tai agreed, Li Qingqian smiled and hurriedly said, "Qingke, don't worry, big brother definitely won't tell anyone. But shouldn't we tell little Ko?" Li Tai shook his head and said, "No need, no need. Xiao Ke's foundation in martial arts is even better than Cho Ox's. Why would he need to use these unorthodox methods? Who knows, with more training his martial arts might even improve." Li Tai thought about it and also felt that what Li Tai said made sense. He nodded and said, "And I got it." "Hey, what are you two talking about? What is it that you can't let others know?" When the two of them were talking about the main topic, suddenly Ching Chumo's head popped out from behind them, giving the two of them a fright. "Damn it. Ugly bull, do you know that you can scare someone to death?" Li Tai reacted and was furious. He flipped over and was about to fight Ching Chumo to the death. "Sigh. Qingke, you haven't told me what you were discussing." "Discuss your sister. I just want to beat someone up right now." Clang clang clang. With the sound of gongs and drums, the students who had been tortured for the whole day heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Xiong didn't make things difficult for them and decisively announced that school was dismissed. Compared to noon, there was more time at night. Li Tai leisurely went to have dinner with Li Qingqian, Li Ku, and Cheng Chumo before returning to the dormitory. Yanhuang College's dormitory was usually 6 people to a dormitory. Li Qingqian, Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, Qin Huayu, Yuqi Baolin, and Sun Zifan stayed in the same dormitory. "Qingke, let's go. Let's go to the bathhouse and then we can rest." Back in the dormitory, Li Qingqian said to Li Tai, who was sitting on the bed. The little fatty had a strong physique, so of course he slept on the bottom bunk. Otherwise he would definitely flip over. At this moment he leaned against the wall and waved. "Big brother, go ahead. I'll just take a bath in the dormitory." "Ah. Qingke, you're afraid of being naked with everyone, aren't you?" Cheng Chumo, who was opposite him, laughed loudly. "Cheng Chumo, you're bullshitting. I'm just tired and don't want to go to the bathhouse." Li Tai seemed to have been poked in his sore spot. He straightened his body and scolded angrily. Is that so? Then, Qingke, if you're not afraid, why don't you come to the bathhouse with us to take a bath now?" Cheng Chumo said with a smile. Li Qingqian saw Li Tai's embarrassed face and hurriedly helped him out. Cough cough. "Chonyo, if Qingke doesn't want to go, then forget it. Let's go first. Baolin, Huayu, Zifan, let's go." No, I'm not going either. You guys go ahead." Sun Zifan also shouted. When he thought of so many people standing together to take a bath naked, he panicked a little. In the end, he was still not used to this kind of public bathhouse that had never appeared in the Tang Empire before. Cheng Chumo immediately laughed loudly and said, "Haha, looks like it's not just Qingke who's afraid. Zifan, you're also afraid. Tiske, could it be that all fatties are afraid of being naked in front of others?" At this point, Cheng Chumo's eyes and expression suddenly became extremely wretched. Scram. The two fatties let out angry roars at the same time, so loud that it hurt the eardrums of others. Seeing that he was about to be beaten, Cheng Chumo hurriedly pulled Qin Huayu and Yuqi Baolin and fled. Li Qingqian thought for a moment and said, "Qingke, Zifan, you guys can't be like this in the long run. It's fine if the weather is hot now, but what will you guys do when the weather turns cold?" Although they could take a bath in the academy's dormitory, they could only take a cold bath. That was why Li Qingqian advised them to take a cold bath. Li Tai and Sun Zifan looked at each other and then said in unison, "Then we'll take a bath when we're back during the holidays." Li Qingqian immediately retreated and turned to leave. Then the two fatties in the dormitory, one big and one small, stared at each other. After a while Li Tai said, "I'll take a bath first. Zifan, you're not allowed to peek." Sun Zifan made a disgusted vomiting gesture and said, "Qingke, you're really narcissistic. Only a ghost would want to peek at you. But you have to hurry or they'll be back in a while." Yes, of course. Li Tai didn't take it to heart. He hurriedly picked up a change of clothes and rushed into the inner cubicle. Then he didn't forget to close the inner door. Qingke, hurry up. If you delay any longer, Mumo and the others will have to come back." Not long after Li Tai went in, Sun Zifan began to impatiently rush him from outside. "Damn. What's with the rush? How long has it been? It's been so long. Qingke, if you delay any longer, I'll rush in." Sun Zifan threatened. Li Tai, who was inside, panicked and shouted, "Damn, don't you dare. Wait a little longer, I'll be done soon." With that, he sped up, wiped himself carelessly, put on his clothes and ran out in a hurry. I'm finally out. It's my turn. Sun Zifen slipped in nimbly. Chapter 7:14. After about 15 minutes, Li Qingqian walked in from outside and saw Li Tai already lying on the bed. "Big brother, you're back." Li Tai opened his eyes and greeted him. Then he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. He had exercised a lot today, so he was very tired. "Okay." Li Qingqian responded, then put the clothes he changed out of under the bed. He heard the sound of water in the room and guessed that Sun Zifen was still inside. So he bent down and whispered to Li Tai. "Qingke, before Chu Mo and the others come back, quickly tell me the secret of standing in military posture." Li Tai patted his head when he heard that. Only then did he remember what he promised Li Qingqian during the day. He pulled the quilt over and said to Li Qingqian, "Here. Big brother, look, the secret is in here." Li Qingqian took a closer look and saw that the corner of the quilt was cracked, and that place was actually empty. He was a little confused and asked, "Qingke, where is the quilt core in this part of the quilt?" Li Tai laughed and said, "It's all in my shoes. With this thing, when standing in military posture, the soles of my feet will be much easier. Anyway, the weather is hot now, so I don't need a quilt." Li Qingqian suddenly understood, but at the same time he was very speechless. Late at night, 1:45, Yinhuang College, which had been noisy all day, finally returned to silence. Oh, it could not be said that there was no sound at all because there were still sounds of snoring in the student dormitory. Obviously, the students were very tired tonight. Many of them had never been so tired since they were born, so naturally they slept soundly. Beep, 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 beep. At this moment, there was a sudden and sharp sound in front of the student dormitory door. It sounded like the cry of an ape eagle at night, but also like the scream of a ghost. The first to wake up was naturally the military training instructor, led by Pang Feiji. "Lord Ju, why are you here?" In order to facilitate the military training, Li Zishuan's team of personal guards stayed in the student dormitory at night. "Feiji, take the brothers and inform the dormitories one by one. Get all the students to gather. Whoever doesn't show up in 15 minutes will be punished by running 10 laps." Li Zishuan did not answer Pang Feiji's question. Instead, he ordered in a deep voice, "Lord Ju, why did you ask them to gather?" Pang Feiji was dumbfounded. No matter how hard he thought about it, he could not figure out why Li Zishuan had asked everyone to gather. "What are you talking about? This is a military order. Don't tell me you want to run laps in the field too?" Li Zishuan roared. Yes, yes, yes. Please wait for a moment, Lord Ju. I'll go now." Pang Feiji shuddered and immediately woke up. He quickly turned around and called for the rest of the guards to rush into the dormitory and wake the students up. Their shouts immediately rang out in the dormitory corridor. "All students, come out and gather immediately. Those who don't arrive in a quarter of an hour will be punished with 10 laps. All students, come out and gather immediately. Those who don't arrive in a quarter of an hour will be punished with 10 laps. Li Zishuan continued to blow the bamboo whistle outside, and the quiet Yinhuang Academy suddenly became noisy. Even the teacher's dormitory not far away lit up at this moment. What? Gathering everyone at this time? Are you kidding me? That's right. I'm so sleepy. We've all taken off our clothes. How are we supposed to gather? Alright, stop wasting time. If you don't go down, you'll be punished with running. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Alright, hurry up and get up. Jishuan, stop sleeping. At first, the students subconsciously resisted. However, when they thought about the harsh military training instructors during the day, they began to accept reality and quickly got up to put on their clothes. F***CK. Who the F***CK is making noise in the middle of the night? Are they immoral? Li Tai was furious when he was woken up. He had been sleeping comfortably. He had never been so comfortable before. However, he was woken up by someone. One could imagine the anger in his heart. Qingke, don't say any more. Hurry up and get up or you'll be punished later. Li Qingqian wished he could cover Li Tai's mouth. If the instructors outside heard what he said, there would definitely be new problems. After a long time, Li Tai finally bid farewell to the bed and ran out with Li Qingqian and the others. In the end, the little fatty still didn't want to be punished with running laps. Class 1 is here, Class 2 is here. In front of the dormitory there was a crowd of people. The students were all looking for their classes. Li Tai saw Li Zishuan with a bamboo tube stuffed in his mouth and standing in front of the crowd. He immediately gritted his teeth in hatred. Clearly, he understood that tonight's gathering at night was instigated by Li Zishuan. Beep, beep, beep. Time's up. Instructors of each class, do a head count. After a while, Li Zishuan blew the bamboo whistle and ordered. The crowd immediately quieted down. Only the instructors were walking around in the middle. After a while the instructors began to report. Reporting to Yamacho, all of Class 1 is here. No one is late. Reporting to Yamacho, all of Class 2 is here. No one is late. Reporting to Yamacho, all of Class 16 is here. No one is late. After a series of reports, Li Zishuan found that none of the more than 600 students were late. He nodded and then said in a deep voice, "Tonight's sudden gathering was just a small experiment I did to test your ability to respond to crisis situations. Very good, no one is late. In the future this kind of experiment will occur irregularly, and the time given to you to prepare will also be reduced by half. So next time if you don't want to be late and be punished, you have to gather immediately after hearing my whistle. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Although they were unwilling to agree, the military training during the day still made many people subconsciously obey the order. "Louder, do you still want to sleep at night?" Li Zishuan roared sternly. "Yes, sir." The students yelled at the top of their lungs. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, okay, everyone is dismissed. Go back to the dormitory to rest." Dismissed? The students were a little confused. "You called us to gather in the middle of the night just to say a few words? Isn't this a joke?" Li Tai glared at Li Zishuan with fire in his eyes. At this moment the little fatty really wished that his eyes could kill. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Li Zishuan, he would definitely go up and fight it out with Li Zishuan right now. "Let's go. Chinke. Go back to sleep quickly. We still have to wake up early tomorrow." Afraid that Li Tai would do something stupid, Li Qingqian quickly came over and pulled him back and said. The two brothers followed the army of students and walked back to the dormitory. Li Zishuan, who was a little mischievous, patted his butt and turned around to go home and sleep. What he didn't expect was that there was also a surprise attack thousands of miles away on the sea tonight. Chapter 7:15. In the middle of the vast sea, a nameless island that had been lonely for countless years welcomed a large group of guests tonight. "Your Highness, there's a small island up ahead. Should we approach it?" In the southern direction of the small island, there was an unusually large fleet of ships. There were at least 1,000 of them. Their sails fluttered in the wind, whistling as they faced the sea breeze. On the deck of the largest ship at the front of the fleet, a soldier bowed to a middle-aged man. Let's approach it first. Have the 6 soldiers rest on the island for the night. At the same time, send someone up to see if there's any fresh water or fresh fruit." The middle-aged man was none other than Li Xiaogong, and this fleet was the Great Tang fleet that had sailed south for more than 4 months. In truth, this fleet had begun to return 10 some days ago, and the closer it got to the Great Tang, the faster it moved. Everyone couldn't suppress their homesickness, and after drifting for so long, quite a few people in the fleet had fallen ill. Most of them were dizziness and vomiting. Although it wasn't fatal, it was still a major problem if dragged on for too long. Thus, in the last few days the fleet had begun to sail at night under the moonlight. As they entered the inland waters, they would often encounter small islands. Li Xiaogong would also order his soldiers to collect fresh water and fruit from these islands. With more than 4 months of experience at sea, he was well aware of the importance of these things. They could save lives at sea. As for whether or not there was fresh water on these islands, it was naturally possible. On some larger islands, there would be precipitation, whether in the form of rain or snow, that would form ponds. However, not all large islands had such ponds. This was a matter of probability. "Yes, Your Highness." The soldier bowed and then climbed onto the mast to signal the fleet behind him. The massive fleet began to slowly approach the island. But to everyone's surprise, not far behind the fleet, there were 30 some small boats following. "Boss, they have so many people. Why are we following them?" Of course, they weren't speaking in Chinese. On the leading boat, a sloppy man asked the scar-faced man in front of him. The scar-faced man spat and viciously said, "Bah. So what if they have more people? Once they're asleep on the shore, we'll steal a few of their merchant ships and strike it rich. After following us for so many days, we can't let our brothers work for nothing." The sloppy man looked at the fleet in front of him and swallowed his saliva in fear. He said weakly, "Boss, this seems to be a caravan from the Great Tang. If we make a move and anger the Great Tang Emperor, how can we be a match for them?" Waka. The scar-faced man slapped the sloppy man's head, and then he heard him angrily say, "Coward. Even if the Great Tang Emperor has a magnificent army, what can he do to us if we hide in the sea? Tell the brothers to buck up and listen to my instructions later. After we finish this job, we can go back to eat and drink and look for beautiful girls." "Hein. The sloppy man saw that Scarface was angry and quickly went to inform the rest of the crew. Scarface stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the big ships in front of him. With a greedy face, he muttered to himself, "With these big ships, who on this sea can be a match for me, Nakamura Kawayudo? Ah. Your Highness, there is a lot of fresh water and coconuts on the island. There is also a cave. Do you want to go in and rest for a night?" After the fleet docked, Li Shaogong first sent a group of people to the island to check. After a while, a soldier came to report. "Send the 6 soldiers ashore to rest first. Then let the envoys follow me into the cave." Li Shaogong thought for a while and said. This time he not only brought back a full ship of goods but also the envoys from the Nanyang countries. Compared to when he went, the size of their fleet was now a little bigger. "Yes, Your Highness." The soldier quickly went to pass the order. Then he heard Li Shaogong say, "Wait. Pass down the order. There must be at least 4 guards on each ship and at least 10 guards on the big ships." In this vast dark night, Li Shaogong had to be careful. He did not want any accidents to happen when they were so close to the Great Tang border. "Yes, Your Highness." Seeing that Li Shaogong had nothing else to say, the soldier went to make the arrangements. Li Shaogong jumped off the big ship and took a small wooden boat ashore. "Oh, finally I can step on the ground." After a while, a few people with dark skin and different clothes came up. Obviously they were envoys from other countries. One of them had a big beard and a big mole on his cheek. He stood on the island and sighed happily. After all, sailing the ocean was not a small challenge for many people. Only those who had drifted on the sea could feel how happy it was to stand on the ground. "Your Highness, how long will it take to reach the Great Tang Empire?" The bearded man sighed for a while, then caught up with Li Shaogong and asked. Naturally, someone translated for Li Shaogong. After listening, Li Shaogong said, "Envoy, don't worry. In less than half a month, the fleet will reach the capital Chang'an." The bearded man immediately said happily, "Haha, great. I can finally see the Celestial Empire. Did you see that? The army ashore, their big ships can't get close to the shore. Our chance is here." At the rear of the fleet, Scarface said excitedly to his men. Boss is wise." The sloppy man was bitter in his heart, but his mouth was full of praise. "Go. Leave a small number of people to watch the ships. The rest of you follow me to dive onto their big ships. Be nimble." Coincidentally, at this moment, a dark cloud covered the moon in the sky. Seeing this, Scarface immediately ordered. "Yes, boss." After a while, under Scarface's lead, more than 100 men in black took off their clothes, quietly went into the water, and swam toward the few big ships at the back of the Great Tang fleet. "We should be able to reach Chang, and in a few days. I wonder how and Yaya are doing?" On a large merchant ship, there were 4 soldiers yawning and 7 or 8 civilian workers, including Meng Wenhao's father. Meng Wenhao's father looked at the bonfire on the island, but his heart drifted back to Chang and thousands of miles away. Under the moonlight, a few black shadows silently climbed up the ship's ladder and quietly climbed onto the deck. "Puchis." The 4 black shadows raised their swords at the same time, and the 4 soldiers on the ship immediately fell to the ground. The leader made a gesture and they approached the other side of the deck. Chapter 7:16. 5 steps for steps, 3 steps. In the blink of an eye, the black figure was only 3 steps away from Father Meng. Achoo. The sea breeze at night was quite cold. Father Meng couldn't help but sneeze. He turned around instinctively and saw the black figure holding a scimitar behind him. Enemy attack. Someone is trying to steal the ship. Father Meng's eyes widened, and he roared at the top of his lungs without a second thought. "Father Meng. Baka. Damn it." The man in black was the pirate leader this time, Nakamura Kawayu. He cursed and swung his scimitar at Father Meng's head. Woo woo woo. At the same time, the ships nearby noticed the commotion. The soldiers on the ships blew their horns, and the silent night suddenly became noisy. Clang. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, Father Meng's strong desire to survive made his body burst forth with great potential. With a roll, he actually dodged the pirate leader's sure-kill attack. "Yuliang, be careful. I'm here to help you." 2 crew members in the cabin heard the commotion and immediately ran out and shouted. "Baka. Kill all of them, set this ship on fire, and then drive into their main fleet." Nakamura Kawayu's eyes were red as he shouted. "Aye." At this time, more than a dozen black figures came up from the water. Some of them raised the anchor and pulled the sails, some set the ship on fire, and others swung their scimitars at the crew. The pirates on the other ships were doing the same thing. Woo woo woo. Ship after ship, Like a relay race, the bleak sound of the horn finally reached the island. Woody, what happened? Li Xiaogong, who was resting against the stone wall in the cave, immediately stood up and shouted outside. Reporting. Your Highness, the rear of the fleet is under attack. They seem to be pirates and we don't know how many of them there are. They sneaked onto our ship and tried to kill us. After they were exposed, they tried to set the fleet on fire. Our brothers have gone to help. A young soldier ran into the cave and reported loudly. Li Xiaogong's expression suddenly changed. He bellowed, preposterous. Which scoundrel dares to provoke the tiger's whiskers of Great Tang? Come with me and catch them all in one fell swoop. Understood. Sire. Your Highness, do you need the help of our Jinla Kingdom's warriors? Our Piao country's warriors are also at your disposal. Funan country is willing to lend a hand to your Highness. At this moment the envoys in the cave all stood up and said. In truth, they had long ago witnessed the power of the Tang fleet, and they had hoped to run into a few pirates so that they could show off in front of Li Xiaogong. But this fleet was simply too large. Let alone pirates, even many countries had not dared to provoke this fleet. Now that they had finally run into pirates, these emissaries were not afraid. On the contrary, they were all excited. Because they could finally show off and win Li Xiaogong's favor. There was no doubt that the Great Tang Navy at this time was just this powerful. Compared to the Han Dynasty, the maritime Silk Road during the Sui and Tang dynasties was obviously more developed. Of course, there was an interesting phenomenon from the historical materials at this time. The Sui and Tang dynasties did not attach as much importance to the sea as the Song dynasty. The reason was that the Tang dynasty was very powerful at that time. Its western border had reached Central Asia and West Asia. Its Silk Road was very smooth on land. The maritime Silk Road was relatively less important, but its naval power was still very strong. The Tang dynasty dominated the entire East Asia at that time. Of course, there were other maritime powers in East Asia, such as Japan. According to the historical records, the Tang dynasty won a series of naval battles at Baitsuan River. Later, Japanese scholars researched this matter. They believed that the reason for Japan's defeat at that time was that China's shipbuilding technology was far ahead of other Asian countries. At that time, China's ships were sewn with rosin and the number of iron nails were far more than Japan's. When the ships of the two sides collided in the naval battle, the Japanese ships fell apart, while the Tang dynasty ships were sturdy and did not fall apart. Therefore, the Tang dynasty had an advantage in naval battles. Therefore, the Tang dynasty was worthy of being the overlord of the sea in Asia and monopolized the trade of the entire region. Therefore, Li Zishuan, who had transmigrated, was not in a hurry to build more advanced ships because there was no need for it. At this moment, after hearing the request of the envoys, Li Xiaogong flicked his sleeves and said, "Envoys, please take a seat here. There's no need to trouble you with mere thieves." After saying that, he led the soldiers out of the cave. This? What's going on? Yuliang, who are they? On the big ship at the back of the fleet, an old man who was sleeping in the cabin walked out when he heard the commotion. When he saw the two sides fighting on the deck, he was stunned. Boss Feng, run. They're pirates. Father Meng's back was slashed by a knife. When he saw the old man in luxurious clothes, he immediately shouted. It turned out that this old man was Father Meng's boss, the rich businessman in Chang, and Feng Jihua. Pirates? Feng Jihua's eyes were filled with horror. Then he shouted, "Yuliang, hang in there. The prince and the others will be here soon. Waka. Kill them all. Set them on fire." Nakamura, you did not understand what Feng Jihua and Meng Yuliang were talking about. When he saw many ships approaching, he shouted anxiously. At this point, it was obvious that the plan to steal the ships would not succeed. However, he wanted to set the fleet on fire to take revenge on the Tang people. Several silhouettes rushed into the cabin and soon took out oil lamps. Boom. The deck was set ablaze, and then one of the silhouettes took control of the sails, allowing the fire ship to crash into the Tang fleet. At the same time, the battle on Father Meng's side was about to end. At this moment, there were more than 10 knife wounds on his body. The other crew members had all collapsed, and he was the only one left struggling to hold on. Go to hell. Nakamura, you did not expect the person in front of him to be so tenacious. However, no matter how tenacious a person was, he was destined to not be able to withstand his sharp knife. With a roar, he charged toward Father Meng with his knife. Yuliang. Feng Jihua saw it clearly and could not help but cry out in grief. Father Meng looked at the cold light that was flying toward him. He knew that he could not escape this time. At this moment, he thought of his wife, daughter, and son, as well as this cargo ship that carried the hope of his entire family. Two streams of tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 717. Died. Nakamakawa, you saw the despair and sorrow on Father Meng's face from mid-air, and a bloodthirsty thrill rose in his heart. This person in front of him had ruined his plans, and now he could finally cut him in half. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were blown away by the wind, and the moon revealed its beautiful face. The bright moonlight poured down, and the sword in Nakamakawa Yu's hand reflected a beam of light. It shone on Father Meng's face, making his face look extremely pale. Yuliang. Feng Jihua's heart was filled with grief. He knew a little about Meng Yuliang's family background, and now the pillar of this family of four was going to die on his ship. This made him feel extremely guilty. Farewell. How are Yaya Yuland? Meng Yuliang painfully thought as he felt the wind from the sword on his forehead. He didn't want to die, but he tried his best. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment of life and death, a cold snort sounded in the night without warning. 3 arrows suddenly shot from the side of the ship. The arrows were like flowing lights, and the intense friction between the arrowhead and the air made 3 explosive sounds. Upon closer inspection, the bodies of these 3 arrows were actually made of fine iron. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 iron arrows were like meteors, carrying a huge amount of energy, and shot on the blade of Nakamakawa Yu's sword one after another. The sword that was originally moving forward was suddenly stopped in midair by these 3 arrows, and a series of clanging sounds were heard, and each sound was louder than the last. Nakamakawa Yu was suddenly hit by a huge force, and he couldn't help but slow down. When the 3rd arrow hit the blade, he could no longer control his body, and his whole body was directly shaken and sent flying. Nakamakawa Yu knelt on the deck with one knee. His hair was disheveled and he looked like a crazy demon. Suddenly he felt his chi and blood surging, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. 3 arrows, just 3 arrows, and they were only on the blade. The impact from the sword alone was enough to make him spit out blood. The power of these 3 arrows was obvious. Master. Nakamakawa Yu instantly understood that he had met a master that he had never met in his life. Without hesitation he turned around and jumped into the siege. Retreat. Before he fell into the water, he remembered the rest of the people on the ship, so he shouted loudly. You want to run? Whoosh. A bone-chilling voice came from the night sky, followed by another sharp arrow, aiming straight for Nakakawa Yudo's back. Ah. This was the sound of an arrow piercing into flesh, followed by Nakamura Yu's miserable cry. From the moment he raised his blade to kill Meng Yuliang to the moment he was hit by the arrow and fell into the water, it took less than 10 breaths of time. At this moment, hearing his screams, the rest of the pirates on the ship immediately reacted and were scared out of their wits. Hurry up and run. Boss is injured and the Tang Empire's army is chasing us. Don't kill me. The pirates on the deck immediately fled in all directions. They wanted to jump into the sea to escape, but they heard the voice of the person from before coming from the side of the ship. These bastards still want to run? Release the arrows. Leave no one alive. Look carefully and shoot. Don't accidentally hurt the people on the boat. Yes, Island Master. There were dozens of people shouting in unison, and they were actually speaking Chinese. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Following that, arrows rained down on the pirates on the ship. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 pirates fell one after another. Lying on the deck, Meng Yuliang finally had the time to turn over and look in the direction of the sound just now. He saw that there were actually more than 10 ships about 50 steps away from the merchant ship. The leading ship was only slightly smaller than the merchant ship he was on. He saw dozens of strong men standing on it. The leader was a burly man close to 7 feet tall with a face full of beard. As for his appearance, Meng Yuliang couldn't see it clearly because he was too far away. This isn't the Imperial Court's army. Meng Yuliang was shocked because he saw that these people were wearing tattered clothes and looked even more like bandits than the group of people just now. Meng Yuliang, who had just escaped from the tiger's den, felt as though he had fallen into the wolf's den at this moment. However, the other ships were already approaching. Before this group of bandits, next to him arrived, the Imperial Court's army should also be able to arrive. This is bad. This is bad. Meng Yuliang suddenly caught a glimpse of the blazing fire on the ship. He used all his strength to prop up his body and shouted at Feng Jihua, who was beside him in a daze. Boss Feng, quick. Quickly help me change the course, we can't let this fire ship crash into the fleet. After saying that, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and then staggered toward the sails of the merchant ship. The sails that used to be effortless now required him to pull with all his strength. Because he used too much strength, the wound on his back instantly split open, and his already bright red undershirt was now bleeding. "Yuliang, hold on, this old man will help you control the rudder." At this moment, Feng Jihua had already recovered from his shock. He saw that Father Meng was covered in blood, but he was still controlling the sails. He hurriedly bypassed the fire and rushed to the rudder. After all, the sails only provided the ship with power and controlled the sailing ship's speed. The rudder determined the direction of the merchant ship. This required at least 2 people to cooperate with each other to make this fire ship turn around and leave the main fleet as soon as possible. "Prince, it's not good. The merchant ship in front is on fire, and it's rushing here at full speed." Li Xiaogong took a dozen of his personal guards to a large ship at the back of the fleet in a small boat. After a while, he heard the soldiers on the mast's observation deck anxiously shouting. Li Xiaogong was shocked. He hurriedly went to the stern of the ship and saw a burning merchant ship about 100 feet in front of him. "Prince, this subordinate will escort you to retreat." The general next to him was shocked and quickly bowed with cupped fists. It was only a distance of 100 feet, there was no time to raise the anchor and turn around. Not to mention that they had nowhere to turn because there were endless ships of all sizes behind them. If it weren't for this reason, Li Xiaogong wouldn't have come here in a small boat. Retreat? Retreat to where? If this prince retreats, what will happen to this large fleet? During the 3 kingdoms, Zhuge Liang burned many camps. Today, a few petty thieves want to imitate Zhuge Liang? This prince will not be like Cao Cao. Come, order the ships at the back to turn around and form a line to block the fire ship. Li Xiaogong ordered with a pale face. "Prince, you can't." The young general shouted. "Bastard. This is a military order. You dare to disobey?" Li Xiaogong said coldly as he pulled out the long sword at his waist and placed it on the general's neck. "Report, Prince. There are survivors on the merchant ship in front. They seem to be the crew on the ship. They are turning the ship around, and the fire ship has begun to deviate from the course. And there are more than a dozen sailboats beside them. They are not our people." Chapter 7:18. At this critical moment, Li Xiaogong had never thought of running away, nor could he run. 20,000 soldiers, tens of thousands of civilians and several thousand ships. If such a massive force was burned down by a small band of pirates, Li Xiaogong would forever be nailed to the Great Tang's pillar of shame, and his descendants would never be able to rise again. The first reaction of Li Xiaogong, who was quite experienced in battle, was to turn the merchant ships at the back 90 degrees and form a line to form a strong defense. Then he ordered the other fleets to move away and increase the distance between them. At the cost of sacrificing a few merchant ships, the survival of the entire fleet could be achieved. But this would also put Li Xiaogong in danger, because the merchant ship he was standing on was in the back row. Just when Li Xiaogong was preparing to make a decisive decision, a messenger came down from the observation deck and ran up to Li Xiaogong to report. Li Xiaogong was taken aback. He looked at the deputy general with a sword at his neck and asked, "Whose ship does that merchant ship belong to?" The young general clasped his fist and said, "Your Highness, that ship belongs to the wealthy merchant of the capital, Feng Jihua. The ships next to it also belong to him." "Feng Jihua," Li Xiaogong softly muttered, and then his expression flickered as he asked, "Is the Meng Yuliang that this king asked you to keep an eye on that ship?" "Your Highness, he is indeed on that ship." Li Xiaogong's brow furrowed. At this time, he saw that the fire ship had already begun to turn to the right. At this rate, it would definitely not be able to hit the main fleet, so he decisively ordered, "Immediately turn the ship around and sail to our right to rescue the crew." "Yes, Your Highness." A few moments later, Li Xiaogong's ship had raised its anchor and was making straight for Feng Jihua's merchant ship. The distance between them was less than 1,000 feet, and the merchant ship was also turning, so its straight-line speed was greatly reduced. Thus, Li Xiaogong's ship was able to quickly catch up. At this time, the fire on the merchant ship was about to spread to the mast and rudder. "Hurry and have the people on the ship jump in. Find a few soldiers who are good at swimming to save them." At this moment, the 2 ships were moving side by side, and the distance between them was only about 30 to 40 feet. Li Xiaogong squinted his eyes and saw that the bloody man controlling the sails was Meng Yuliang. He let out a sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly ordered. This time, Li Zishuan had helped a lot. Only those who had drifted on the sea would know the dangers of the sea. Previously, Li Zishuan had made a lot of preparations for the fleet to go south. Compasses, sea charts, and navigation precautions had saved many lives. Of course, Li Xiaogong was very grateful. Before he left, Li Zishuan had personally asked him to take good care of Meng Wenhao's father, Meng Yuliang. Although he was suspected of abusing his position for personal gain, Li Xiaogong was really willing to do so. If Meng Yuliang really died tonight, then he, Li Xiaogong, would owe him an even bigger favor. Yes, Your Highness. A soldier immediately cupped his fist and accepted the order. Then the soldiers on the ship shouted in unison, "Listen to the crew on the other side. His Highness orders you to quickly jump off the ship. We will save you." Listen to the crew on the other side. His Highness orders you to quickly jump off the ship. We will save you. Feng Jihua and Meng Yuliang, who were completely focused on controlling the ship, were overjoyed when they heard the commotion. Yuliang. Those are His Highness men. And His Highness is also here. His Highness has personally brought people to save us. We're saved. Feng Jihua said with tears streaming down his face. From the moment he had turned the ship around, he had never thought that he would survive. He believed that he would be buried in the sea like this merchant ship, but he had no regrets. He did not wish for his ship to destroy the entire fleet, because he was a man of the great Tang. A Tang citizen could not harm another Tang citizen. Not even in death. Now that he saw Li Xiaogong personally coming to rescue him as a prince, this kind of surprise made Feng Jihua's heart surge and he was indescribably excited. Qila. That's right. We're saved. Boss Feng, you don't know how to swim. Grab this shirt and I'll jump into the sea with you. The angle of the sail had already been set to the maximum, so there was no need for anyone to control it. After a period of rest, Meng Yuliang had already recovered a little of his strength. He took off his blood-stained clothes and with a ripping sound, tore it into a long strip of cloth. After tying the two pieces together, he walked over and handed it to Feng Jihua. Feng Jihua said worriedly, "But Yuliang, you've suffered such serious injuries. How can this old man have the face to drag you down? You go by yourself." This old man, this old man. Meng Yuliang did not say anything and directly tied one end of the cloth to Feng Jihua's arm. He said with difficulty, "Boss Feng, before you left, you gave my family a large sum of money and gave my family's children and wife a good life. As long as I'm still alive, I will definitely bring you out of here alive. Jump quickly. If you don't jump, the fire will reach us." Feng Jihua hurriedly tore off the cloth and said, "No, no, no. Yuliang, if you bring this old man along, I'll only be a burden to you." Ah! When Father Meng saw that the mast was about to topple over due to the fire, he immediately grabbed Feng Jihua and jumped into the sea. Of course, he jumped in the direction of Li Xiaogong and the others. Above the sea, there was a heart-wrenching scream. One must know that Father Meng had been slashed more than a dozen times, and many of the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. Now that he was soaked in seawater, there was a burning pain in his wounds. This was really sprinkling salt on his wounds. The pain was more than 100 times more intense than when he was slashed just now. Even a tough man like Meng Yuliang could not help but cry out in pain. "Hurry! Swim over to save them. They can't hold on for much longer." When Li Xiaogong heard this heart-wrenching scream, he immediately leaned against the side of the ship and shouted at the soldiers in the water. "Ah! What a good man who values friendship and righteousness. I Zhang Zhongjin will lend you a hand." At this moment, a burly man flew onto the fire ship from nowhere. Then he borrowed the force of the ship and came to where Father Meng was. He lifted the two of them with one hand and flew toward the ship where Li Xiaogong was. The moment Father Meng jumped into the sea, 1,000 miles away in student dormitory 007 of Yanhuang College. Ah! Meng Wenhao, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly sat up, clutched his chest and let out a scream. The other students in the dormitory were instantly awakened. "Wenhao! Wenhao, what's wrong with you?" Wang Meng was about to curse at someone for disturbing his sleep when he suddenly felt that something was wrong with Meng Wenhao's voice. Hence he quickly got up and ran over to ask. Blood was thicker than water. Father and son were connected by heart. Even thousands of miles away could not separate them from each other. Chapter 719. Protect His Highness. Under the moonlight, the burly man was like a great rock spreading its wings, carrying Meng Yuliang and Feng Jihua, the two chicks, and aggressively flying towards the big ship Li Xiaogong was on. The soldiers on the ship were shocked, and quickly raised their sabers to protect Li Xiaogong. "Get out of the way." Li Xiaogong pushed aside the soldiers in front of him with one hand. After the burly man landed on the ship, he ordered, "Men, send them back to the island for treatment first. Udi, take some men to see if there are any survivors on the other ships. Also, find out where these pirates came from." At this moment, Meng Yuliang's face was even paler than a sheet of paper. His facial features were all scrunched up in pain. Feng Jihua's condition was not much better. At this moment he was bent over and vomiting. It was obvious that he had been forced to drink a lot of seawater. Yes, His Highness. Wu Di, the head of the guards, looked at the burly man and cupped his fists. Meng Yuliang thanks His Highness. Thank you, benefactor. Just as the soldiers were about to carry them away, Meng Yuliang propped himself up with difficulty and kowtowed to Li Xiaogong and the burly man. He had just recognized this burly man as the one who had shot the arrow and saved him. The funny thing was that he had thought that the burly man and the others were another group of pirates. No need to be so polite. Quickly go and treat your injuries. Li Xiaogong smiled faintly and waved his hand. Ah, you're called Meng Yuliang? You're a real man. You don't need to thank me. It was only a small matter for me to save you. Quickly go and treat your injuries. The burly man laughed heartily without a care in the world. There were soldiers who carried them to the other ships and sailed towards the island. Zhang Zhongjian? You are Zhang Zhongjian? After Meng Yuliang and Feng Jihua were carried away, Li Xiaogong asked with narrowed eyes. As a member of the military, he had naturally heard of Zhang Zhongjian's name, but he had never seen him in person. Ah, I am Zhang Zhongjian. Your Highness does not know this one, but this one knows Your Highness. Yes, this robust man was Zhang Zhongjian, and his nickname was the Bearded Guest. Together with Li Jing and Hong Funu, they were called the Feng Qin Three Heroes. He was originally the son of Zhang Jiling, the richest man in Yangzhou. When he was born, his father despised him for being ugly and wanted to kill him. He was rescued and became a Kunlun slave. After he succeeded, he wanted to raise an army to conquer the world. When he saw Li Shimin, he was ashamed that his bearing was not as good as Li Shimin's. He firmly believed that the world would belong to Li Shimin. He was interested in Hong Fu. After knowing that Hong Fu had married Li Jing, the three of them became brother and sister. He gave all of his family's property to Li Jing and his wife to help Li Shimin unify the world. He left quietly and later became the ruler of the 72 islands in the Great Tang's Southeast Sea. The Bearded Guest's ending was not a tragedy. It was said that he personally led an army of 100,000 into the country of Fuyu, killed its master, and proclaimed himself king. The rest of his life was carefree and happy. Later generations believed that the country of Bio was located thousands of miles southeast of our country. To a large extent, it was either the Philippines or Thailand. Brother Zhongjian, why are you here so late at night? Hearing Zhang Zhongjian's admission, Li Xiaogong's face flashed with a hint of seriousness. The Bearded Guest's small display of skill was enough to prove that his skill should be above the peak of the Zhongshe realm. It was very likely that he had already touched the threshold of the Great Grandmaster realm. What? Is Your Highness suspecting that I have ulterior motives? If I say that I came here by coincidence, would Your Highness believe me? Faced with Li Xiaogong's interrogation, the Bearded Guest was not afraid at all. He was the king of this sea region. There was no one here that could make him afraid. Li Xiaogong suddenly smiled and said, "This prince was just casually asking. Since Zhongjian said that you came here by coincidence, then why should this prince believe you?" The Bearded Guest looked deeply at Li Xiaogong and then laughed heartily. Ah, Your Highness is also a straightforward person. I have something to ask Your Highness. Is it convenient for you to do so? Please speak. The Bearded Guest thought for a moment before saying, "Are Medicine Master and Hong Fu doing well?" Hearing this, Li Xiaogong smiled and said, "They are doing well. Medicine Master is now the Minister of War and is highly regarded by His Majesty. How could he not be doing well? As for Hong Fu, if Medicine Master is doing well, she will definitely be doing well too. It's just that this prince heard that they have been inquiring about you, Zhongjian. If they knew that you were here, Medicine Master and Hong Fu would definitely put aside their work and rush over to see you." Actually, disregarding everything else, Li Xiaogong and Li Jing's personal relationship had always been very good. Later generations said that Li Xiaogong's title as the second meritorious official in the Lingyan Pavilion was undeserved because all of his achievements were won by Li Jing. Li Xiaogong had experienced many great battles such as eliminating Xiao Xian and capturing Fu Gongfeng. He was the commander while Li Jing was the subordinate. Let's not comment on the truth first. However, Li Jing was willing to be a supporting character at that time, which showed that their relationship was very good. Those who said that Li Xiaogong stole Li Jing's achievements were even more excessive. Looking at the Jingguan dynasty, Li Xiaogong was a humble person. He did not take credit for himself, did not do anything and did not seize power. In the imperial family his character was one of the best. How could he steal a subordinate's achievements? Thus, Li Xiaogong had a very clear understanding of Li Jing's family situation. A hint of warmth flashed across the bearded man's boorish appearance. A moment later he shook his head and sighed. I'll have to trouble your highness to inform Medicine Master and Hong Fu that they don't need to look for me anymore. When the time comes they will naturally meet again. Now that the world is at peace, as long as they live their own lives, I, as their big brother, will be satisfied. Zhongjin, why do you have to do this? Li Xiaogong couldn't help but want to persuade him, but the bearded man interrupted him. Your highness, there's no need to persuade me. This one has already made up my mind. This vast sea is where I, Zhang Zhongjian, should go. Roaming the four seas and being free and unfettered is this Zhang's lifelong wish. Li Xiaogong pursed his lips and did not speak. At this moment, the leader of the personal guards, Wu Di, came up to the deck and bowed. Reporting. Your highness, the crew of Feng Jihua's other merchant ships are all dead. Not only that, we also lost 28 brothers, all of them killed with a single strike. The air on the deck suddenly froze. Li Xiaogong's face was ashen as he asked, Did you find out where these bandits came from? Wu Di waved his hand. Bring them up. A group of guards carried 5 corpses over. Wu Di bowed and said, Your highness, based on the hair ornaments, clothing and weapons of these pirates, this subordinate speculates that they're probably from Wa. Oh, bastards. A tiny country dares to provoke the tiger's whiskers of my great Tang? Li Xiaogong's eyes widened, his eyebrows stood up, and veins bulged on his face as he furiously roared. The bearded man interjected, Your highness, according to this one's knowledge, these people are just pirates roaming the seas. Given the current strength of Wa, they would never dare to provoke the great Tang. The leader of these pirates is called Nakamakawa Yu, and he has some reputation in these waters. This one has always wanted to get rid of him, and when I received the news the day before yesterday, I followed him here. I didn't expect to run into your highness. Chapter 720. The Neon mentioned by the bearded man was the name for Neon before the Tang dynasty. During the Eastern Han dynasty, more than 100 small countries were established on the island of Neon. One of them sent envoys to the Han dynasty. Because the envoys were short, thin and small, Emperor Guangwu of the Eastern Han dynasty, Lu Xiu, granted them the name Neon, which was a vassal state of China. Therefore the people were also called Neon and the emperor was named the King of Neon. Since then the Han people called Neon the slave state of Neon, and the Neon people were called Neon, until the 3 kingdoms, the 2 Jin dynasties and the northern and southern dynasties. During the Sui dynasty, Crown Prince Shengda of Neon wrote in his letter to Emperor Yang of Sui, the Crown Prince of the rising sun to the Crown Prince of the setting sun. This was the prototype of Neon's name. It was not until the first year of Xinheng of the Tang dynasty, 670, that Neon sent the Tang dynasty to change the name to Neon, which meant the place where the sun rises. In addition, in Chinese, Fusang and Dongying were also alternative names for Neon. On the big ship, after Li Xiaogong heard the bearded man's words, his face was gloomy, whether it was the Neon court's intention or not. Since those bandits came from Neon, the Neon King should give me an explanation and give an explanation to the 28 soldiers who sacrificed themselves. A blood debt must be paid with blood. The last 6 words were squeezed out from Li Xiaogong's teeth, which was particularly horrifying. He lost nearly 30 soldiers inexplicably, so he couldn't help but be angry, not to mention that the bandits came from a low-level country like Neon. Yes, that's right, Neon was now a low-level country in Li Xiaogong's eyes. It was even inferior to small countries like Jinla and Piao, so it was even more impossible for him to call the ruler of Neon emperor. In fact, the term emperor was first proposed by Crown Prince Shengda. In the letter he sent to Emperor Yang of Sui, he wrote, The East Emperor respects the West Emperor. At that time, it was because of this sentence that completely angered Emperor Yang of Sui, which led to the break of diplomatic relations between the 2 countries. The Celestial Empire was not called for nothing in ancient times. At that time, people would not recognize the so-called emperor. And China called the Emperor of Japan Emperor Neon Emperor around the end of the Qing dynasty. Prince, are you planning to go to Neon? The bearded man's eyes lit up as he asked meaningfully. Li Xiaogong replied in a deep voice, The king of one nation failed to educate his people properly and caused damage to our fleet. Of course he should be held accountable. However, the most important thing right now is to find those bandits and cut them into pieces to comfort the souls of the soldiers who died in the battle. Zhongjian, do you know where the nest of those bandits is? Can you take me there? The bearded man shook his head and replied, If I knew, I would have brought people to destroy them long ago. I can't stand those wretched Japanese people. Li Xiaogong sighed helplessly. Wudi. Present. I order you to lead 20 warships and 400 soldiers to search for the whereabouts of those bandits. Regardless of whether you find them or not, you have to gather back here before dawn. Li Xiaogong ordered solemnly. Understood. Wu Di replied loudly. The bearded man suddenly said, Your Highness, forgive this one for speaking out of turn, but it's very easy to get lost at night. The people this little brother is leading might not be able to return tomorrow morning. Li Xiaogong waved his hand and had Wu Di make the arrangements. Then he confidently smiled at the bearded man and said, Zhongjin, there's no need to worry. Every ship is equipped with a compass and a sea chart. They won't get lost. The bearded man was taken aback. Then he asked curiously, If I may ask, Your Highness, what is a compass? Can I take a look at it? Li Xiaogong smiled and whispered to the guard beside him. Then he said, Why can't I do that? It's not convenient to talk here. Why don't we go to the camp on the island first? The bearded man laughed and said in a genteel manner, Of course I wouldn't dare ask. Then he waved his hand at the small ship next to him and said, Set up camp on the island ahead. Behave yourselves and don't cause any trouble, do you hear me? He had acted like a modest gentleman earlier, but in the blink of an eye, he had reverted to his pirate nature. Li Xiaogong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is a compass? In the cave, the bearded man pointed at the small round box that wasn't even 1/3 the size of his palm. Li Xiaogong glanced at the envoys who were staring at the compass in his hand. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, he handed the compass to the bearded man and smiled. That's right. This is a compass. No matter where you are, the red end of this needle will always point to the north, and the white end will always point to the south. With this, you won't have to worry about getting lost. The bearded man held the compass in his hand as if he had found a treasure. He found it hard to believe that such a small thing could have such a magical function. What was funny was that he actually held the compass and even spun it around twice on the spot. A 7-foot-tall man with a curly beard was spinning in circles on the spot like a little child. This scene was simply too beautiful. Too miraculous. Unbelievable. Your Highness, where did you buy this compass? It's simply a godly nautical artifact. After a while, the bearded man looked at Li Xiaogong and said excitedly. As for the compass in his hand, he was really reluctant to return it. No one knew the importance of a compass better than him, the pirate king who had been drifting on the sea for many years. If the person in front of him wasn't Li Xiaogong, he would probably even have the thought of killing him and robbing him. He had never been a righteous gentleman. He was only loyal to his brothers. Li Xiaogong found it funny and said, This is something produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion in Chang'an. Zhongjin, the crew member you saved just now happened to be someone the shopkeeper of the Strange Taste Pavilion asked me to take care of. Strange Taste Pavilion. The bearded man secretly remembered these 3 words in his heart and then asked curiously, Who is the shopkeeper of the Strange Taste Pavilion? He can actually speak in front of your highness? He was not surprised. Apart from Li Shimin and Li Yuan, Li Xiaogong was definitely the person with the highest prestige in the Tang Empire and was respected by many people. Li Xiaogong said, The shopkeeper of the Strange Taste Pavilion is called Li Zishuan. He has an identity. I think you will be interested, Zhongjian. He is the last disciple of spiritual master Ling Su's. This compass was invented by him alone. Spiritual master Ling Su? This time, the bearded man was even more surprised than before. He murmured, Hey, it seems that I was right to save someone just now. I actually got involved with spiritual master Ling Su's disciple. At this time, Li Xiaogong took out a roll of paper from his sleeve and said with a smile, This time, the imperial army escorted the merchant ships to the south for trade. In addition to providing a compass, Li Zishuan also gave me a detailed sea map. It was because of this that the army could return so quickly. The bearded man's eyes lit up and said, Can I take a look at it? Of course. The bearded man took it and slowly opened the map. What he didn't expect was that when he opened it, it opened up a new world for him. Chapter 721. What kind of map is this? The Strait of Malacca, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Red Sea? Why have I never heard of them before? The bearded man looked at the map Li Xiaogong gave him and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Li Xiaogong pointed at the map and said, Those places are quite far from where we are now. Zhongjian, look here. This is where we are now. Neon is northeast of us. If Wu Di and the others can't find those pirates tonight, we will go straight to Neon from here tomorrow morning. Only then did the bearded man find a way to look at the map. He carefully looked at every sea area and every island on the map. He had been to some of these places before. After a long while, his expression became a little greedy. He smacked his lips and said, That's right. That's right. He smacked his lips and said, This map is too detailed. And I only found out today that there are so many countries and islands in this world. Li Xiaogong smiled and didn't say anything. Then he took the sea map back from the bearded guest. The bearded guest was very reluctant to part with it. He thought in his heart, if I have this sea map and a compass, where can't I Zhang Zhongjin go in this big world? Thinking of this, he asked tentatively, Your Highness, I wonder if you can give me a copy of this map? As for the compass, he thought that since it was sold in the Strange Taste Pavilion in Chang, he would take the time to buy a batch. It was better to owe less favors. Li Xiaogong looked at the bearded man meaningfully and said, It's not that I'm stingy, but there's only one copy of this map. The maps in the hands of the other soldiers only cover the Southeast Sea. The complete map is too important and I can't make the decision alone. I was too reckless. The bearded man cupped his hands and said. Li Xiaogong shook his head and said, If Zhongjin really wants the complete map, why don't you go to Chang and find Li Zishuan? This map was drawn by him so he can give it to you. Clang 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 clang. The next day at 5:30 in the morning, when all the students were still asleep, Yanhuang College's wake-up call sounded, causing a wave of screams. *CK. Are you kidding me? The sun hadn't even risen yet, and they were already asking him to wake up? Do you still want me to live? Yeah. You didn't let me sleep last night, and now you want me to wake up early in the morning. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? *CK. It's rare for this prince to sleep so deeply, but now I have to wake up so early. Little Xian is too deceitful. In dormitory 001, Li Tai turned over, causing the bed to shake. Li Qingqian, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, couldn't help but feel a little scared. All right, Qingke, stop complaining. Get up quickly. According to Xiao Xian's temperament, if anyone woke up late, they might be punished again. Sighed. Li Tai let out a deep sigh and sat up. Then it was a complete tragedy. Ouch. My legs are so sore. My waist is also very sore. No. I can't get up, I really can't get up. After a tiring day yesterday, he basically fell asleep as soon as he laid on the bed. Although there was an emergency gathering in the middle, last night was still the best night of sleep he had in so many years. However, the second day after the intense exercise, it was a complete tragedy. The little fatty felt that every part of his body was sore, and he couldn't move at all, let alone get out of bed and gather. Qingke, what's wrong with you? Sigh. My legs are also sore. Li Qingqian was just about to get out of bed to find out what was going on when he suddenly felt that his legs were also extremely sore, and he couldn't help but wail. Your bodies can't take it anymore. Look at me, old Cheng, I'm perfectly fine. Cheng Chumo saw the situation and laughed gloatingly. Get lost. Li Tai was furious. He couldn't wait to go over and fight Cheng Chumo to the death. On the other side, in dormitory 007. Wenhao, how are you? Does your heart still hurt? Wang Meng got out of bed and put on his clothes as he looked at Meng Wenhao's bed and asked. Meng Wenhao waved his hand with a pale face and said with a forced smile, Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine now. A hint of gloominess flashed across his eyes. Iron Egg suggested, Wenhao, why don't I help you apply for a day off? You don't look too good, so don't force yourself. Meng Wenhao quickly shook his head and said, No, I'm really fine now. Let's quickly wash up and gather. Don't delay you guys because of me. Wang Meng said unhappily, What are you saying, Wenhao? Even if we're late, we can't leave you alone. The rest of the people in the dormitory nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Since we're in the same dormitory, we should take care of each other. Yes, we can't leave anyone behind. Meng Wenhao's heart warmed. He paused for a moment and said solemnly, It's my fault, but I'm really fine now. Let's quickly get ready to gather outside. Iron Egg smiled and said, That's fine. But Wenhao, if you can't take it, you have to say so anytime. Gather. Class as a unit. Run 5 laps around the sports field. You can only have breakfast after you're done. 3:45, 6 in the morning. All the students gathered outside the dormitory building. Qin Xiong was personally commanding. He looked at the 16 classes lined up neatly and shouted loudly. These were the morning running tasks that Li Zishuan had arranged long ago. As time passed, the distance would gradually increase. Not only the morning running, but the other training activities in the military training would also increase in the future. The students were all dumbfounded. 5 laps. That's a total of 3 to 4 miles? How can we finish running? My legs are still hurting. My legs hurt too. They're sore. Yes. Me too. Seeing the students in a mess, Qin Xiong couldn't help but shout loudly, Quiet, if anyone can't run 5 laps, you won't be able to eat in the morning. If anyone falls behind in any class, everyone in the class will have to accompany them. Once he said that, everyone fell silent. They knew that Qin Xiong was serious this time. Instructors of each class, bring the students to the sports field to run now. After all the students were quiet, Qin Xiong ordered. Yes, Chief Instructor. Students of Class 1, listen to the command, attention. Look forward. Start running. 1 2 1 2 1. Bang 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 bang. The students left the dormitory building one by one in an uneven pace. Qin Xiong stood at the back and thought to himself, I'll only increase your exercise volume for now. I'll ask you to keep your steps orderly in the future. Chapter 722. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Beep 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 beep. Bamboo whistles sounded one after another on the academy sports field. At first, the instructors shouted, 1 2 1 1 2 3 4. Later, when they saw that the students were used to the rhythm, they took out the bamboo whistles that Li Zishuan gave them and blew them. The effect was no different from shouting the slogans. This made Pang Feiji and the other instructors breathe a sigh of relief. Blowing a bamboo whistle was much more relaxing than shouting at the top of their lungs. Huff huff huff. After running a lap, Li Tai started to pant heavily. Yesterday, when he was standing in the military posture, he could play some tricks and slack off. But now, when he was running laps, he had no way to slack off. Moreover, because of the cotton padding in his shoes, running became a burden. What was worse was that his whole body was sore today. He was too lazy to even move his fingers. Running was simply killing him. Now, with every step he took, he was enduring immense pain. On the second lap, Li Tai gritted his teeth and barely managed to keep up with the speed of the team. On the third lap, he had already fallen from the middle to the back of the team. Large beads of sweat dripped down his face. Huff huff huff. The little fatty felt that his blood was burning, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Qingke, how are you? There are only 2 laps left. Hang in there. Li Qingqian sensed that something was wrong with Li Tai. He deliberately fell behind the team and encouraged Li Tai as he ran. I can't. Big brother. You go first. I'll stop and rest for a while. Huff huff. I feel like I'm going to die if I continue running. Li Tai gritted his teeth and held on for a while before he finally stopped and said helplessly. Li Qingqian panicked. He came over and pulled Li Tai and said, No, we're brothers. How can I leave you alone? You pull my clothes, I'll drag you along. Li Tai shook his head and said, Big brother, your body is not much better than mine. You won't be able to complete it even if you pull me. Don't worry about me, run first. He can't move it by himself. What if I, old Qing, am included? After running for a while, Cheng Chumo realized that Li Qingqian and Li Tai had disappeared. He hurriedly ran over. And me, Qingke, I'm strong. Why don't I carry you and run? Yuchi Baolin came over and scratched his head with a silly smile. Running 5 laps was like playing house to him. It was effortless. The few of them broke out in a sweat, inwardly thinking that the Yuchi family's children were still fierce. In the end, the 3 of them grabbed a strip of cloth and pulled Li Tai along as they ran forward. The 4th round. The 5th round. Phew. I'm finally done. All right. You guys can go and eat. Gather at the sports field at 7:30 a.m. sharp. Pang Feiji did a head count and announced loudly. Of course, there was no need for Qin Xiong to personally lead the morning exercises. Phew. I'm so tired. After hearing that, Li Tai sat on the grass and said to Li Qingqian, Qing Chumo, and the others, Big brother Chumo Baolin, you guys go and eat first. I'll rest for a while before going. Through this run, Li Tai felt that something was different. He felt a tinge of warmth in his heart and he started to think for others. Then, Qingke, hurry up. Don't be late. Li Qingqian saw that Li Tai looked like he was about to collapse, so he did not try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he reminded him. Okay, I got it. Wenhao, come over here. Come to my office. Meng Wenhao left the canteen after breakfast and did not expect to bump into Li Zishuan. He saw Li Zishuan waving at him and instructing him. Yes, Yamacho. Meng Wenhao did not know why Li Zishuan was looking for him, but he saw that there was still about half an hour before the military training began, so he agreed. After a while, the 2 of them arrived at the principal's office, on the 10th floor of Guanghua Building. Have a seat. Li Zishuan pointed at the sofa opposite him and smiled. Thank you, Yamacho. Meng Wenhao walked over and carefully sat down as he said. I heard that you had chest pains last night, Wenhao. Are you all right? Although military training is important, don't force yourself when there's something wrong with your body. Li Zishuan smiled slightly. Meng Wenhao was stunned. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, Iron Egg was the one who told Yamacho, right? Iron Egg was just being nice, don't have any other thoughts. Li Zishuan could not help but say. This matter was indeed told to him by Bruiser after he finished his morning exercise. Li Zishuan still valued Meng Wenhao as a student. Moreover, symptoms like angina could be serious or minor. If it wasn't handled properly, it could be fatal. Li Zishuan had no choice but to pay attention to it. Meng Wenhao hurriedly waved his hand and said, Yamacho, you misunderstood. I know that Iron Egg was being nice and I don't have any other thoughts. Then how are you now? Do you want me to give you 2 days off and let you go back to Chang and to see a doctor? If it were Li Tai hearing this, he would definitely nod and even shamelessly ask Li Zishuan for a few more days off. But Meng Wenhao was not Li Tai. No, thank you, Yamacho, for your kindness. I just had chest pains last night, but it's nothing serious now. Are you really okay? Li Zishuan asked suspiciously. Meng Wenhao said with a serious face, I'm really okay. Okay then. If there's anything you can tell me at any time. Don't force yourself. Okay. Meng Wenhao nodded and got up to leave. He hesitated for a moment and said, Yamacho, I have something to ask. I don't know if it's convenient for you to tell me. Li Zishuan said without thinking, asks? I want to know, Yamacho, do you know the latest news of the fleet going south? Li Zishuan suddenly said, Wenhao, are you worried about your father? Meng Wenhao nodded. Li Zishuan stood up and paced 2 steps in front of the window. He said, as far as I know, half a month ago the imperial court did receive news from the fleet going south. The letter said that the fleet had arrived in Jinla and would return in a few days. Moreover, there were very few casualties in the fleet this time. Wenhao, you don't have to worry. It's estimated that in half a month the prince and the others will be back. Meng Wenhao bit his lips and suddenly said, But last night, I dreamed that my father was covered in blood. I always have a bad feeling. Yamacho, do you know the latest news of the fleet? I'm very worried. Looking at Meng Wenhao, who was holding back his tears, Li Zishuan felt a little uncomfortable. At the same time, he felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He secretly hoped that the fleet going south did not have any accidents. As the saying goes, dreams and reality are the opposite. Wenhao, you don't have to worry too much. Recently, I will also find a way to help you inquire about the fleet going south. Although he was worried in his heart, Li Zishuan comforted him. Chapter 723. On an island in the southeastern seas, no one could have imagined that a barren land like this would house 20,000 some soldiers, and all of them were elites. Many of the smaller Nanyang kingdoms probably couldn't even gather so many well-trained soldiers even if they worked together. Moreover, the amount of food and resources these soldiers had brought with them was astronomical. Your Highness, General Wu and the others will be back soon. Early in the morning, the red sun rose out of the sea, bathing the land in rosy light. Long snakes slithered across the ocean toward the bottom of the sea. A golden wave of snow more than 20 feet high rose up from the shore of the island. A soldier hurriedly ran towards the entrance of the cave on the island and reported in a low voice. This king will go and take a look. Li Shaogong responded indifferently. After a short while, he walked out with majestic steps, followed by the envoys of various countries. The group went to the shore and stood on a boulder to look out. A fleet of ships had appeared on the horizon and was slowly approaching. As they got closer, they could even see the large Tang character on their sails. They were clearly allies. Li Xiao, how are Meng Youyang's injuries? What did the military doctor say? Li Shaogong asked the guard at his side when he saw that the fleet had yet to reach the shore. The guard's name was Li Xiao, and he was the vice-captain of Li Shaogong's personal guard, second only to Wu Di. He hurriedly replied. Replying to General, Meng Youyang has more than 10 large and small knife wounds on his body. Fortunately, none of them hit his vital parts. However, he lost too much blood last night and is still in a coma. The military doctor said that his body's recovery ability is very strong. As long as he recuperates for a few days, he will be fine. Yes, the Tang dynasty had military doctors, and not just military doctors but also a relatively complete medical system. One of the main reasons the Tang dynasty was able to consolidate its vast territory and long border defenses was that the prefectural armies had created the powerful Tang Empire Army. And the strength of an army was naturally inseparable from logistics and medical care. At this time, there would usually be a special inspection officer in the army who would inspect the condition of the sick and the food and shelter every day, so as to arrange medical treatment and evacuation. If a new sick or critically ill soldier was found, it must be reported to the general manager, so that the doctor could patrol the camp and give the appropriate treatment. Oh, that's good. Have the military doctor use the best medicine and treat Meng Yuliang as quickly as possible. Li Xiaogong pondered for a moment before instructing. He was about to return to Chang'an. He didn't want Meng Yuliang to still be sick at that time. That would make him feel that he owed Li Zishuan a favor. Yes, General. Li Xiao cupped his fists and replied. While the two of them were talking, the fleet was getting closer and closer. The bearded man beside them sighed and said, "This compass and nautical chart are simply divine tools for ocean voyages. If I wasn't familiar with this area, I might not have been able to find my way back if I went out at night." For some unknown reason, the bearded man didn't leave last night. Instead, he stayed with Li Xiaogong's army. Since ancient times, the government and the bandits couldn't coexist. He didn't expect that the regular army of the imperial court would one day live with a group of pirates. The picture was a bit strange. Li Xiaogong smiled and said, "Zhongjin, why don't you cooperate with the imperial court? When the time comes, not only will you have a compass and a sea map, you can also have the imperial court's newest ship. I reckon that this year, His Majesty will send a few more fleets out to sea. Furthermore, with Li Zishuan around, I believe that my Tang Empire's fleet will definitely not just wander around the South China Sea. There are endless possibilities in the future." The bearded man's personal strength was definitely one of the best among the generals of the Tang Empire. Li Xiaogong had always been unconventional when it came to talents. Previously, he had even recommended many Sui or Wagong generals who had surrendered to the Tang Empire to Li Er. Thus, more than half of the court officials were willing to submit to him. This was also one of the reasons why Li Xiaogong's reputation in the imperial court was so high. Furthermore, Li Xiaogong had a very accurate grasp of the human heart. Clearly, he could see that the bearded man's blood was filled with adventurous genes. Thus, he didn't promise him a high position or endless wealth. Instead, he used the vast ocean as a temptation to make the bearded man accept his olive branch. Oh, the bearded man's eyes lit up. He thought for a long time before finally shaking his head and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Highness. However, I am used to being free and unfettered. I can't stand those rules and can't stand being controlled by others, so, hee. Zhongjian, don't be in such a hurry to come to a conclusion. His Majesty is a wise sovereign and will definitely give you the greatest freedom. His Majesty has always been the most tolerant of talents. Haven't you seen how Wei Xuanqing often bluntly admonishes His Majesty and makes him flee?" Before the bearded man could finish speaking, Li Xiaogong waved his hand and continued his bewitching speech. The bearded man fell into deep thought and remained silent. At this moment, the fleet was approaching. Wu Di boarded a small boat and walked over to Li Xiaogong. "Your Highness, this general was incompetent. After searching the surrounding waters for an entire night, I was still unable to find any trace of those pirates. Your Highness, please punish me." Li Xiaogong looked at the tired Wu Di and waved his hand. "It's not your fault. It's inconvenient to search at night, and there's also too much time between searches. It's understandable that you weren't able to find them. Take them back to the boat to rest." "Thank you, Your Highness, for your leniency." Wu Di hurriedly thanked him and then slowly left. More than 400 of them didn't sleep last night, so it was indeed time for them to rest. "Your Highness, do you want me to send a letter to our king to help you arrest these hateful pirates?" After Wu Di left, the Jinla envoy next to Li Xiaogong muttered. After listening to the translation, Li Xiaogong was about to refuse when the envoys of other countries rushed to shout, "Funan country is willing to help the Tang Empire eliminate the pirates. Piao country is also willing to help the Tang Empire. Dandan country is also willing. Liu country is also willing." Seeing how excited these people were, Li Xiaogong knew what they wanted to say even if he didn't need someone to translate for him. He said loudly, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but this is a matter of the Tang Empire. Let's just wait for the news." After understanding Li Xiaogong's meaning, the envoys quieted down. Li Xiaogong shouted in a deep voice, "Li Xiao! This general is here. Immediately order the fleet to drop anchor and set sail. Destination, One Nation." Li Xiao was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Li Xiaogong to be so bold. Although a general might not obey military orders in a foreign country, One Nation was currently a vassal state of the Tang Empire. How could one use one's own army to attack a vassal state? If news of this got out, wouldn't the other vassal states of the Tang Empire fall into chaos? Chapter 724. Seeing Li Xiao's hesitation, Li Xiaogong immediately shot him a cold look. Li Xiao hurriedly replied, "Understood." "Oh, Your Highness, you can't. Just as Li Shao turned around and was about to pass on the order, a sharp voice came from the side. A eunuch in light red clothes ran over. He was the supervisor of the fleet heading south this time, Imperial Eunuch Sun Yud. The fleet is heading south to trade with other countries. Your Highness, please don't use your weapons. Furthermore, the Wu nation has always been paying tribute to the imperial court. They can be considered a vassal state of the Great Tang. Sun Yud raised his finger and said weakly to Li Shaogong. From a certain perspective, he was the weakest supervisor in history. After all, the commander of this fleet was Li Shaogong. In the entire Great Tang, only Li Er had the right to criticize Li Shaogong. In the TV series The Legend of Wu Meinyang, Emperor Taizong's trusted eunuch Wang De often wore purple clothes. Actually, this was not accurate. China's ancient official uniform system was formed in the Sui dynasty and was custom-made in the Tang dynasty. Generally speaking, rank 3 and above wore purple robes, rank 4 dark red robes, rank 5 light red robes, rank 6 dark green robes, rank 7 light green robes, rank 8 dark green robes and rank 9 light blue robes. Eunuchs were the same as other officials. They wore uniforms of appropriate colors according to their rank. However, there was a problem. During the Jingguan era, Li Er issued an edict that there would be no rank 3 officials in the Imperial Eunuch province. Rank 4 eunuchs were the highest. Thus, the old Book of Tang said, at the end of Yongchun 70 years to the end, the power was still in the hands of the eunuchs. It was only during the Kaiyuan era that Emperor Xuanzong gave eunuchs a rank 3 official position if he liked them slightly. Only then did eunuchs wearing purple clothes appear. Eunuch son, did you forget what His Majesty said before we left? Li Shaogong replied with a faint, and then shouted, you may have forgotten, but I haven't forgotten a single word. At that time His Majesty said, outside the borders of the Great Tang, as soldiers of the Great Tang, we must ensure the safety of the people of the Great Tang traveling with the fleet. The people of the Great Tang must not be bullied anywhere. If we encounter an enemy, we must destroy them with all our strength. Chamberlain's son, last night the fleet lost 28 soldiers, 12 sailors and 2 heavily injured. Tell me, don't you think this prince has a good reason to attack? Sun Yud was speechless. Li Shaogong turned around, faced the fleet on the sea and said loudly, as the saying goes, blood for blood. I am going to attack Neon under the imperial order to avenge the soldiers and sailors who died last night. Are you willing to follow my orders? As a Grandmaster expert, Li Shaogong's roar was not soft at all. Basically, every ship could hear his voice. Yes, Your Highness. By the decree of the Emperor, we will send troops to the Wu nation. Blood for blood. Yes, Your Highness. By the decree of the Emperor, we will send troops to the Wu nation. Blood for blood. As soon as Li Shaogong's voice fell, he immediately received a tsunami-like response. They had been inexplicably attacked by a group of pirates, and so many of their fellow soldiers had died. The soldiers were suppressing a wave of anger in their hearts. The Tangs were proud and the Tang army was inviolable. Li Shaogong smiled slightly, looked back at Sun Yud and then said lightly, although this group of pirates may not have anything to do with the Neon Imperial Court, we have lost so many soldiers and crew members, and I can't go back empty-handed. Even if I go back, I won't be able to explain it to their families. So, this time I will definitely go to Neon. After that, he pulled out the long sword at his waist, pointed it to the sky with a clang and said loudly, let's go to Neon. Sun Yud's face turned red. He wanted to refute but there was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to refute. The soldiers in front of him were blinded by hatred. They only had revenge and killing in their eyes. At this time, whoever dared to jump out would definitely become the target of public criticism. Sun Yud said that he and the Neon people had not reached the point where they could risk their lives for him. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a bleak and distant horn sounded on the sea. Li Shaogong led the people on the island and began to board the ship. The envoys next to him all had different expressions. Some were afraid and some were worried. Obviously, they were worried that their countries would be attacked by the Tang Empire one day just like Neon. Looking at the powerful army of the Tang Empire, they felt that their countries couldn't stop it. Envoys, don't worry. The king of Neon is not good at educating people. He allowed the pirates to run rampant and attack the Tang Empire's fleet. That's why I gave him a warning. As the saying goes, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. The Tang Empire's army will never take the initiative to provoke trouble. Who was Li Shaogong? How could he not know what the envoys were thinking? As he walked, he comforted them warmly. After the envoys understood Li Shaogong's words, they felt more or less at ease. Tang Empire is mighty. Shang Empire is mighty. Your Royal Highness is mighty. Rinbiao, I came here this time because I have something to ask of you. Late in the morning, Li Zixuan assigned training tasks to the personal guards who were not instructors today. After inviting Li Gang to supervise them personally, he sneaked out of the academy alone, returned to Chang'an, and went directly to Wang Rinbiao's house. Xiaoxian, just say it. As long as I can help, the Wang family will do our best to help you. Wang Rinbiao said with a smile. Thank you in advance, Rinbiao. Li Zixuan laughed and then got to the point. I want Rinbiao to help me investigate the recent movements of the fleet going south. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen there. I think with the Wang family's channels you can still find out the news, right? Wang Rinbiao frowned. Li Zixuan's request was not simple at all. On the vast sea, where could he go to find out the news? I will try my best to find out the news for you. Xiaoxian, wait for me for a few days. Wang Rinbiao thought about it and finally agreed. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible for the Wang family. Thank you for your trouble, Rinbiao. Li Zixuan smiled, then got up and prepared to leave. Sometimes, it would be much more convenient to have an additional friend. Back then, he and the Wang family of Taiyuan had almost become enemies, but fortunately they became allies in the end. You're welcome. I owe you a favor. I still have things to do at the academy, so I'll leave first. Rinbiao, if you have any news, you can come to Yanhuang College to find me directly. Chapter 725. Father, look, there are so many big ships coming from the sea. Japan, Honshu Island, Kanazawa Harbor. Near noon, the fishermen on the shore began to pack up their boats and prepare to go home. 7 or 8 children with small buns were picking up shells or chasing each other on the beach. One of the children suddenly saw the ships covering the sky and shouted happily as if he had found a treasure. Not far from the child, there was a bare-chested middle-aged fisherman. When he heard his child shout, he subconsciously smiled and said, "That's just the government's ship." Halfway through his sentence, his voice suddenly stopped. He raised his head and casually swept his gaze around. He caught a glimpse of the endless sea of ships. Clearly, a fleet of this scale was not something that the local government could possess. Is this the imperial court's ship? The other fishermen also noticed the abnormality and began to guess. No. It's not the imperial court's ship. It's not the imperial court's ship. It's the Tang Empire's army is here. Run. After a sharp-eyed fisherman saw the big Tang character on the sail of the ship, his face was suddenly full of horror. He pulled his child and ran back. It should be noted that in ancient times, the Japanese people only had their own national language and did not have their own writing. Later, the Han culture was introduced to Japan, and the cultured Japanese began to write in Han. After the middle of the 5th century AD, the Japanese people created a way to write Japanese using Chinese characters as interlocutory symbols. After the 8th century, this method of using Chinese characters as interlocutory symbols has been widely adopted. In other words, although the Japanese at this time used characters similar to Chinese characters, the pronunciation was their own country's pronunciation, and many people knew some Chinese characters. It's really the Tang Empire's army, my God. What did we do wrong? We actually attracted so many Tang Empire's army. Let's run. If you don't run now, you won't be able to run anymore. In the blink of an eye, the crowd on the coast all scattered and fled. Some people didn't even take the fishing gear on their fishing boats and ran away. With the sound of a horn, the huge fleet began to dock. Li Xiao opened the way in front. After Li Xiaogong got off the boat, he quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness will reach Fanio City, the capital of Wen Nation, 80 miles east from here. However, there are so many of us. We'll definitely meet the local armies of Wen Nation on the way." Li Xiaogong sneered. "A mantis trying to stop a chariot, what's the points? How's Wu Di doing?" "Your Highness, I'm fine." Wu Di hurriedly ran over and cupped his fists. "I will leave you with 8,000 elites to guard the ships at the harbor. If anything happens to the ships, you will be punished according to military law." Li Xiaogong ordered solemnly with a straight face. Other than the possibility that he would be impeached, he was also taking other risks. His fleet was carrying a large amount of supplies, including the Great Tang's future food supplies. If they were stolen, the fleet that had mobilized the entire country to send south would truly end up empty-handed. Li Xiaogong could not tolerate such a situation. This general obeys. "Your Highness, please be at ease." This general swears to hand over the goods on the ship. However, this general feels that 5,000 soldiers will be enough. "Your Highness is precious, and you must be careful in Wen Nation." Although Wu Di was somewhat regretful that he had been assigned to guard the fleet, he still cupped his fists and accepted the order. Li Shaogong waved his hand and said, 8,000 it is. Even if this king doesn't bring a single soldier, I'd like to see if the Wen nation dares to attack this king. All you need to do is lead the army here and guard the supplies. After saying this, he turned to Li Shao and sternly ordered, organize the army and set out for Fenyao City. This general obeys. All soldiers of the three armies assemble. The construction of Japan's capital had begun during the Fenyao era. When Emperor Goku was elected, the capital was set at Fenyao City, located in the southern part of the Nara Basin. Emperor Tenzi's capital was moved to Dajin City, located about 40 kilometers north of Fenyao City. When the Chu were burned, the pitiful land was scorched. During the rebellion of Ren and Shen, Dajin City was destroyed in the flames of war. When Emperor Takeda was on the throne, the capital was moved to Fujiwara City, located in the Nara Basin, surrounded by the three mountains of Yamato. Fujiwara City adopted the chessboard-like neighborhood structure of China's ancient cities for the first time. It was considered the first capital city in Japan's history. Many scholars later called Fujiwara City the first capital city of Japan, not because the previous city was surrounded by wilderness, but because Fujiwara City adopted the chessboard-like neighborhood structure of China's cities for the first time. It was the result of Tang Feng's influence. At this time, Japan no Wen nation was in the Fenyao era and Emperor Goku was in power. She was the first female emperor of Wen nation. At the same time, she was the 33rd emperor of Wen nation. From the first Emperor Shenwu to the 14th Emperor Zhong Ai, these 14 emperors couldn't be confirmed in history. They were probably fictional characters created by Koji and Nihon Shoji to complete the transition from the Shenwu era to the human era. Empress Shigong, who filled in the 70-year history between Emperor Zhong Ai and Emperor Yingxin, also couldn't be said to be a real existence. Therefore, the 15th Emperor Yingxin, who had a more real existence, should be the real ancestor of the Japanese emperors known as the Wanshi lineage. Besides, strictly speaking, the previous emperors could only be considered kings. The title of emperor was coined by Prince Xingde of the Fenyao dynasty. Your Highness. There are sounds of horse hooves ahead. The army advanced for about 5 kilometers. Li Zhao's expression changed and he quickly stopped in his tracks and said to Li Shaogong. Okay. Li Shaogong looked ahead and narrowed his eyes slightly. He let out a faint okay, and then ordered, get into formation and prepare to meet the enemy. Yes, sir. Li Shao responded, turned around and shouted, get into formation and prepare to meet the enemy. Boom. The army dispersed, and the soldiers pulled out their modeo and stared ahead fiercely. After drifting on the sea for several months, their big swords were already thirsty. Dong dong dong. After a while the sound of horse hooves got closer and closer. Looking into the distance, they could see a cavalry of more than 1,000 people running toward them. A small country actually has cavalry too? Interesting. Generally speaking, infantry had a natural disadvantage against cavalry. However, Li Shaogong didn't look nervous at all. Instead, he even had the time to gossip, making people feel that he wasn't here to fight but to enjoy the scenery. Ah, they're just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. How can they be a match for the Tang army? The bearded man laughed as he held a 3-feet-long broadsword that was similar in shape to the green dragon crescent blade. Chapter 726. Harumph. I am the county magistrate of Sichuan County, Hino Akai. May I ask what is the purpose of your visit? More than 1,000 cavalrymen galloped over. Then a mustached Japanese man in an official uniform jumped off the horse. He saw that Li Shaogong was the leader of the army, so he came over and saluted him. Li Shaogong narrowed his eyes and listened to his subordinate's translation. He said lightly, I am the county magistrate of Hejin of the Tang Empire. I have something to discuss with the Queen of Higu. You are just a little county magistrate. Do you think you can stop me? The county magistrate in Japan was called a county magistrate, which was similar to the county magistrate of the Tang Empire. 10 years ago, Crown Prince Xingde advocated for the Japanese people to call their ruler the emperor. Hino Akai's expression changed when he heard Li Shaogong call him the Queen of Higu instead of the Emperor of Higu. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Oh, it is the county magistrate of Shanghua. However, if your highness wants to see the emperor, please let these soldiers stay here. I will personally escort you to Fenyao City. Oomph, bastard. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Also, who allowed your king to call himself the emperor? Li Shaogong was furious and reprimanded him. This, Hino Akai opened his mouth and his face turned pale. He was both embarrassed and angry. In the end, he clenched his fists and said, the Wen nation has been paying tribute to the Tang Empire every year. I'm afraid it's not right for your highness to bring tens of thousands of soldiers here. Li Xiaogong clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Hino Akai expressionlessly. A moment later he said in a deep voice. After a while he said, "So, you want to stop me?" As soon as he said this, the 10,000 soldiers behind him immediately clenched the mo swords in their hands. The situation in the field became somewhat tense. "Your Highness, this is my duty. I can't let you bring such a large army through Sichuan County." Hino Akai forced himself to bow and said, "Ah, do you think an old, weak, sick and disabled person like you can stop me?" Li Xiaogong was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at the army behind Hino Akai and mocked him. Just as Hino Akai was about to retort to save his face, Li Xiaogong waved his hand and ordered, "Continue marching. This king is following the emperor's orders. Whoever dares to stop us, kill them. Nothing. Pardon. Kill, kill, kill." The army suddenly took 3 steps forward and let out 3 roars. Killing intent filled the air, and their auras were like rainbows. Hino Akai couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Not only him but the cavalry behind him also retreated. To be precise, the cavalry's horses were frightened by the battle cries. "Ben Wang will ask you one last time. Are you going to move or not?" Li Xiaogong asked coldly. In fact, he didn't want to waste time in front of this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. That was why he repeatedly gave Hino Akai chances. But Hino Akai thought that Li Xiaogong was scared and that Li Xiaogong was just trying to scare him. He swallowed his saliva and straightened his neck. "This is my duty, I can't." Clang. Swoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Xiaogong had already lost his patience. He pulled out his sword and chopped off Hino Akai's head. The Japanese army was shocked. A slightly shorter general pointed at Li Xiaogong and stammered, You. Li Xiaogong was furious. "Li Xiao, I will give you 800 men. Charge." "Yes, sir." Li Xiao replied excitedly. He then picked a group of men and charged forward. Similarly, he didn't care about the short Japanese in front of him. "Baka. Avenge the county princess. Kill." The general pulled out his saber and shouted as he urged his horse to charge towards the Tang army. "Chop the horse's legs." In truth, the cavalry that Hino Akai had brought with him were all old war horses. In terms of speed and momentum, there was a world of difference between them and the Turkic Khaganate cavalry. Li Xiao bellowed as he swung his mo saber at lightning speed toward the warhorse that the general was riding. The warhorse let out a whine and fell forward. The general was shocked and quickly got off his horse. Before he could stand firm, Li Xiao's mo saber was already slashing towards his neck. Difference. This was the difference in strength. As soon as the 2 armies clashed, the winner was obvious. Even though the Neon army had the advantage of horses, they were far from a match for the well-trained Tang army. Not to mention 800 Tang soldiers. Even if there were only 500 Tang soldiers, they were enough to beat the thousands of Neon soldiers and make them flee. "Mercy. Ugh." Hino Akai's general begged for mercy at the critical moment. Unfortunately, Li Xiao didn't understand him at all. His sword chopped off his head mercilessly. At the same time, the 800 Tang soldiers behind Li Xiao were also swinging their swords and harvesting lives. Compared to infantrymen, cavalry's greatest advantage was their speed and impact when they clashed with each other. If the Neon cavalry charged directly, they might cause some trouble for the Tang army. However, Hino Akai had stopped in front of Li Xiaogong and wanted to negotiate. If the Neon cavalry wanted to charge again, it was no different from a fool's dream. In addition, Li Xiao and the others had broken the formation of the Japanese army. Now the Japanese army was in a mess. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They wanted to fight back, but they were no match for the Tang army in terms of strength and speed. Run. The Tang army kills without batting an eye. In less than 15 minutes, more than half of the Japanese army had been killed. Li Xiao's 800 Tang soldiers only had a few light injuries. Some of the Japanese soldiers were so frightened that they quickly turned their horses around and ran for their lives. These fleeing soldiers seemed to have opened a window for the rest of the Japanese army. The remaining Japanese soldiers immediately scattered. At this moment, the advantage of cavalry was finally on display. They could run faster when they ran for their lives. There's no need to chase them. Li Xiaogong quickly stopped Li Xiao when he saw that he was about to give chase. He ordered, "Don't chase after them. Count the casualties and rest for a while before we continue to march to Fanio City." "Yes, my lord." Li Xiao cupped his fist and accepted the order. "Your Highness, this Japanese official seems to be a little arrogant." The bearded man pursed his lips and said meaningfully. Li Xiaogong thought for a moment and then nodded. A few years ago this king met the Wu emissaries. They were all very respectful and obsequious. The Wu people today are truly different from before. This king would like to see just where these Wu people get their confidence from to be so disrespectful to this king and the great Tang. Li Xiaogong's meaning was simple. He was very unhappy with Hino Akai's attitude. He wanted to see why the Japanese suddenly became arrogant. Chapter 727. The news of the Tang army defeating Hino Akai in Sichuan County spread quickly because of the deserters. Suddenly, the people in the other counties around Sichuan County were in a state of panic. Although Hino Akai only brought a little more than 1,000 people with him, and the Tang army had tens of thousands of soldiers, there were only 800 Tang soldiers who participated in the battle. Moreover, the Neon army was all cavalry. Under such circumstances they could only hold on for less than half an hour. In addition, in order to wash away the crime of desertion, the fleeing soldiers naturally tried their best to exaggerate the fierceness and bravery of the Tang army. Through word of mouth, Li Xiaogong became an 8-foot-tall golden-armored general holding a huge sword weighing hundreds of kilograms, while the Tang army became hellish demons clad in iron armor, with infinite strength and invulnerable to swords and spears. The people in the counties along the way all shut their doors and did not come out, and the local officials also fled the county headquarters, not to mention organizing an army to fight against the Tang army. Therefore the army led by Li Xiaogong went all the way without any hindrance. In the evening they arrived at the capital of Neon, Fanio City. Don't doubt the marching speed of the army. Li Xiaogong and the others used more than half a day to march more than 80 miles. Even in the marching records before the Tang dynasty, this was not the top speed. In the Wei Shu, the biography of Xiahou Yuan, Yuan was a general. He often went to the enemy when he was in a hurry. Therefore there was a saying in the army, Xiahou Yuan, a military officer, 500 miles in 3 days and 1,000 in 6 days. Xiahou Yuan should be an infantryman. On average he could travel 167 miles in a day. Of course the day here referred to the day, not the night. Therefore it was not shocking that Li Xiaogong and the others used more than half a day to march 80 miles. Order the soldiers to cook and set up camp here. If the Neon Queen does not come out to see me, we will attack the city tomorrow. The army arrived at the Mu Mountain outside Fanio City. Li Xiaogong looked down at the palace below, which was somewhat similar to the Chang and Imperial City, and then ordered Li Xiao, who was behind him. Mu throughout the Mu will be directly replaced by Mu in the text. After marching 80 miles the soldiers were more or less tired. In addition the sky was about to turn dark. Li Xiaogong, who had rich battle experience, certainly would not choose to attack the city at this time. Yes, sir. Li Xiao responded and hurriedly went to pass down the order. The bearded man stood slightly to Li Xiaogong's left. He had been looking down at soaring bird capital with narrowed eyes. Your Highness, Fanio capital is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Although the city is big, it's like a turtle in a jar. The birds are like caged birds. Even though the Japanese had learned the architectural style of the Great Tang, they had only learned the form and not the spirit. Moreover, the city walls are short, and there is no moat in front of the city gate. If your Highness wants to take over the Japanese capital, I'm afraid it won't take much effort. Around the capital were the famous Yamato 3 mountains of Japan. To the west was Urching Mountain, also known as the God of Heaven Mountain. To the north was Xiangju Mountain, legend has it that gods lived on the mountain. And to the south, where Li Xiaogong and the others were now, was Mu Pin Mountain. Legend has it that the first emperor of Japan, Emperor Shenwu, ascended the throne on this mountain. The 3 mountains surrounded the capital. Although it made the capital look beautiful, it also limited its development. The bearded man clearly understood the art of war. At a glance, he could see the flaws in the capital's geography and the city's structure. Li Xiaogong nodded and praised, Zhongjian is right, but we can't let our guard down. We have to be on guard against the Japanese's sneak attacks. The Japanese nowadays don't seem to know their place. They even dare to call themselves the Emperor. The ruler of the Central Plains was called the Emperor, while the ruler of Japan called himself the Emperor. Li Xiaogong felt that this was a humiliation to the Great Tang, so he was furious. The bearded man smiled and said, Indeed, although I have never been to Wu Nation, I have heard many things about it. Previously, Prince Shengda of Wu Nation was the regent and vigorously implemented many new policies, which improved the overall strength of Wu Nation by a lot. In the Imperial Palace of Japan, the news that Li Xiaogong had led his army into the country had long ago reached this place. The officials gathered in the palace were all panicked and fearful, and the mood in the hall was abnormally oppressive. Reporting. Your Majesty, the Tang army has already reached the outskirts of the city and is setting up camp on Mu Pin Mountain. At this moment, a soldier entered the hall and bowed to the dignified woman in golden attire sitting at the head of the table. Bus. The officials in the hall were all shocked. Ever since the coup more than 30 years ago, Fanio City had always been peaceful. Now that the Tang army had suddenly arrived, everyone was caught off guard. The Tang army has arrived at the city. It is said that their leader is a duke of the Great Tang. Does anyone have a plan to deal with this? An old but sonorous voice came from the throne. It was Empress Gu who had spoken. 35 years ago, the head of the most powerful family in Japan, the Suo clan, Suo Matsi, although there was the word Matsi in his name, this person was a man, sent an assassin to assassinate Emperor Chongjun, who was supported by him at that time. Then he supported the 39-year-old Empress Ida as the empress, who was now the 74-year-old Empress Tugu. In the early days of the Tugu dynasty, the actual rulers of Japan had always been Empress Tugu's nephew, Crown Prince Shingda and Suo Matsi. 5 years ago, Crown Prince Shingda passed away, and the imperial power gradually began to fall into the hands of Empress Tugu. Last year, Suo Matsi, the head of the Suo clan, also passed away. Now, Empress Tugu completely grasped the imperial power. Your Majesty, I think we should first find out why the Tang Empire has stepped into our country's territory, and then talk about other things. Not long after Empress Tugu finished speaking, a young man in his late 20s came forward and said, "Well, Big Brother Shanbei's words are reasonable. What do the other officials think?" Empress Tugu thought about it and agreed. This young man was Crown Prince Shingda's son, mountain-back elder brother Wang, and Neon people's names are so strange. He was also the successor chosen by the Emperor of Japan. His ability and knowledge were naturally outstanding, quite similar to his father's style. Your Majesty, I don't agree with Big Brother Shanbei's opinion. While the officials looked at each other, a short young official with a mustache walked out with an arrogant expression. He slightly leaned forward to Empress Tugu and then said, "I think that Japan has been paying tribute to the Tang Empire before, but the Tang Empire did not abide by the agreement and invaded without authorization. This is not putting us in their eyes. This is a good time for us to contact Beach and Goguryeo to resist the Tang Empire together. If we can destroy more than 10,000 troops from the Tang Empire in one fell swoop, Japan will be the well-deserved king of this sea area." Chapter 728. Fanio City, One Nation Imperial Palace. The person who spoke against it was called Su Wuxia. He was the current head of the Su family and also the son of Su's wife. He had always been at odds with his brother, the king of Mountain Back. He was also very arrogant. Of course, as the head of the Su family, the richest family in Japan, he had the right to be arrogant. As soon as Su Wuxia's arrogant words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They secretly thought that he was really bold. In the eyes of the One Nation, the Tang dynasty at this time was the real heavenly empire. The Tang dynasty was also a good race in their eyes. According to historical records, when the Tang dynasty's merchants went to Japan to do business, the local Japanese often warmly entertained the Tang dynasty. At night, they would offer their wives, daughters, and sisters to the Tang dynasty in the hope of giving birth to a son or a daughter. However, this behavior was only done in a small number in the Tang dynasty. In the Song dynasty, borrowing seeds began to become a custom. But now, Su Wuxia actually wanted to attack the Tang dynasty's army. This made many ministers feel that it was absurd. Absolutely not. The big brother Wang hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Su Wuxia's method is simply disregarding the life and death of the One Nation. Let's not talk about whether we can defeat the more than 10,000 Tang army outside. Even if we do, we will only incur the infinite anger of the Tang Emperor. Don't doubt, with the character of the current Tang Emperor, once he gets angry, the One Nation will definitely be in danger of being destroyed. Your Majesty and ministers, please think twice. You're really greedy for life and afraid of death. The Tang Empire's army is only 10,000, while our Fanio city has 80,000 elites. How can we not defeat the Tang Empire's army?" Su Wuxia stepped out of the crowd and glanced contemptuously at the big brother Wang. Then he arrogantly said, "You're afraid before the battle. Big brother Wang, you're not worthy of being the descendant of Crown Prince Shingda. Moreover, according to the intelligence, the Tang Empire not only has an army, but also thousands of warships and countless provisions. If we swallow these warships and provisions, even if the Tang Emperor gets angry in the future and attacks us, will the One Nation still be afraid of the Tang Empire?" As soon as his words fell, the hall fell into silence, but some people's hearts were not calm. "Your Majesty, Su Wuxia is right. I think this plan is feasible. I also think that this plan is feasible. The Suo family's influence in the imperial court, coupled with the fact that there was indeed a group of radical ministers, caused many voices of agreement to appear in the main hall. The big brother Wang on the mountain back was anxious and quickly retorted, "Have you all forgotten the confrontation between the Tang army and the local army in Sichuan County? 800 Tang soldiers easily defeated more than 1,000 defenders of Sichuan County at the cost of 0 casualties. With such strength, it would be harder for us to win than to reach the heavens. Even if they win, the Wen nation will be greatly damaged because of this. They will no longer be able to deal with the anger of the emperor of the Tang Empire, so please think twice. Moreover, the current situation has not reached the point where it cannot be eased. As long as we clarify the purpose of the Tang Emperor's visit and make some concessions in some aspects, the Tang Emperor will be willing to withdraw his troops." Eldest brother Wang on mountain back represented the previous Crown Prince Shengda's faction, so there were many officials in the court who supported him. Moreover, his opinion was very much in line with the thoughts of the old conservative officials, so there were immediately echoes of agreement in the court. "Your Majesty, I think what Brother Shanbei said is reasonable. Your Majesty should prioritize the Wen nation and not act on impulse." I second the motion. Of course, there were still many officials who did not speak. They did not help either side. Obviously, even if Crown Prince Shingda and Su's wife had passed away, there were still 3 factions in the court of Wen nation. However, at this time, the power of the Empress Dowager was greater. After all, the influence of the living was still slightly higher. Cough. Seeing the 2 sides arguing endlessly in the court, the Empress Dowager coughed dryly, and the hall immediately quieted down. Then she slowly glanced at the officials in the court and said, "What you 2 said is reasonable, but I think it is not appropriate for us to confront the Tang army head-on at the moment. Since the Tang army has camped outside the city and has not immediately attacked, it means that there is still room for negotiation. Therefore, we can send a messenger to ask the Commandery Prince of the Tang Empire why he is here, and then we can make a decision. If we can invite the Commandery Prince of the Tang Empire to the Imperial Palace, of course, it would be best." Yes, the Empress of Wen nation was the same as the Emperor of China, calling herself I. In fact, it was not only this. The titles of Empress, Empress Dowager, and Crown Prince of the East Palace were the same in Wen nation as in the Tang Empire. It was mainly because the ancient Wen nation admired China's culture very much. Most of their languages were learned from China. From the Empress to the common people, no one did not admire the Tang Empire. Su's wife sneered and said, "The Commandery Prince of the Tang Empire lives like a prince. How can he have the courage to come to Fanio City? If he dares to come, I will crawl to the morning court in the future." Yes. How can the Commandery Prince of the Tang Empire risk his life to enter the city? Absolutely impossible. The Empress Dowager frowned and then she waved her hand and said, "I have made up my mind. Brother Mountainback, recommend someone to go outside the city to negotiate with the Tang army." Brother Mountainback thought for a while, then bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I recommend the son of Sister Ono, Yoko Ono. He is proficient in Chinese and has a good understanding of the customs of the Tang Empire. He is the most suitable." Sister Ono was the person who helped Crown Prince Shingda to submit the letter of credence to the Sui dynasty. He was a very famous diplomat of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager thought for a while and nodded in agreement, approved. Old Ching will tell you another one. It is said that there was a monk who went to 100 Flowers building one day to find a girl. No, Chonyo, you are talking nonsense again. Monks have to abide by the rules and precepts. How can he go to find a prostitute? Listening to the voice, it should be Li Tai's voice. Yinhuang College, the sky had just turned dark. After the students took a bath, they lay on the bed and began to rest. After 2 days of military training, many students had gradually begun to get used to this kind of life. At least they were no longer as tired as last night. Therefore, several second generations in dormitory 001 chatted in a low voice. What was even more excessive was that Cheng Chumo, this smelly and shameless thing, actually told dirty jokes. Hey. How is it impossible? Not all monks will abide by the rules? Hey, no, Ching Ke, don't interrupt me. Wait for me to finish telling you lest I forget. Cheng Chumo muttered and then continued, besides, the monk touched the prostitute's front and back with his hand and then shouted, strange. The front is like a nun and the back is like a disciple. Don't you think it's strange? Chapter 729. F***CK. Cheng Chumo, you're so F*** king perverted. In dormitory 001, After Sun Zifan heard the dirty jokes, he shouted loudly and ridiculed. Then he laughed and said, "Hee, but I like it. Come, Chonyo, use your intelligence and tell another one." Although spring had already passed, this group of teenagers who were still in their adolescence would inevitably talk about some explicit topics to stimulate the secretion of hormones. Li Tai said angrily, F***CK. Sun Zifan, you and Chonyo are so dirty, what a pair of cultured scums. The chubby boy was usually a little arrogant, but the circle he came into contact with was generally more elegant. At this moment, hearing the vulgar conversation in the dorm, Li Tai, who was in the dark, couldn't help but blush. Cheng Chumo smiled wretchedly and said, "Hey, how are we cultured scums? Isn't it natural for a man and a woman to love?" "Ah, Baolin, don't you think so?" "Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you." Yuchi Baolin, who was about to get up and talk, suddenly touched his nose gloomily and then lay back down. In this dorm he was the most honest person, so Cheng Chumo could only bully him a little. All right, let's all go to sleep. There's military training tomorrow." Li Qingqian, who was sleeping on the top bunk, obviously sensed Li Tai's embarrassment and spoke up to help him out. "Sleep? Who can fall asleep so early? Besides, Huayu hasn't finished washing his clothes?" Sun Zifan had just finished listening to the dirty jokes and his blood was boiling. How could he fall asleep now? Besides, what he said was right. Qin Huayu was still washing his clothes under the moonlight by the sink inside. Speaking of which, Qin Huayu had miscalculated. Usually he preferred to be quiet at home and only bathed once every 2 to 3 days. Therefore when school started he only brought 3 sets of clothes with him. However, at Yanhuang Academy, every night when he came back, his clothes would be drenched in sweat. How could he not bath? After showering, he couldn't possibly continue wearing those sweaty clothes, right? Qin Huayu, who always paid attention to his appearance, would definitely not do such a thing. In this way, after Qin Huayu showered tonight and found that he didn't have any clothes to change tomorrow, how could he? Thus, the eldest son of the Duke of Yi, our young master Qin, washed his clothes for the first time in his life. For this reason he received a lot of ridicule from Cheng Chumo and Sun Zifan. As for the others, they were much more cunning than Qin Huayu. When school started they brought 7 or 8 sets of clothes. Even if they changed their clothes every day, they would still be able to last until the academy's weekend. Oh, it's so lively. It seems that your training during the day is too little, and you still have the energy to talk nonsense at night. Just as Cheng Chumo was about to agree with Sun Zifan's words, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door of dorm 001. F***CK. It's Yamacho, little Xian. The 6 people in the room all felt their hearts skip a beat, and they secretly cursed. Qin Huayu stuffed his clothes into the wooden bucket, and then quietly slipped to his bed in an attempt to muddle through. "Open the door," Li Zishuan said faintly from outside. Although his voice was soft, it seemed to have a mysterious penetrating power that directly entered their ears. Qin Huayu looked at his unscrupulous roommates who were chatting happily just now but were now curled up in bed like ostriches. He could only bite the bullet and personally open the door. "Yamacho," Qin Huayu called out awkwardly. Although he was very familiar with Li Zishuan, and Li Zishuan was half his brother-in-law, now that they were in the academy he had to do things according to the rules. In public he had to call him Yamacho. "Huayu, what are you doing with your hands full of water?" Under the moonlight, Li Zishuan saw the water droplets on Qin Huayu's hands, and he squinted his eyes and asked. "I just went to wash my clothes." Qin Huayu scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said. Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and Sun Zifan on the bed almost burst out laughing. "What? Weren't you all chatting happily just now? Why are you still pretending to be asleep? All of you come down." Li Zishuan's attitude changed and he said sternly. This was really a case of extreme joy begetting sorrow. Seeing that Li Zishuan was going to be serious, Li Tai, Li Qingqian, and the others on the bed all got out of bed and stood together with Qin Huayu. Although Qin Huayu is breaking the academy's rules by washing clothes at night, he is still better than you guys who are so bored that you don't sleep at nights. Now all of you go out and stand in military posture. Other than Qin Huayu, who will only stand for 15 minutes, everyone else will stand for an hour. After standing, go back to sleep. If anyone dares to slack off, the time will be doubled. Li Zishuan pointed at the door and shouted. "Oh, no, do you really have to be so ruthless?" Cheng Chumo stared and asked weakly. Although he had martial arts and wasn't afraid of standing in military posture, who wouldn't want to lie comfortably in bed and rest at night? "Cheng Chumo will stand for 2 hours, the rest of you will continue as before." Li Zixuan looked at this joker indifferently and said casually. You. Cheng Chimo almost vomited blood. He subconsciously wanted to say something, but when he thought about how he was just being naughty and got an extra hour of military posture, if he were to be naughty again he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The 5 unlucky people, under the lead of the current crown prince, Li Qingqian, left the dormitory unhappily. Li Zixuan said, "Don't slack off, I'll be watching you guys from the shadows. If I find out that anyone is slacking off, you know the consequences." This guy was obviously playing tricks on them again. Tonight's dormitory inspection was a last-minute idea by Li Zixuan. He just said that Ching Chimo was bored out of his mind, but now he was the one who was bored out of his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to do a dormitory inspection. After Li Zixuan and the others left, Li Zixuan began to slowly go to the other dormitories to visit. When he was in high school he was often visited by the teachers. Now that he had become the Yamacho of a big college, he began to check other people's dormitories. The speed at which one's life changes is truly unimaginable. However, with this there would be a lot of unlucky people in Yanhuang College tonight. In the open space in front of the student dormitory, Li Tai stood in military posture with his head held high and his chest out. His body didn't move but his mouth was secretly moving. He said, "Hee hee. Ugly ox, I'll teach you to stand for an extra hour, ha. This can be considered as resolving the hatred in my heart. F***ck. We are roommates, Chinke, how can you be so unsympathetic? Who the hell is your roommate? If it weren't for you telling such vulgar stories in the middle of the night, would we be standing here now? Hey, look. You Don Kai and the others have also been caught, ha. Could it be that they haven't slept yet? Ah, isn't that Xiaoka? TSK. It's so lively tonight. Chapter 730. Go. Why are you here? In the open space in front of the dormitory, Li Qingqian asked calmly while keeping an eye out for Li Zixuan's surprise attack. Li Ku, who was standing behind him, said gloomily, "I went to bed too early last night and didn't even get to know my roommates. I'm not as sleepy as last night, so I wanted to talk to them a little more and get to know them better. In the end, I was caught by the Yamachos." Ku, how long did you guys stand as punishment? Li Tai interrupted. Li Ku said faintly, 1 hour. Oh, so it's only 1 hour. Li Tai was a little disappointed. Ah, look. Another group is here. What the heck, isn't that Meng Wenhao, Iron Egg and the others? Why were they caught too? Cheng Chimo saw another group of people in front of him and shouted excitedly. When he saw who it was, he was shocked. Maybe some of them are washing clothes like Huayu? Sun Zifan couldn't help but laugh. Qin Huayu looked embarrassed, but Cheng Chimo said happily, "Hee. Why don't we ask them how long they stand as punishment later? If I had known, I would have gone to wash clothes just now. Damn it, when you guys leave later I'll have to stand here for another hour. What a scam." Sun Zifan and Li Tai said disdainfully in unison, "Useless, I won't wash clothes even if you beat me to death." After a quarter of an hour, Li Zixuan walked out of the dormitory slowly, followed by Pang Feiji. At this time, there were nearly 70 to 80 students standing upright in the open space in front of the dormitory. Li Zixuan thought angrily in his heart. There are quite a lot of students who have nothing better to do. Looks like they're starting to accept the current training volume. I can get Qin Xiong to give them more training tomorrow. Cough cough. Stop talking. Yamacho is here. Li Qingqian's lips moved slightly as he whispered to the people around him. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. The students standing there were always paying attention to the movements at the door of the dormitory. When Li Zixuan came out, basically all the students immediately stopped their little tricks and stood in a standard military posture. At ease. Li Zixuan walked to the front of the line and shouted. Swoosh. The students thought that Li Zixuan was going to show them mercy. One by one they excitedly took a step forward, but then they heard Li Zixuan's dull voice. Does anyone still remember what the Yanhuang College Student Handbook said? What time do you have to sleep at night? This voice was obviously laced with anger, causing the students to instantly wake up. One by one they pretended to be listless in order to avoid being called out. Ching Chimo, tell me, what time do you have to sleep? Sometimes the thing you don't want the most often happens. Cheng Chimo kept saying in his heart, don't call me. Don't call me. But in the end he was called out. It was really fate. I forgot. Cheng Chimo scratched his head awkwardly and said weakly. In fact, he didn't forget at all. When the Yanhuang College Student Handbook was given to him, he took it home and never opened it again. Moreover, this guy seemed to be using it to wipe his ass. You forgot? Then you can stand for another 30 minutes later. Li Zishuan said indifferently. Ah? Cheng Chimo was just about to say a few words of acceptance speech, when he saw Li Zishuan's slightly dangerous eyes and decisively shut his mouth. Sun Zifan, you answer for Cheng Chimo. Sun Zifan, who was secretly laughing in his heart, immediately felt tragedy. The student handbook had so many pages, how could he spend the time to read it? Oh. Yamacho, a student's memory is not very good after leaving the bed. Can you let me go to the dormitory to recall it? After stammering for a long time, this joker finally thought of a perfect answer. Li Zishuan said angrily, you can stand for another hour later. Cheng Chimo couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he saw Li Zishuan looking over, he quickly pursed his lips and held back his laughter. In an instant, his tanned face turned red. Yamacho, I know what time it is. Just when everyone bowed their heads in silence, a voice suddenly sounded in the crowd. Li Zishuan looked over and found that the person who had just spoken was Jia Jian, who ranked 4th in the entrance exam. Well, whether in ancient times or modern times, teachers would have a deeper impression of students with good grades. As for why this little top student was caught, don't ask. If you ask, it would be like doing laundry. Jia Jian, then you tell me. Li Zishuan said in a kind tone. He found that he was now more and more immersed in the profession of a teacher. Seeing this, most of the students in the field couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't want to work overtime like Cheng Chimo and Sun Zifan, the two unlucky people. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that lying in bed was more comfortable. Back to Yamacho, the Yanhuang College Student Handbook stipulates that the lights in the dormitory must be turned off at night, and then all students must immediately keep quiet and lie in bed. You are not allowed to walk around at will. That's 9 o'clock in the evening. For modern people, going to bed at this time may be a little early, but in ancient times, it was abnormal not to go to bed at this time. A prodigy was indeed a prodigy. Jia Jian recited the relevant regulations in the student handbook word for word, and the students couldn't help but look at him in a new light. Well, very good. Jia Jian, you can go back and rest now. Remember, if you want to do laundry next time, you must finish it before night to avoid being punished again. Li Zishuan nodded and said warmly, Yes, Yamachos. Jia Jian saluted Li Zishuan in front of everyone's envious eyes, and then prepared to walk back to the dormitory. Perhaps he felt that Li Zishuan's attitude at the moment was not bad. He actually stopped and said, Sir, I accidentally rubbed some grass stains on my clothes today, so the clothes are more difficult to wash. I want to ask if there is a shop selling locust or bath beans in the academy. Otherwise, I will probably be punished the next time I encounter such a situation. Yes. Yamacho, we need locusts. Bath beans are also okay. Jia Jian's words could be regarded as the hearts of most people. These students basically rarely washed clothes at home. Now that they just started, not to mention that they didn't have any skills, they didn't even have locust or bath beans. How could it be possible to wash it clean without some time? Chapter 731. After hearing Jia Jian's words, Li Zishuan suddenly understood. He was just wondering why these students were still washing clothes at this hour. It turned out that it was because they didn't have the help of locust to wash clothes. The earliest ancient people used plant ash as a detergent because it contained potassium carbonate, which could remove the dirt on clothes. According to Cao Gongji, silk was refined with bars as ash. It was made of pure silk and it was made of jade. The jade in this sentence was shell ash, which contained calcium hydroxide. When mixed with plant ash, it could produce potassium hydroxide. When it was immersed in water to wash silk fabrics, it had a chemical reaction with the oil attached to the surface of silk fabrics to produce potassium soap, which could wash silk fabrics clean and bright. Later, the ancient people of the Wei and Jin dynasties began to use locust and bath beans to wash clothes. Locust could produce foam in water and had the ability to remove dirt. Later, Sun Simiao invented a new way to wash clothes. It was to wash the dirty blood on the pig's pancreas, tear off the fatty liver on it, grind it into a paste, add soybean powder and spices, mix it evenly, and dry it in a ventilated place to become bath beans that could remove dirt from clothes. Alright, I got it. However, the military training is a special period, and the conditions will naturally be more difficult. You don't have to pay too much attention to it as long as the clothes don't smell. After the military training, the academy will have everything that should be available. Li Zishuan said lightly. When the academy was first built, there was indeed some space left for shops, but he had been too busy and didn't have time to attract investment, so there was basically no place to spend money in the academy except for the cafeteria. As for whether to make soap or not, it depended on whether he was in the mood. Yes, Yamacho. I understand. Jia Jian cupped his hands and walked towards the dormitory. Li Zishuan nodded secretly in his heart. He thought that although this child looked a bit fierce, his temperament and knowledge were not bad. Men in the end still relied on talent and knowledge. In ancient times, there were many famous people who were ugly but eventually became successful. Attention! After Jia Jian left, Li Zishuan shouted loudly and then said, "Start to stand in military posture. Peng Feiji, you supervise them. If anyone's actions are not standard or secretly lazy, give them extra time. Do you understand?" Peng Feiji wiped the sweat off his forehead. There was a crown prince and 2 princes here. But Li Zishuan asked him to spy on them. Wasn't this asking for his life? Yes. I understand now. Under Li Zishuan's pressure, Peng Feiji quickly agreed. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and said, "From tomorrow night onwards, you and the other instructors must check the dormitories one by one. If you find anyone who has violated the rules, you will be punished the same way as today. You are not allowed to sleep until midnight, do you understand?" "Yes, Yamacho." Peng Feiji felt bitter. They were actually quite tired as instructors during the day, but now that they were writing they had less time to rest. Thousands of miles away in Wanation on the Mupan mountain outside Fanio City. "Prince, the king of Wanation has sent an envoy. He is now outside the camp. Do you want to see him?" In the main tent, Li Xiaogong was looking at the map on the table when a messenger suddenly came in and bowed. Li Xiaogong raised his head and said lightly, "Let him in." "Yes." After a while, a short man in Wanation clothes came in and bowed to Li Xiaogong. "Yoko Ono greets your highness." This sentence was spoken in extremely pure Mandarin with a Guangzhong accent. Li Xiaogong raised his eyebrows and said, "You can speak Mandarin?" Yoko Ono bowed slightly and said, "The culture of the Central Plains is extensive and profound. The entire Neon Nation admires it. I have studied in the Central Plains for a period of time under the influence of my late father, so I can speak some Chinese." In 607 AD, the first government mission sent by Japan to China's Sui dynasty finally arrived in Luoyang. The leader of the mission was Yoko Ono's father, Yoko Ono. In 609 AD, Yoko Ono came to China again to send the Sui dynasty's envoy back to China. She also brought a group of overseas students and monks. At that time Yoko Ono was also among them. Therefore Yoko Ono knew the culture of the Central Plains very well. Li Xiaogong nodded slightly. He felt more comfortable talking to a Wanation person who could speak Mandarin. After a while he asked, "Why did the Queen of the Ancient Kingdom send you here? Why didn't she come to see me personally?" Arrogant. It could be said that Li Xiaogong's attitude was extremely arrogant. However, Yoko Ono's expression only changed slightly, and she did not dare to refute. "Your Highness, Her Majesty's body is not in good condition, so it is inconvenient for her to leave the palace. I hope Your Highness can understand." Yoko Ono said slowly. "Inconvenient for her to leave the palace? Does she want me to enter the city personally to see her?" When Li Xiaogong heard this, he glared and said angrily. Yoko Ono immediately put on a fearful expression and bowed down. "Your Highness, please forgive me. Her Majesty is already old, and her body is not in good condition recently. She really can't leave the palace." "Old? How old is she?" Li Xiaogong asked a very rude question, but who asked him to have a strong army? Those with strength are the boss everywhere. A weak country has no diplomacy while a strong country has hegemony. This was a principle that would work in any era. Yoko Ono's face turned red. She gritted her teeth and said, "Your Highness, Her Majesty is already 70 years old this year. 60 years old, 70 years old is rare since ancient times." Li Xiaogong actually did not know the age of the Wanation queen. When he heard this he was surprised and said, "Oh, so that's how it is. It seems that the Queen of the Ancient Kingdom really wants me to enter the city to see her?" When Yoko Ono heard this she was indescribably excited. However, on the surface she smiled and said, "When I came down, Her Majesty said that if Your Highness is willing to enter the palace to see her, you will receive the grandest welcome from the Wanation. Golden beauties at that time, Your Highness will definitely enjoy endlessly." "Bastard." Li Xiaogong slammed the table and said angrily, "Lowly woman, how dare you use her to charm me?" Yes. I said something wrong, Your Highness, please forgive me." Yoko Ono was very angry, but in fact she was constantly slapping herself in the face to beg for Li Xiaogong's forgiveness. "Since the Queen of the Ancient Kingdom wants to see me, then I will enter the city. It just so happens that I also have something to tell her. Li Xiaogong snorted and said. Yoko Ono was overjoyed, but Li Xiao was shocked and quickly said, Your Highness, please don't. If there is an ambush in the Wanation Imperial City and you meet with any accident, I will die 1,000 times. Chapter 732. This little general is wrong. His Majesty sincerely invited Your Highness into the city as a guest. Why would he launch a sneak attack? Li Xiao's words immediately attracted Yoko Ono's rebuttal. Li Xiao coldly replied, Who doesn't know that the Japanese are treacherous and cunning? You keep saying that Tang Empire is the best country in the world, but you still dare to attack us. Who knows if you have set up an ambush in the Imperial City? Faced with such humiliating words, Yoko Ono was so angry that his ears turned red. However, he knew where he was and what kind of situation his country was in. He suppressed his anger and said to Li Xiaogong, Your Highness, Your Highness. Your Highness, please understand. The Imperial Court is absolutely loyal to the Great Tang. The previous Lord of Sichuan County had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. His Majesty has already ordered his family to be imprisoned. My lord only wishes to discuss this with Your Highness in person so that Your Highness' misunderstanding of the Wanation can be resolved as soon as possible. What a hypocrite. That's enough. That's enough. This prince has made up his mind. Li Xiao, listen to my orders. Li Xiao wanted to say more, but Li Xiaogong waved his hand and interrupted him. But Your Highness, Li Xiaogong faintly grunted, but it was as if he had the strength of 1,000 pounds, causing Li Xiao to swallow the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. This general is here. I order you to stay in the camp. The soldiers of the 3 armies are under your command. If this prince does not return before dawn. Speaking till here, Li Xiaogong indifferently glanced at Yoko Ono. His gaze seemed to have an intense penetrating power, piercing straight into Yoko Ono's heart. His tone was calm, but within the calmness was a dense killing intent. If this prince does not return before dawn tomorrow, you will have the army at sea bring the fleet back to Chang'an. Then you will lead 12,000 soldiers to attack the city. Everyone in Fanio City, regardless of whether they are old or weak, women or children, will be killed. Yoko Ono felt a chill run down his spine. His back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. This general obeys. Li Xiao clasped his fist and shouted. Then he glared at Yoko Ono with his red eyes. Your Highness, it's not safe for you to be alone. If you don't mind, why don't you let me accompany you? At this moment, an iron tower-like man with a curly beard walked in from outside the tent. Standing together, Yoko Ono only reached the man's waist just like a child. The curly-bearded man was the curly-bearded guest. It couldn't be said that he was lying outside the tent to eavesdrop. For a martial arts expert of his level, his 5 senses were 10 times sharper than an ordinary person. In addition, the soundproofing of the tent wasn't good. Therefore, the conversation between Li Xiaogong and Yoko Ono was clearly heard by the bearded guest. Since Zhong Jian is willing to go with us, that's for the best. Li Xiaogong chuckled. He wasn't a hothead who blindly liked to fight. He was very clear about the mission he had on his shoulders. Naturally, he was willing to bring along this expert with him. As for Yoko Ono, she was already scared out of her wits. She didn't dare to refute, nor did she have the ability to refute. Li Xiaogong said a few more words and then brought the curly-bearded guest out of the tent. He mounted the horse and headed for the Wei Nation's imperial city, Fanio capital. As for where the horse came from, it was obviously a spoil of war that he seized along the way. Although ordinary people didn't know that the Tang dynasty's prince was going to enter the imperial city to have a face-to-face talk with Emperor Tuigu, the Wei Nation's upper echelons of officials knew about it the moment Li Xiaogong and the curly-bearded guest entered the city. In a manor in the west of Fanio capital, there were pavilions, terraces and ponds. The design of the manor was very similar to the Tang dynasty's gardens. In an elegant attic, Su Wei was kneeling in front of the window. He was seriously wiping a Japanese sword. It could be seen that the shape of the Japanese sword was 60 to 70% similar to the Mo sword of the Central Plains. The body of the sword reflected the candlelight on his face, making his face look extremely cold. Is the news true? Su Wei asked indifferently. It's absolutely true. Behind Su Wei, a man in a black robe was kneeling. The man's head was covered with a wide hat, preventing others from seeing his face. This Tang dynasty's prince has really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. He dares to enter the imperial city with just 2 people. A trace of anger flashed across Su Wei's face. He was mainly angry that Li Xiaogong, as a prince of a country, didn't play by the rules and dared to take the risk alone. A few hours ago he had boasted in the imperial court that if Li Shaogong dared to come to Fanio capital, he would crawl to the imperial court in the future. But now, it was simply a slap in the face. The man in the black robe knelt on the ground and didn't answer. The attic fell into silence. After a long while, Su Wei snorted angrily. No. We can't let the prince of the Tang dynasty leave the city alive. Now would you go find a chance to kill him? After killing him, the Tang dynasty's army will be leaderless and will definitely panic. At that time, the provisions and supplies on the thousands of ships will all belong to the Suwa family. The man in the black robe didn't immediately agree. He actually replied indifferently, the prince of the Tang dynasty is an expert. I'm not sure. Su Wei was furious. He stood up and pointed at the man in the black robe. Bastard. If you don't want to go, just say that you don't want to go. Why are you looking for excuses? Don't forget who was the one who saved your dog life back then. If it weren't for me, you would have died in my father's hands. From the moment I saved you, you were just a dog in my hands. You had to bite whoever I told you to bite. Do you understand? The black-robed man's body clearly paused. From the blue veins on his hands, one could still see the anger in his heart. After a long while he said in a calm voice, I'll help you kill this person and you give me back my freedom. Otherwise, except for me, no one in the Wu nation can kill the prince of the Tang dynasty. Are you negotiating with me? Su Wei pointed at his nose with a stunned expression. The man in the black robe was silent. It was a tacit agreement. You son of a bitch. Who gave you the guts to talk about conditions with me, Suemo? Su Wei scolded angrily and kicked the man in the black robe. As a result, it was as if he kicked a big mountain. His toes immediately felt a sharp pain, but the man in the black robe knelt in the same place and didn't move. I have already repaid you a lot for saving my life. Master, don't push your luck. The man in the black robe still said without raising his head. Good. Very good. Su Wei took 2 deep breaths and then said, I'll do as you say. If you kill the prince of the Tang dynasty tonight, I will immediately give you back your freedom. From now on, my family will have nothing to do with you. Get out of here. Chapter 733. With a creak, the black-robed man walked out of the attic. Judging from his light footsteps, he was still very happy. Mother of the river, I will soon be able to fly away with you and leave Japan. You must wait for me. The black-robed man thought silently in his heart. Bang bang bang. In the attic, the angry Su Wei was crazily smashing things. As he smashed, he scolded, You are just AF * king dog. How dare you negotiate with me? Good. Very good. After this, I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Master, this man is too arrogant. Do you want me to bring people to kill him? A man wearing a warrior's uniform carefully bowed behind Su Wei and said, You. If you could beat him, I would have asked you to kill him long ago. Why wait until now? Su Wei was even angrier when he heard this. He casually took a teacup and smashed it on the man's head. With a bang, the man's head was instantly broken and bleeding. Trash. The family has trained you for so many years, but all of you combined can't even beat one Eastern Han Jiju. What a bunch of trash. Su Wuxia was still not satisfied. He stepped forward and started punching and kicking while cursing with vulgarities. Back then, Eastern Han Jiju forcefully took my sister. My father gathered the top 10 experts of Japan to kill him. If I didn't see that he was strong in martial arts and secretly saved him, he would have long become a lonely ghost. Now that my father is dead, this dog thinks that no one can control him. How dare he negotiate with me? Go and bring my sister to my room. At this point, the expression on Su Wei's face suddenly became a little perverted. And with his description, the identity of the black-robed man was obvious. He was the assassin that Su Wei sent to assassinate Emperor Chongjun, the top expert of Japan, Eastern Han Jiju. In August 587 AD, China was in the 7th year of Sui Kai Huang at that time. Su Wei supported the prince of the Bo's tribe to ascend the throne, and he became Emperor Chongjun. At that time, Kidaheim, the current Empress Dowager, became the Empress Dowager. 591 4th year of Emperor Chongjun, Emperor Chongjun discussed with his officials. In order to recover the lost land of Ren-Na, he sent 20,000 troops to Zuzi and an envoy to Xinlua. At this moment, all the political power was in the hands of Su Wei, which made Emperor Chongjun unhappy. In 592 5th year of Emperor Chongjun, in October, someone presented a pig to Emperor Chongjun. Emperor Chongjun pointed at the pig and said, One day I will chop off the head of the pig and kill the people I hate. He then gathered a large army. From Heavenly Emperor Chongjun's words, Su Wuma knew that Heavenly Emperor Chongjun was determined to kill him. In the 11th month of the same year, Suo Mazi sent an assassin to assassinate Emperor Chongjun. After that, Naoju of the Eastern Han raped Suo Ma's daughter, who was as beautiful as a flower and was known as the #1 beauty in Neon. Furious, Su Wuma gathered the top 10 experts to kill East Hanjiju. Everyone thought that East Hanjiju was dead. No one would have thought that Suo Ma's son, Suo Ma's brother, would actually save the enemy of the Suo family. No one would have thought that East Hanjiju would develop true feelings for Suo Ma. However, East Hanjiju would never have expected that his sweetheart had already been killed by someone. At that time, the Neon people were so perverted. In fact, in ancient Neon, marriage between close relatives was very common. From the emperor to the commoners, marriage between brothers and sisters of different mothers was very common. This could be seen in the historical records. There were even cases of brothers and sisters of the same mother marrying each other. At that time, brothers and sisters of different mothers were able to naturally get married or have relations with each other because they did not live in the same family. The sense of closeness between them was very weak or even non-existent. There was also no concept of kinship. It was often difficult to determine the father, and the family system was not perfect. According to the historical records, after the death of the 19th emperor of Neon, according to the rules, the crown prince, Prince Muli no Kei, inherited the throne. However, before he ascended the throne, he fell in love with his sister from the same mother. He had an affair with her. In the dead of the night, he visited his sister and left many romantic and unrestrained love songs. One day he had the opportunity to sneak into his sister's boudoir. He was so happy that he could not help but sing in a low voice, "If the mountain is too high, the underground pipes will be buried to water it. The sister that I secretly fell in love with, the wife that I secretly cried for behind my back. Tonight, let me love to my heart's content." The love songs that the crown prince wrote were spread out and had a very bad influence among the nobles. This young lady was a famous beauty in Neon history. Many Neon history books also called her Queen of Clothing. It was probably because she liked to wear transparent and sexy clothes. In the face of such a sexy beauty, it was no wonder that her brother loved the beauty and not the country. Not to mention others, just look at the current Empress of Nigu. She was the imperial concubine of Emperor Minda, and Emperor Minda was her half-brother. There was also the deceased Crown Prince Shengda. According to the records, Crown Prince Shengda's parents were half-siblings with Emperor Qin Ming as their father. The perverts of the Neon people could be seen from this. As a standard fourth-generation emperor, the eldest brother of the mountain back naturally had a lot of power in his hands. At this moment, in a house in the east of Fanio City, the eldest brother of the mountain back was discussing matters with his subordinates. As one of the actual rulers of the Nigu dynasty, Crown Prince Shengda could barely be considered an emperor. "Master, the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom is about to enter the palace. I think the Su family has received the news earlier than us." An old man with a goatee cupped his hands and said to the eldest brother of the mountain back. The eldest brother of the mountain back smiled and said, "The commandery prince of the Tang kingdom is really a hero. This time, Su Wani will probably lose face?" Obviously, he thought of Su Wani's bold words in the imperial court earlier. The old man shook his head and said with a worried expression, "Master, you can't be too optimistic. We have to be careful of Su Wani's desperate actions and killing people." The eldest brother of the mountain back was shocked and said in horror, How dare he? That's the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom. Sir, are you worrying too much?" The old man said earnestly, "The Su family has always liked to take risks. This time the Tang kingdom has brought a huge amount of supplies. It's hard to guarantee that Su Wani won't be tempted and take risks out of desperation. Moreover, the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom has agreed to the emperor's appointment, which can be considered a loss of face for Su Wani. This person is extremely narrow-minded and is likely to retaliate. Master, you have to be careful." Chapter 734. "You're right. I'll go to the palace to meet the emperor. Koizumi Inada. Leave the mansion immediately and guard the palace gate. Once the commandery prince of the Tang kingdom leaves the palace, follow him and protect him secretly." After listening to the old man's analysis, the mountain back elder brother nodded in agreement and then ordered his men. "Yes, I'll take my men there now." Koizumi Inada responded and then turned to leave. The mountain back elder brother stood up and saluted the old man saying, "The emperor's health is deteriorating day by day, and the barbarians of the Su kingdom are ready to make trouble. Even if I can't be the next emperor, I can't let the barbarians of the Su kingdom disturb the court. I'll leave everything in the mansion to you, sir. I have to go to the palace now. The mountain-back elder brother was the most potential candidate for the next emperor in Neon, so he said that. The old man bowed slightly and replied, "Don't worry, master. I'll make sure the mansion is safe." The mountain-back big brother nodded his head in satisfaction and then left with his 2 personal bodyguards. It was late at night, but Faenio capital was obviously different from before. The whole city seemed to be brewing a storm. The palace was in the center of the storm and seemed particularly depressing. The palace maids and bodyguards also seemed to feel this pressure. They all walked with their heads down. Some people didn't dare to look up and talk even if they were familiar with each other. They had been in the palace for many years and were the most sensitive to changes in the atmosphere. Half an hour later in the Neon Palace. Why did the commandery Prince of Shangua send troops here? In the palace, the Queen of Neon and Li Shaogong sat opposite each other. Although she was a superior existence in Neon, in front of Li Shaogong, the commandery prince of the Tang Kingdom who held real power, she was not stupid enough to treat Li Shaogong the same way she treated the Neon subjects. The bearded man stood behind Li Shaogong. Although his face was expressionless, his 5 senses and his legs were already in the best state of alert. As long as there was any movement in the room, he was confident that he could protect Li Shaogong and capture the Queen of Tuigu at the first moment. This was the confidence of a master who was half a step away from the great Grandmaster realm. "Queen of Neon, you can speak Chinese?" That's right, the sentence just now was indeed in Chinese. Although it wasn't accurate, it was enough to make Li Shaogong feel very surprised. Everyone in Wanation admires the culture of the Central Plains. Although I am the Queen of Wanation, I have also yearned for the Tang Empire for a long time. Therefore, if Wanation offends you in any way, I hope your Highness can forgive us on account of our admiration for the Tang Empire. Wanation will be eternally grateful. The Empress Dowager of Gu was very humble. Not only did she not refer to herself as the Empress, she even used her own name to refer to herself. It was clear that she was well aware that with the current strength of the Wu, opposing the Great Tang was no different from striking a rock with an egg. On the side, Yoko Ono's heart was in turmoil. If it weren't for the Empress Dowager asking him to listen, he would have even forgotten the Empress's real name. Li Shaogong was very satisfied with the Empress Dowager's attitude, but he didn't show it on his face. After a while he said, "I will remember the Empress's kindness. But this time I led the Tang Empire's fleet south for trade. On the way back I was attacked by a group of pirates. I lost dozens of soldiers because of this. These pirates are from Wanation. What does the Empress have to say?" Although his voice was soft, there was a hint of killing intent in it. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly dropped to the freezing point. The bearded man also clenched his hands, ready to deal with the Wanations falling out at any time. The Empress Dowager's expression changed slightly. She had never heard that the Tang Empire's fleet had been attacked. Li Shaogong's words caught her off guard. But after all, she had been on the throne for nearly 40 years and had the ability to adapt on the spot. After a long pause, she got up and bowed to Li Shaogong, then said, "After such a thing happened, as the Empress of the Wanation, Empress Dowager Ida cannot absolve herself from the blame for not governing the Wu people well. Your Highness, please tell us the specific identity of the pirates. The Wanation will do its best to help Your Highness find the leader of the pirates. I only hope that Your Highness will not implicate the innocent." Li Shaogong was secretly surprised. The old woman in front of him seemed to be full of wisdom. She could always make the right choice in a critical moment, and for the sake of the Wanation she was flexible. To tell the truth, Li Shaogong was not afraid of unreasonable people, because he believed in the strength of the Tang army. He had brought 12,000 Tang soldiers with him, and if they were ruthless, they would be invincible in the Wanation. But in the face of the Empress Dowager, who had always been very humble, Li Shaogong was still very afraid. Of course he knew the story of Go Jian, the king of Yu. He was very worried that the Wanation would become the next Yu. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager was old and did not have much time left. Otherwise he would have to remind Li Heir to be wary of the Wanation. The leader of the pirates is called Nakamura Kawayu. It is said that he has been wandering in the southeast sea of the Tang Empire. In the battle that night he was seriously injured. But he is definitely not dead. Li Shaogong stared at the Empress Dowager and replied word by word. "Nakamura Kawayu?" Before the Empress Dowager spoke, the big brother king next to her couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing the Empress Dowager's inquiring eyes, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this person has been wanted by all the counties in the Wanation." Later he had nowhere to escape, so he roamed the sea and robbed merchant ships everywhere. The officers of the coastal counties received reports from merchants, but this person's whereabouts are uncertain, and the authorities have no way to catch him. The Empress Dowager heard this and said with a gloomy face, "Bastard! Such a heinous person does not deserve to be a citizen of the nation. Immediately issue a decree that all the county princesses of the coastal counties should organize an arrest team in the shortest time. We must catch Nakamura Kawayu within 10 days. Yes. A guard next to her stepped forward and bowed. Yes, it was indeed a guard, not a eunuch. In ancient times there were no eunuchs in the nation. Since ancient times, Japan had also been a country with a strong warrior spirit. Many Japanese men regarded their own lifeblood as their life. That was to say, no Japanese was willing to enter the palace to be a eunuch. Even if they starved to death, they would not be a eunuch. This cut off the root of the Japanese idea of eunuchs. In addition, Japan was an island country surrounded by the sea. And the island was rich in resources, wild animals and fruits. In ancient times, the Japanese could fish for a living, hunt, and even pick wild fruits in the forest for a living. Even if they did not surrender to the imperial court, they would not starve to death. Therefore, due to the geographical environment and rich economic crops in ancient Japan, the Japanese would not be forced to enter the palace to be eunuchs. Chapter 735. Your Highness, this is indeed nation's fault, but please give us 10 days. If we can't hand Nakamura over to you after 10 days, the Ida division and the entire nation are willing to accept any punishment. After the guards left, the Empress of the nation bowed slightly to Li Shaogong and said. Li Shaogong shook his head without thinking and said, I have the Emperor's order, so I can't stay in nation for 10 days. I will return to Chang, and tomorrow. The Empress of the nation was stunned. She seemed to be caught off guard by this result. After a moment of thought, she said, no matter what, nation has caused the Tang Empire to suffer losses. The Ida division is willing to take out 1,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver as compensation. After we catch Nakamura and the rest, the Ida division will send an envoy to Chang, and for your Highness to deal with. What do you think, your Highness? Li Shaogong couldn't help but hold his breath. Nation was really rich. What did the Tang Empire lack now? What it lacked the most was, of course, silver and brass. The Tang Empire's territory was vast, but the exploration and mining technology of gold, silver, and copper were not good. Therefore, the country's annual silver production was only about 15,000 taels of silver. Yes, you heard right, 15,000 taels of silver. This 15,000 taels of newly refined silver, together with the silver that local officials plundered from the people and offered to the emperor, and sometimes the provinces and prefectures would turn the taxes into silver and send it to the capital. The silver was usually cast into rectangular silver collars, 1 foot long and 2 inches wide. Most of the silver collars were 50 taels of silver. The collars had to be engraved or written with the weight, color, origin of the silver, the name, official position, year of the tribute, and so on. Therefore, silver was not a currency in the Tang Empire. Thinking about the later dynasties, those corrupt officials would embezzle tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. For example, Yen Song of the Ming dynasty embezzled 30,000 taels of gold and 2 million taels of silver. Yi Shun of the Qing dynasty embezzled 800 million taels of silver. It was more than 10 years of the imperial court's income. Compared to these corrupt officials, the Tang dynasty's silver reserves were really weak. There was also brass. In the past few years, Great Tang had been recuperating, and the country was flourishing. The lives of the commoners had improved, and the demand for copper coins had increased. However, there were only so many copper mines that the imperial court had discovered, and there was no such thing as jiaozi, or baozi banknotes. Thus, in the past 2 years, Great Tang had already experienced a shortage of money. At the very least, the Great Tang didn't dare to play around like this when the nation casually took out 1,000 jin of brass, 10,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver. After capturing Nakamura Kawayuto, he must be personally escorted to Chang, and by someone of sufficient status. In this way I can pretend that nothing happened. Li Shaogong pondered for a moment before looking at the Empress and saying flatly, don't worry. How greedy. The bearded man couldn't help but look at Li Shaogong in surprise. This was what it meant to be greedy. 10,000 kilograms of brass, if brought back to Chang, would definitely be enough to solve the current shortage of money in the imperial court. The big brother on the mountain's back pursed his lips and clenched his fists. Even though he belonged to the conservative faction of the nation, he couldn't help but feel a little angry at Li Shaogong's greedy demand. The Empress's eyes narrowed, and then she clenched her teeth and said, Your Highness, this 10,000 kilograms of brass is really… Say no more. Li Xiaogong waved his hand and interrupted her. There's no room for discussion. Queen, do you know that the 20 soldiers who died in battle were the bravest soldiers of Great Tang, and those innocent sailors? Now they are all buried in the sea and not even their bones are left. Before I set out to sea, His Majesty once told me, if there are any invaders, I will use all my strength to wipe them out. The Wu people have killed the soldiers and people of the Great Tang. Logically speaking, this king should have sent soldiers to attack them, but out of consideration for Her Majesty's devotion to the Great Tang, this king decided to give them a chance. Don't try to bargain. Li Xiaogong's arrogance was vividly displayed at this moment. A weak country has no diplomacy and a strong country has hegemony. This sentence was also vividly displayed at this moment. The Empress closed her eyes. After a long while she sighed and said, Okay, I'll do as you say, but the amount of brass and silver is huge. Please give me 2 more days. She weighed and struggled in her heart for a long time before she agreed to this humiliating condition. Li Xiaogong said lightly, 2 days is too long. You must prepare 10,000 kilograms of brass and 100,000 taels of silver by noon tomorrow. The Empress clenched her teeth and said after a while, Okay, I'll try my best. Li Xiaogong didn't think that she was disobedient. He looked around and said, Then I wonder who the Empress is going to send to escort Nakamura Kawa? The Empress thought for a moment and said, This matter is of great importance. Amida wants to stay until tomorrow's court. Your Majesty, I'm willing to escort Nakamura Kawa to Great Tang. The Empress originally wanted to let the officials discuss this matter in the morning court tomorrow, but before she finished speaking, the eldest brother of the mountain back stepped forward and bowed. I've admired Great Tang for a long time. This time I go to Great Tang to broaden my knowledge. When I come back, I can serve the Wu nation and share the worries of your Majesty. The Empress raised her eyebrows, and her face suddenly became ugly. Obviously, she didn't want the eldest brother of the mountain back to Great Tang. Li Xiaogong narrowed his eyes and looked at the eldest brother of the mountain back. Then he said, Who are you that I mentioned before? The eldest brother of the mountain back didn't show anger because of Li Xiaogong's contempt. He cupped his hands and replied, I'm the eldest brother of the mountain back. The current imperial court's purple crown prince is Crown Prince Shengde. I wonder if the prince can give me this opportunity? Previously, Crown Prince Shengde divided the officials into 12 ranks and differentiated them by the color of the crown. That is, Great Virtue Shao Virtue de Ren Shao Ren de Li Shao Li de Xin Shao Xin de Yi Shao Yi de Ji Shao Ji de Ji Shao Ji de Ji Shao Ji etc. Each rank uses the same color to make the crown. The purple crown is the first rank. Crown Prince Shengde? Li Xiaogong whispered in his heart. He had heard a lot about Crown Prince Shengde's deeds from the bearded man on the ship. He knew that this person's reputation in Wu Nation was great. It was basically equivalent to Li Er's reputation in Great Tang. So he nodded and said, Haha, good. It's you? Since the matter has been discussed, then the prince will leave. After that, he stood up and prepared to leave with the bearded man without hesitation. The Empress and the eldest brother of the mountain back cupped their hands and said goodbye. Out of the palace gate, Yoko Ono stepped forward and smiled flatteringly, Prince, this way please. His Majesty has prepared a carriage for you. It's late now. You two must be tired. You can rest in the carriage for a while. Li Xiaogong thought for a moment and nodded, and lead the way. Yes. Chapter 736. In front of the Wu Nation Imperial Palace. Li Xiaogong and the bearded man boarded the carriage. Yoko Ono signaled the coachman to speed up the carriage while she rode a horse and followed behind Li Xiaogong and the others. At the same time, dozens of black shadows rushed out from the bushes outside the palace gate and carefully followed behind the carriage. The undercurrent was turbulent. The power hidden in the deepest part of Faenio capital finally began to surge. All the forces began to appear. In the carriage, Li Xiaogong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes without warning. He felt that something was wrong, mainly because it was too quiet outside. It was so quiet that only the sound of the carriage wheels rubbing against the ground could be heard. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. There must be something wrong. Li Xiaogong, who had experienced many battles, first felt that he was ambushed. However, when he opened the curtains and looked outside, he was surrounded by wide and open streets. There was no way for an ambush in this kind of terrain. Moreover, this place was close to the Wu Nation Imperial Palace. Unless it was the Wu Nation Queen's order, who would dare to touch him here? All the facts proved that he was overthinking things. There was no ambush within a radius of 100 meters, and no one would dare to ambush him in this place. However, Li Xiaogong did not let down his guard. This was because in his many years of battle experience, this faintly discernible sense of danger had pulled him back from the brink of death countless times. Although this feeling had been wrong many times when it came to matters of life and death, he could not afford to be careless. Therefore, at this moment, Li Xiaogong had already picked up the sword that was leaning against the carriage wall. Then he closed his eyes and began to use his keen perception to sense the hidden danger around him. "Hey, gentlemen, please make way. Make way, ah. This is the night incense I just collected." At this moment, a handcart came in front of the carriage. There were wooden buckets on the cart, and the stench could be smelled from afar. The man pulling the cart shouted loudly as he pulled the cart over. "Baka! Night incense! Get out of here! Wretch!" The guards around the horse carriage couldn't help but scold him. In China, the ancient latrines did not have a sewer system or an automatic flushing system. They used a wooden bucket to hold feces, also known as a toilet bowl, which needed to be emptied after it was filled. Therefore, there would be people who would go to each house in the middle of the night to collect the feces in the toilets of each house. Pouring night fragrance referred to the dumping of feces. At this time, the Wu nation was very similar to the Great Tang in that they also had the job of selling night incense. Moreover, other than the patrolling soldiers and the night watchmen, the only people who dared to wander around outside at this hour were the night incense sellers. Hey, please forgive me. Please forgive me." The man hurriedly bowed to the officer. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the moment he bowed, the handcart carrying the night fragrance tilted towards the carriage. The wooden barrel on the handcart crashed and fell in front of Li Xiaogong's carriage. "Blurg! Baka! What are you doing? Do you know who is sitting in the carriage? Baka! Blurg!" Yoko Ono pinched her nose and rode to the side of the carriage. She roared at the night incense seller. Looking at the puddles of yellow and white substance on the ground, Yoko Ono could not help but feel nauseous. She hurriedly ran to the side, squatted down, and vomited to her heart's content. Just as Yoko Ono squatted down and the other Japanese soldiers covered their nostrils and bent down, a cold light tore through the night and suddenly appeared in the world. Almost in an instant, it reaped dozens of lives. Following that, a Japanese sword seemed to have fallen from the sky and directly stabbed into the carriage from outside the carriage window. Baka! Enemy attacked! Enemy attacked! Someone attacked the county king of Tang Empire. Yoko Ono was lucky enough to escape a calamity. But even so, a large piece of his scalp was scraped off by the assassin's sword. At this moment, his entire head was covered in blood. It was extremely terrifying, as if he was a demon that just escaped from hell. After realizing the assassin's target, Yoko Ono was scared out of his wits. If something happened to Li Xiaogong in front of him, not only would he lose his life, his entire family would be implicated. Furthermore, it was very likely that he would be sent to the Tang Empire as a sacrifice for the Tang Emperor to vent his anger. After understanding the serious consequences, Yoko Ono shouted for help as he picked up the other fallen swords on the ground and slashed at the assassin. Of course, he was very scared. After all, he was good at literature and not fighting martial arts. But even if he was scared, Yoko Ono still raised his sword. This was because he wanted to defend the honor of the Ono family. At this moment, he felt that even if he died in a battle, it would be worth it. Inside the carriage. When Li Xiaogong heard the sound of the sword piercing into flesh, he was already on full alert. At this moment, 2/3 of the sword had already entered the carriage, and Li Xiaogong's neck was less than 2 inches away from the sword. The crisis at that time could be seen from this. "Ah! How dare you! This king has been waiting for you for a long time." Li Xiaogong was not afraid at all. After all, he was a general who had experienced hundreds of battles. He laughed loudly and then pulled out the long sword beside him. The sword chi caused the carriage to become unstable. Then Li Xiaogong shouted loudly and the sealed carriage suddenly broke apart. Li Xiaogong was like a god. He stood at the bottom of the carriage. The aura and strength of a Grandmaster Peak expert was completely revealed at this moment. Grandmaster Peak? How is this possible? The black-robed assassin was stunned when he felt the violent true energy on Li Xiaogong. He mumbled softly. In his opinion, as a duke, Li Xiaogong must have lived like a prince. Even if he knew martial arts, he would not be that good. At most, he would be around the Qi transformation realm. Even if he had entered the Grandmaster realm, he would have a way to deal with him. But at this moment, the black-robed assassin realized that he was wrong. In fact, he was very wrong because he realized that Li Xiaogong was actually a martial Dao expert who was above him. Clang. After Li Xiaogong saw the black-robed assassin's figure clearly, he raised his sword and slashed at the black-robed assassin without hesitation. Ah! I didn't expect there to be someone so ignorant. Today is a good day for me to exercise my muscles. At the same time, in another carriage, the bearded man hugged his long sword and laughed loudly. Then he also pulled out his long sword and joined the battle. Another Grandmaster peak? No, this person is half a step to Grandmaster. After some speculation, the black-robed assassin suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He had to think of a way to escape. Otherwise he would definitely die here if the battle continued. Chapter 737. Bam. 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 The three martial arts masters who represented the pinnacle of martial arts in the world had already fought for dozens of rounds on this street. The onlookers with average eyesight could not see the situation of Li Xiaogong, the bearded man, and the black-robed assassin clearly. Of course, the palace guards brought by Yoko Ono could not intervene in a battle of this level. They could only watch from the side. At the same time, the black figures who had been following Li Xiaogong's carriage were hiding outside and secretly observing the situation on the battlefield. Not only is the commandery prince of Tang an expert himself, but the man he brought along is even more terrifying. Currently we don't need to intervene. We only need to observe the situation and wait for a good opportunity. Among the group of black figures, a voice full of energy spoke in a low voice. Yes, boss is right. I wonder who sent this black-robed assassin. His martial arts skills are so high. His strength can be ranked in the top 10 in Japan, right? I don't even need to think to know that he must have been sent by Suo Yi. But why did he only send one person over? The previous leader paused for a while and replied, under normal circumstances with this assassin's martial arts skills, he could have done it perfectly. However, no one would have thought that the commandery prince of Tang dynasty and his man's martial arts skills would be so terrifying. However, based on my understanding of Suo Yi, he will definitely have a backup plan later. On the battlefield, the black-robed assassin was sent flying for more than 10 steps by the bearded man's powerful stab. After stabilizing himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood and felt slightly better. Li Xiaogong and the bearded man, two experts, chased after him with their swords. The black-robed assassin sighed in his heart. Then, without thinking, he immediately flew into the distance. Wanna leave? You'll have to ask the sword in my hand if it agrees. The bearded man sneered and used the long sword in his hand as a hidden weapon, stabbing toward the black-robed assassin's back. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The distance of several hundred feet was covered in an instant. The black-robed assassin felt a strong wind behind him and hurriedly turned his body to dodge. However, he couldn't dodge in time because this attack was thrown by the half-step Grandmaster-level bearded man with all his strength. With a "Piu" sound, the bearded man's sword shot at the black-robed assassin's back finally pierced through the assassin's right shoulder blade. The black-robed assassin let out a muffled groan, sounding extremely pained. How could Li Xiaogong and the bearded man let go of such an opportunity to capture the enemy alive? The two of them used their qinggong and approached the heavily injured black-robed assassin. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from the east side of the street. Then a group of black-clothed masked warriors rushed towards Li Xiaogong. There were about 50 of them. When they got close to Li Xiaogong, they all drew their swords. Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions. Yoko Ono, what do you mean? Could it be that your queen wants me to stay in Neon? Li Xiaogong looked at Yoko Ono, whose head was covered in blood, and asked calmly. Yoko Ono's face was sullen as she hurriedly said, Your Highness, this is definitely not Her Majesty's intention. Her Majesty is absolutely clear to you in the Tang Empire. Please understand. Li Xiaogong's face darkened as he pointed at the group of black-clothed warriors who were only 10 steps away from them. He said angrily, Then who are they? Neon Two-Faced people, I will remember this. One day I will make you suffer the consequences of your own actions. Yoko Ono hurriedly said, Your Highness, if Her Majesty really had ill intentions towards you, she would have taken action when you were in the palace. Why wait until now? Your Highness, you might not know this, but the Neon Imperial Court is currently not united, so these people might be. In order to clear his name, this fellow didn't hesitate to expose his family's dirty linen. He even dared to say things like, the Neon Imperial Court is currently not united. Kill. Just as the two of them were talking, the black-clothed warriors from the east had already surrounded them. Without saying anything, they directly drew their swords and slashed. At this time, Li Xiaogong didn't have the time to care about the black-clothed assassin's life or death. In the face of more than 50 well-trained and uniformed warriors, even if he tried his best, he wasn't confident of winning. Fortunately, there was still the bearded man beside him. The two of them picked up their weapons and took the initiative to fight. The black-clothed assassin, who was severely injured earlier, couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw this situation. Then he prepared to take the opportunity to slip away. Li Xiaogong saw this and was anxious, but he didn't have a way to satisfy both sides. In a corner not far away, Su Wei said with a gloomy face, "What a piece of trash. I thought he would be very powerful, but in the end he couldn't even withstand a single blow. In the end you still have to rely on me to clean up the mess for you. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, I would definitely kill you today. And this county king of Tang, you must also die tonight." Bang bang bang. Just as Li Xiaogong was in a dilemma and didn't know who to deal with first, a series of footsteps came from the west behind them. Then he saw a group of guards in black walking towards them. "Your Highness, I have been ordered to help you. I hope you won't refuse." The leading guard bowed slightly to Li Xiaogong. After listening to the translation, Li Xiaogong nodded and thought to himself, "At least I came in time." Then he flew towards the black-clothed assassin from before. "You want to leave so soon? Didn't you want to kill me? I'm right in front of you now. Come on. Kill me." Li Xiaogong said calmly as he looked at the bloodied assassin in front of him with his hands behind his back. The sword on the black-clothed assassin's shoulder blade had already been pulled out. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain he had to endure when he pulled out the sword. Of course, the black-clothed assassin didn't understand a single punctuation of what Li Xiaogong had just said. "The furthest distance in the world, not life and death, but I'm standing right in front of you. You don't know what I'm talking about. Gurgle 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 gurgle. Kill me if you want, cut me if you want." The black-clothed assassin gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he spoke. "I won't kill you, but I want you to live." Li Xiaogong narrowed his eyes. He definitely didn't have a good impression of people who wanted to kill him. However, the black-clothed assassin was different. Li Xiaogong still wanted to get some information about the mastermind behind this assassination from him. Su Wuxia, who was in the corner, saw that the advantage in the field had disappeared in an instant. He couldn't help but curse. "Bastard, these people must have been sent by Big Brother Shan Bei. This damn person is going against me again. I must get rid of him." Chapter 738. Bring these people back to the barracks for me. The battle didn't last for long. Although the overall strength of the 50-plus people that Su Wei sent was slightly higher than the people sent by Big Brother King on the mountain back, the other side had the dragon-bearded guest, a great expert with abnormal strength. Not to mention the 50 experts that Su Wei sent. Even if he sent 100 experts, it would still be useless. As for Li Xiaogong's side, he had already cut the tendons of the black-robed assassin and ordered Yoko Ono. He didn't even bring his guards to the palace, so he could only order Yoko Ono. He couldn't order the bearded guest, right? "Your Highness, please hand these assassins over to His Majesty. His Majesty will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." Yoko Ono bowed and said pitifully. Li Xiaogong wiped the blood-stained sword, then lightly glanced at Yoko Ono and said, "This matter might even be related to your queen. How can this king hand them over to the palace? If you don't want to die, then do as this king says." "Your Highness." At this moment, a shout came from the corner of the street. Immediately after, the mountain-back's eldest brother rode a horse and rushed over with a group of guards. "Your Highness, His Majesty knew that you were attacked in the city and was deeply shocked. His Majesty sent me to express his apologies and condolences. He also asked me to investigate the culprit at all costs. Your Highness, please hand these assassins over to me. I guarantee with my head that I will definitely find the culprit." The mountain-back Big Brother King jumped off his warhorse and then cupped his fists towards Li Xiaogong with a sincere expression. Li Xiaogong said expressionlessly, "Impossible. These people's identities are unknown. Furthermore, you and the Wen Nation's queen might be related to them. Before I figure it out, I will definitely not hand these people over. The more than 10,000 soldiers outside the city will also not agree to hand these people over to you." The mountain-back's eldest brother's expression froze. He understood the meaning behind Li Xiaogong's words. It was impossible for him to take these people away today. Otherwise, what awaited the Wen Nation would be an all-out war with the Tang Empire. He couldn't bear the responsibility. "Your Highness, these assassins definitely have nothing to do with me or His Majesty. You shouldn't suspect us." However, seeing that Li Xiaogong was not moved at all, he said, How about this, Your Highness? You leave a few alive and I will interrogate them overnight. As for the rest of the assassins, you can take them away and deal with them as you wish. If we investigate together, it will be faster than if you investigate alone, don't you think so? Li Xiaogong thought about it. It was indeed inappropriate for the imperial court's fleet to stay in Japan for long, so he nodded and said, "Okay. Then Benwang will believe you once more." A total of 51 assassins came tonight. 28 of them were hacked to death and 15 committed suicide by poison. There are only 8 left. Other than the one under my feet, you can choose any 2 of them. Hurry up. The big brother king glanced at the black-robed assassin at Li Xiaogong's feet. He helplessly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." A moment later, Li Xiaogong and the bearded man led 6 assassins out of the city, while the mountain-back elder brother led the remaining 2 assassins back to the palace. It looked like the lights of the palace tonight would be lit until tomorrow. The next day at Yanhuang College. It was just dawn and the wake-up bell had already rung. The students who were immersed in their dreams had no choice but to get up even if they didn't want to. Do I have to get up so early? I'm so sleepy. Li Tai rolled over and stuck out his fat butt as he grumbled unwillingly. Although the bed in the student dormitory was a hard bed, Li Tai now felt that this hard bed was much more comfortable than the high bed and soft pillows in his prince's residence. If possible, he wanted to lie on it and sleep like this forever. I also feel so King sleepy today. Cheng Chumo sat up, rubbed his face twice and then muttered, "CK. It's all your fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been punished to stand so late last night." Li Tai lifted the quilt angrily and sat up to complain. Gugu. Who knew that as soon as he sat down, his stomach would immediately protest. CK. I'm so hungry. I still have to run later. Oh my god, what should I do? Why can't I have breakfast before running? The academy system is too unreasonable. For the past 2 days, the little fatty hadn't eaten any meat. Those vegetables and whatnot weren't enough to satisfy his hunger at all. In addition, he had been punished to stand for so long last night and used up so much of his physical strength. It would be strange if he wasn't hungry in the morning. Chinke, it's not good to exercise after eating. Let's get up quickly and wash up. Otherwise, we'll be punished again if we're late. Li Qingqian, who was sleeping on the upper bunk, leaned on the bed railing and said, I'll get up now. 121 121 1234 1234. Yanhuang College was located at the peak of the Cloud Mountain. There were no peddlers or pawns who woke up early, nor were there noisy pedestrians or merchants. In the early morning, there were only the neat and loud slogans of the students running here. Compared to the messy team at the beginning, they're starting to look more like it now. Li Zishuan had been waking up early recently. Firstly, he often came to the academy to check on the situation. Secondly, he had been waking up early to practice martial arts recently. He had been practicing the lonely wind swordsmanship that Dugu Xian had taught him last time. Because he didn't deliberately pursue progress, he had only practiced to the 3rd level until now. There were a total of 9 levels, and Dugu Xian had already reached the 7th level. Moreover, he found that this swordsmanship was similar to many other swordsmanship. The further one progressed, the harder it was to practice. Not only did it require a deep understanding of martial arts, but it also required some personal understanding. The two complemented each other, and only then could success come naturally. This was also the reason why Li Zishuan wasn't in a hurry to improve. More haste, less speed. As a Taoist disciple, of course he understood the principle of letting nature take its course. I heard that Jijia will be here in the afternoon, and tomorrow is the day off. It seems that these students have been having a hard time recently. Qin Xiong stood beside Li Zishuan and said with a smile. Li Zishuan was stunned. Qing Yaojin had said that she would come to the academy to be a temporary instructor when she had time. It had been so long, and if Qin Xiong hadn't suddenly mentioned it today, he would have forgotten. Thinking about Qing Yaojin's usual attitude, Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Last night, these little rascals were full of energy and didn't sleep in the middle of the night. This means that the amount of training is still too little. Uncle Cheng is here to give them a little challenge. Qin Xiong twirled his beard and smiled. Xiao Xin, you have to watch from the side. Don't let Jijia cause any trouble. Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said, Uncle Qin, it's better for you to watch over them. I still have some other things to do these 2 days, so I'll leave them to you guys. Qin Xiong was speechless in the face of this lazy guy. Chapter 739. Huff huff huff. What? Every time I run I feel like I've lost half my life. When will this kind of hard life end? In the cafeteria, Li Tai was still panting heavily. He couldn't help but say this when he thought of the hardships he suffered while running, as well as the feeling of suffocation. Qingke, you're much stronger today than you were yesterday. Today you ran the entire race on your own. Maybe in a few days, running 5 laps around the field will be as easy as blowing off dust for you. Li Qingqian smiled. Cheng Chumo curled his lips and mocked. Qingqian, don't be delusional. I'm afraid we'll never be able to wait for this stage. Huff huff. After saying that, Cheng Chumo took a bite of the pancake and slurped 2 mouthfuls of porridge. He was simply elated. F***ck. Cheng Chumo, you bastard. Your mouth is really F***king mean. Li Tai originally didn't want to become the kind of athlete that Cheng Chumo spoke of. However, when he heard what Cheng Chumo said, he suddenly became unhappy. Cheng Chumo said indifferently, what mean by mean? I'm just telling the truth. Qingke, look, you've already cultivated to the nascent soul stage now. How can it be easy to run 5 laps? Nascent soul stage? What nascent soul stage? Li Tai was a little confused. He had read, A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Of course he knew what the nascent soul stage was. However, what did this thing have to do with him? There, look. Haven't you cultivated to the nascent soul stage? It's like you have a child in your stomach. Cheng Chumo swallowed the food in his mouth, pointed at Li Tai's bulging belly with his chopsticks and said seriously. Cough cough, cough cough. When Sun Zifen heard Cheng Chumo's explanation of the nascent soul stage, he immediately spat out the rice in his mouth. After coughing for a while, Sun Zifen didn't notice Li Tai's murderous gaze. Ah. So this is only the nascent soul stage. What a joke. It's so funny. Green Sparrow, you're actually so powerful? You've already cultivated to the nascent soul stage and I've only just reached the foundation establishment stage. Cough cough. I was joking. It has nothing to do with me. It was Cheng Chumo who said it. As Sun Zifen spoke, he felt the surrounding air become colder. He looked up and immediately saw Li Tai's red eyes, so he quickly woke up from his excitement and lowered his head to continue eating. Cheng Chumo, just you wait. Don't let me have anything on you or I'll kill you. Li Tai glared at Cheng Chumo bitterly, and then turned his grief into appetite and ate heartily. Late in the morning, on the playground of Yanhuang College, the students were still sweating profusely. They were practicing the straight steps and walking in formation. The chanting of slogans came one after another, and correspondingly the heat on the playground also came in waves. The scorching sun baked not only the ground, but also the students on the ground. The students felt as if they were in a furnace. What's worse was that under such difficult conditions, they still had to do all kinds of tricky movements. It was simply terrible. The heat of the summer is really strong. It's estimated that it will be hot for a few more days. I have to prepare some ice cubes for the college. Otherwise, many students will get heat stroke. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes as he watched the students train at the side of the playground. However, this was what he thought in his heart. Everyone knew that mung bean soup was a good summer drink. It was already available in the Tang dynasty, but no one would be so extravagant as to add crushed ice to it. Hey, why aren't you doing your military training? What are you muttering about here? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Li Zishuan turned around and saw that it was none other than Qing Yaojin. So it's Uncle Qing. Why are you here so early? Shouldn't you still be in the morning court? Li Zishuan was surprised. I old Qing am here. There isn't anything important in the court today. It's just a bunch of civil officials bickering. This old man asked for leave from His Majesty, saying that I'm not feeling well. His Majesty allowed this old man to come over. Qing Yaojin explained proudly. Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself that the old man was really mischievous. He actually lied to Li Er about such a small matter. Fortunately, Li Er was an enlightened ruler who treated meritorious officials well. If it was the later dynasty, if old Qing still dared to play like this, he would definitely be killed by the emperor for the crime of deceiving the emperor. Hey, why don't you go and train? In the past, when you were doing business, you liked to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Now that you've opened the college, do you still want to be a hands-off Yamachos? Qing Yaojin repeated his previous question. Li Zishuan pouted and said, Who said that I'm not training? Look at those 30-odd people over there. I'm the one training them. Excluding those who were instructors, there were still 34 people in his personal guards who were idle. These people were completely trained by Li Zishuan. Under normal circumstances, their training volume would be 5 times that of the students. If the students ran 5 laps, they would have to run 25 laps. If the students stood in military posture for half an hour, they would have to stand in military posture for more than 2 hours. Qing Yaojin took a closer look and couldn't help but say, "Isn't this just running? Why are you training them to run? Are you expecting them to be deserters in the future?" It was originally a joke that Qing Yaojin thought of, but he didn't expect Li Zixuan to be so serious. "Uncle Qing, there are many times that you can only make a comeback if you're alive. There's nothing wrong with letting them run faster than others. Besides, who said that we only run when we're running for our lives? When we're chasing the enemy, we'll naturally be able to catch up if we're faster than the enemy." "Hey, you're full of nonsense. If Her Majesty hears about this, she'll give you a good beating. Anyway, old Qing, will never let my subordinates be deserters." Qing Yaojin waved his hand and teased. Then he looked at the students who were training under the scorching sun and said, "Second brother Qin must be tired these 2 days. Let him go home and rest. Next, I'll take over the military training of the students in the academy." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Okay, you should let Uncle Qin rest for 2 days. Then I'll leave the military training of the academy to Uncle Cheng for the next 2 days." "Ah, no problem, you brat, you can rest assured. With me helping you train them, I'll definitely help you train a group of obedient students." Qing Yaojin agreed readily, as if he was afraid that Li Zixuan wouldn't let him be the instructor if he was late. After hanging out with Qing Chumo for a long time, Li Zixuan obviously knew what kind of character the father and son of the Qing family were. He knew clearly in his heart, but in order to cooperate with old Qing, he said, "Well, since that's the case, I'll gather everyone and announce that Uncle Qing will be the temporary chief instructor." Chapter 740. Li Zixuan wanted to increase the amount of training for the students last night, but Qing Yaojin came today. He had to admit that this old man came at the right time. After calling the students to gather under the rostrum, Li Zixuan announced that Qing Yaojin would be the temporary chief instructor of the college. His authority was the same as Qin Xiong's, but Qing Yaojin was only a part-time instructor. He would only be there when he was free, while Qin Xiong was there every day. Nearly a third of the students in Yanhuang College came from Chang'an or the farms around Chang'an. They had heard of Qing Yaojin, the devil incarnate. Therefore, when Li Zixuan announced the appointment, there was a wave of cries. Clearly, many students knew that their days of hardship were coming. When Qing Yaojin saw this, he revealed a proud smile on his face, which made him look particularly scary. "Okay, each class can rest for 15 minutes. All instructors, go to the college's conference room for a meeting. I will assign training tasks to each class." There was no such thing as an inauguration speech for Qing Yaojin. The old man folded his hands behind his back, smiled, and instructed the students to disperse. "Damn it. Qing Chimo UF** King screwed me over last night, and today you called your father over to screw me over. Are you done?" On the field, Li Tai stood on top of Qing Chimo's head, and said angrily. Qing Chimo was now lying on the grass. "Qingke, you're wrong. I didn't want my father to come, but he wanted to come himself. What can I do?" Speaking of this, Qing Chimo was still depressed. He knew better than anyone else about his father's temperament. Once old Qing arrived, little Qing would be done for. This was because his father had personally said that he would take advantage of the military training period to raise his martial arts realm to the Qi transformation stage. The Qi transformation realm. It was not that Qing Chimo had never thought about it, but he thought that he would be satisfied if he could reach the Qi transformation realm by the age of 30. Now it seemed that he would be the most miserable one in the academy in the following days. "Diske, who are you trying to fool? With your father here, your life will definitely be better, but the rest of us will be miserable." Li Tai, who did not know the inside story, curled his lips and sat down beside Qing Chimo. Although Qin Xiong was strict, he was very methodical in his actions. However, Qing Yaojin was different. To put it nicely, this old man had a big heart, was strict with his troops, and was not afraid of anything. To put it bluntly, this old man was heartless and had no sense of severity. When he trained people, it was as if he was playing with their lives. Cough cough, of course he was playing with the lives of others. Qingke, you'll know when the time comes. Qing Chimo was too lazy to explain. He felt like he had nothing left to live for. "Little Xian, can you help me prepare a batch of 6 feet tall wooden barrels?" Qing Yaojin asked on the way to the conference room. Li Zixuan looked at him strangely and asked curiously, 6 feet tall? "Uncle Qing, what do you need such a big wooden barrel for?" 6 feet was close to 2 meters. Li Zixuan could not figure out what this old man was up to. Qing Yaojin laughed and said softly, "Of course, it's for the students who don't listen to me. If anyone doesn't listen to me, I won't beat them with the military rod or make them run. I'll just put them in the barrel and close the lid for 3 days. I'll leave 2 small holes for them to breathe. I'll get someone to deliver food to them. Li Zixuan did not expect Qing Yaojin to be so playful. He could not help but ask, Isn't this just a small black room? Qing Yaojin smacked his lips and thought for a while before saying, Small black room? Oh, that's a good name. Whoever doesn't listen to me in the future will be locked in a small black room. Otherwise, if I beat them with the military rod, these soft and tender students will definitely not be able to take it. You really have a lot of ideas. These students will have to thank you properly in the future. Li Zixuan was speechless. He thought to himself, you were the one who came up with this idea. Why are you putting the blame on me? Alright. I'll send someone to get the craftsman in the workshop to make a batch of large wooden barrels. Although old Cheng's idea was a little harmful, it was still a good idea. After all, the military rod was not suitable for the academy. However, where did old Cheng get such a rotten idea? In fact, this kind of punishment method of locking people in small black rooms had been circulating in the army for a long time. The specific origin was unknown. During the period of Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty, Wu Meinyang introduced this method into the palace to deal with disobedient women in the palace. At that time, Li Ji's original empress, Empress Wang, had suffered such a punishment. Oh, by the way, Xiaoxian, I have another idea. Listen to it. Qing Yaojin seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He had another idea? This old demon was eating people. He really began to mourn for these students in his heart. Uncle Cheng, please speak first. Ahem. This is just a preliminary idea of mine. Xiaoxian, you're smart. Help me perfect it. Qing Yaojin coughed dryly and began to introduce his detailed plan. I want to select the students in the academy who have a foundation in martial arts. In addition to the usual military training with the other students, they also need to undergo additional weapons training. After all, they have a good foundation. Li Zixuan's eyebrows twitched and he asked, weapons training? If they get hurt, it won't be a small matter. He did not object to Qing Yaojin training the students who knew martial arts alone, but if they fought with real weapons, it was still very easy to get hurt. After all, weapons had no eyes. Qing Yaojin waved his hand indifferently and said, What's a small injury to a martial artist? Xiaoxian, don't think too highly of these students. It's not good for them. Hearing old Cheng's words, Li Zixuan came to a realization. This was ancient times. In this era, students were usually willing to endure any hardship in order to learn knowledge and skills. They were not like the students in the modern era. If the teacher said a few harsh words, the children's parents would come to the school and fight the teacher to the death. Indeed, students should not be too delicate. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan nodded and said, Yes. That's good. I agree with your plan. But in terms of weapons, I'll have to rely on Uncle Cheng to think of a way. Qing Yaojin laughed and said, This is a small matter. Zuowei happens to have a batch of weapons that can't be cut and are about to be eliminated. I'll send someone to get some later. I'm looking for you because I have another problem. I'd like you to help me perfect it. Please speak. The old demon wanted to eat people. Li Zixuan thought for a while and decided to cooperate. Chapter 741. I'm thinking about how to pick out the students with Kung Fu background. If they know that I am going to give extra training to the students with Kung Fu background, they will definitely hide their Kung Fu. Qing Yaojin's logic was quite clear. He had actually thought of this. This old man is really meticulous. About this? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and an idea came to his mind. He whispered, Uncle Cheng, I have an idea. Qing Yaojin's eyes lit up and said, Oh? What is it? Hurry up and tell this old man about it. It's like this, Uncle Cheng, in a while. 15 minutes later, all the instructors came out of the meeting room and returned to the field. All the students received a strange order almost at the same time. In order to teach students according to their aptitude, the academy has decided to select students with Kung Fu background and give them special treatment. They will be able to eat meat for every meal. Now, students with Kung Fu background can take the initiative to register and enjoy the special treatment after passing the assessment. When the students of each class heard this order, they all burst into an uproar. What? Those with Kung Fu background can eat meat for every meal? This is not fair. This is not fair. We are going to look for the Yamacho. Yes. This is not fair. Why can those with Kung Fu have meat for every meal while we can only eat vegetables? Among the students of the academy, only a small number of them knew Kung Fu. After all, they were scholars and there were not many people like Li Zixuan who knew both Kung Fu and Kung Fu at the same time. This is an order from the Yamacho. Those who are not convinced can go to the Yamacho's office after school. Now listen to me obediently. With Li Zixuan supporting them from behind, the instructors were very confident. They all shouted at the students in their classes. As for Class 1, it was even simpler and more violent. What? Who is not convinced? Come out if you are not convinced. I will reason with you. Qing Yaojin put his hands behind his back and smiled maliciously. The students in Class 1 shrunk their necks. Only idiots would be willing to stand out and fight with Qing Yaojin. Ah, good. Since no one had any objections, then from now on, those who had a foundation in Kung Fu should take the initiative to step forward and accept the award. I'm just testing you. If you pass, you'll be able to eat meat for every meal every day. Seeing that no one objected, Qing Yaojin said. Me. Chief Instructor, do you think I can do it? Hearing that he could have meat for every meal, Sun Zifen immediately became excited. He had been eating vegetables for the past 2 days. Sun Zifen felt that even his feces had turned green. He wanted to eat meat. You are Sun Fujia's son, right? You stinking brat, you already know how to visit brothels at the age of 6. Do you think this old man doesn't know martial arts? If there's another person like him, I'll have to punish him for lying about military intelligence. Qing Yaojin narrowed his eyes and glared at Sun Zifen. Ah, Sun Zifen, so you started visiting brothels when you were 6. Amazing. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Qing Yaojin's words caused the students to burst into laughter. Sun Zifen's face turned red and he did not dare to speak anymore. How is it? What I said just now was right? Chonyo, your good days are here. Isn't this rule specially prepared for you? It's a pity that we can only eat vegetables for every meal. Li Tai nudged Qing Chumo with his elbow and said angrily. Qing Chumo rolled his eyes and said, What? Qingke, you want to go? If you want to go, I'll exchange places with you. Li Tai said angrily, I've never practiced Kung Fu before. How can I go? I think you're purposely trying to piss me off. Sai, there's no way to communicate. Qing Chumo shook his head. If it was someone else who announced this order, he would definitely believe that it was a good thing. But now, no matter how stupid Qing Chumo was, he knew that there was a conspiracy behind this. A conspiracy that would kill him without paying for it. In the short time that the two of them were whispering to each other, 4 or 5 students had already walked out from Class 1. At least 30 students from the other classes also stood out. Qing Chumo, you little bastard, why aren't you standing out? You brat, do you think I don't know if you have any Kung Fu foundation? Qing Yaojin's angry roar came from the front of the line. This roar completely shattered Qing Chumo's hopes and dreams. Oh, I'm coming. Qing Chumo walked out unwillingly under the strange gazes of the surrounding students. Qing Yaojin glared at his son fiercely but did not say anything else. Here, this is your identification. When you go to the cafeteria to eat, take this out. You can get meat dishes. You're not allowed to borrow it or it will be confiscated forever. Qing Yaojin gave each of them a small token and explained. Li Tai and Sun Zifen, the 2 gluttons behind, were about to drool. Alright, return to the team. Let's begin today's training. Before the training, this old man will say a few words to you. There are only 2 sentences, so listen to me clearly. Qing Yaojin waved his hand and attracted everyone's attention. Then he raised a finger and said, First, listen to this old man and you can eat meat. Second, if you don't listen to this old man will let you suffer the harshest punishment in the world. The harshest punishment in the world? The students sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Brother Qing, he was ruthless and didn't say much. Old Qing was indeed much less talkative than Qin Xiong, but every word was bloody and ruthless. It made people's hearts turn cold when they heard it. Instructor, what's the harshest punishment in the world? Wang Ming scratched his head and asked. Qing Yaojin narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, You want to know? You'll know when you give it a try. No. Wang Ming hurriedly waved his hand. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to be the first person to eat crabs. Someone would die. Alright. These 2 days the main training is running and formation change. Within 2 days you must be neat and tidy. Run 5 laps first. If your steps are not in sync, we'll continue to run. After Qing Yaojin said that, he looked around with his eyes. Then, without giving the students any time to react, he directly shouted, Attention! Look to the right. Look forward. Turn right. Start running. 1 2 1 2 1. Bang 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 bang. Throughout the entire process the students were like machines. Whatever instructions Qing Yaojin gave, they would respond accordingly. Of course, in order to avoid running another 5 laps, everyone was concentrating to avoid making a mistake. Li Tai was especially serious. Right now he could only run 5 laps at most. If he were to be punished, he wouldn't be able to run anymore even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 742. With Cheng Yaojin here, Qin Xiong was no longer in charge of the training. Li Zishuan had some matters to attend to, so Pang Feiji and the rest of the guards' training was handed over to Qin Xiong. Li Zishuan himself slipped away. Young master, you're here. Young master, come to my house for lunch. I just hunted a pheasant yesterday. The meat is very fresh. Young master, come to my house. I hunted 2 rabbits yesterday. Come to my house. I have fish. Tisk, fish is nothing. I bought 2 caddies of wild boar meat in Chang'an yesterday. Young master, why don't you try it? That's right. After Li Zishuan left the academy, he went straight to the Han family village. As soon as he entered the village, he was greeted by a group of villagers. It was less than an hour before noon, so the villagers warmly invited Li Zishuan to their houses for lunch. I appreciate everyone's good intentions. Today, I came to the manor to look for my father-in-law for some matters. I'll be having lunch there. Looking at the enthusiastic villagers, Li Zishuan smiled and rejected them one by one. All right. Disperse. With me, Han Tianhu here, Xiao Xin will have nothing to eat in our village. Disperse. I appreciate everyone's good intentions. Unknowingly, Han Tianhu had also arrived at the entrance of the village. He smiled and persuaded the villagers around Li Zishuan. Since Han Lijing is here, let's disperse. We'll invite young master another day. Young master, you must do us the honor. My wife's cooking is very delicious. That's right. Young master, you must do us the honor. Seeing that Han Tianhu had arrived, the villagers knew that they would not be able to invite Li Zishuan today. They said a few words and dispersed. Li Zishuan agreed to their requests one by one. They were all a group of lovely and honest working people. Young master, thank you so much for promoting my family. Everyone else left except for Hu Hanyun. He bowed deeply to Li Zishuan and thanked him. Uncle Hu, what are you talking about? As expected, he was able to enter the academy because of his own ability. I didn't help him at all. Don't stand on ceremony. Li Zishuan quickly pulled Hu Hanyun up and said with a smile. Han Tianhu couldn't help but laugh. Little Xian, you don't know this, but Hu has really become the pride of the village. When the other villagers heard that the Hu family had a student from Yanhuang College, they were all envious. A few people have already come looking for me, asking me to quickly set up a school in the village. Now that the villagers are living better lives, they want their children to be able to study. Li Zishuan said happily, that's a good thing. It's time for our village to have a school for beginners. Taishan, hurry up and get it done. If you have any difficulties, you can find me at any time. I can also send a group of engineers from the academy to you. Han Tianhu waved his hands and said, no need. The original school in the village can still be used after some slight renovations. There's no need to make it so luxurious. Hu Hanyun also said, yes, young master. We're used to living a hard life. We can't be fussy about that. To us villagers, it's already a blessing for our children to have a place to study. Alright then. Li Zishuan saw that and didn't insist. He let them be. Hanyun, do you want to have a drink with little Xian in the afternoon? After talking about the school in the village, Han Li looked at Hu Hanyun and invited him. How can I do that? Hu Hanyun was quite tempted, but he refused. What's there to be embarrassed about? Let's go. The sun is really hot. Han Tianhu said casually. Now that his son and daughter were no longer by his side, he was usually the only one at home. He was a proper lonely old man. It was rare for Li Zishuan to visit him, so he was happy from the bottom of his heart to be able to gather a table for a feast. Hu Hanyun could see that Han Tianhu was sincerely inviting him and wasn't just being polite. He said, Okay. You guys go first. I'll call my wife to help cook. Han Tianhu smiled and said, That's great. Otherwise my cooking skills won't be good. At noon, the Han family held a big banquet. Lu Yui also put in a lot of effort in cooking this meal. One had to know that Li Zishuan was not only the young master of the village, but also her son's Yamacho. She also wanted to do something to repay him. Come, little Xian, Hanyun, let's drink. Han Tianhu raised a cup of wine and laughed heartily. To Li Zheng, to young master. The three of them raised their heads and drank the wine in their cups. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Father-in-law, I heard from Yushi that the village's harvest this year wasn't good. Recently, I've been busy with the academy. Today I happen to have some time, so I came personally to see how the villagers are doing. Han Qinhu put down his cup and nodded solemnly. This year's harvest is indeed not good. Our village is better. First, little Xian, you've reduced the rent. Second, the villagers have other sources of income other than grain, such as the mountain fruit wine previously and eggs now. So, even if there's a decrease in grain production, it won't affect the villagers. However, the other villages aren't so lucky. So I think many poor people will starve to death in winter. The good atmosphere suddenly became a little gloomy after being said like that. Hu Hanyun comforted him and said, "That can't be helped. How can young master take care of the world's citizens alone? This is something His Majesty should worry about. Besides, didn't the imperial court issue a tax reduction decree previously? The situation should be better." Sigh. Han Qinhu knew the inside story of the people. He shook his head and didn't explain further. He only sighed and poured himself a cup of wine. Li Zishuan said, "His Majesty is a rare wise ruler. The lives of the world's citizens will definitely get better and better. Father-in-law, you don't have to be discouraged." Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Eat. Little Shen, eat more." Han Qinhu waved his hand and pointed at the dishes on the plate. Li Zishuan quickly agreed. Then he realized that the dishes for lunch were a little strange. Scrambled eggs with cucumber, egg and tofu soup, fried eggs, stewed eggs, onions, which should be called onions at this time, scrambled eggs. The dishes on the table were most likely related to eggs. Li Zishuan wanted to ask, "Father-in-law, can't you sell your eggs?" "Father-in-law, just make some vegetables. Why did you make so many eggs? Shouldn't you leave them for iron egg to nourish the body?" Some words could be said in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment, then pointed at the dishes on the plate and smiled bitterly at Han Tianhu. Chapter 743. Ahem. Han Tianhu's face turned red as he coughed dryly. "Xiao Xian, don't worry about it. Eggs are the most abundant thing in the farmstead. Iron Egg has been eating a lot of eggs recently." Li Zishuan paused for a moment before asking, "Father-in-law, the chickens in the village have grown up and started laying eggs, right?" Generally speaking, it would only take 3 to 7 months for a hen to mature and lay eggs. Counting the days, the hundreds of thousands of chicks should have started laying eggs by now. That's right. They started laying eggs a month ago. Now every household can get hundreds of eggs every day. Han Tianhu nodded. Li Zishuan thought for a moment before asking curiously, "That's a good thing. The farmers can sell their eggs in Chang'an City. That way they can subsidize their families." Generating income for his own farmstead was something Li Zishuan had always wanted to do. Hu Hanyun interrupted, "Young master, you don't know. Previously eggs were selling quite well. At its most expensive, it could be sold for 6 copper coins each. But now it's not easy to sell them for 2 copper coins each. The farmers are selling them for 1 copper coin each. Even so, there are still many that haven't been sold. Seeing these things spoil, everyone's heart aches. We couldn't bear to eat them before, but now we can only eat them like vegetables." In this era, eggs were worth money to the farmers. They would sell them in the market. But now, with the Han family farmstead situation, they had to eat them even if they didn't want to. Because the eggs were stored for too long, the bacteria would invade the shell and cause it to spoil. Eggs stored at temperatures higher than 25 degrees had a higher chance of spoilage. In the summer, they could be stored at normal temperatures for 7 to 10 days. Below 15 degrees, they could be stored for 30 days. In this era, there were no refrigerators, so the eggs in the farmstead could only be stored for 7 days. Any longer and they would spoil. The price actually dropped so much? Li Zishuan opened his mouth in surprise. He had a lot of things to do all day long, so he definitely didn't have the time to understand these trivial matters of daily necessities. Therefore, he didn't know anything about the huge changes in egg prices in the past few months. Yes. Not only our village but the neighboring Plum village as well. Han Tianhu sighed. Sigh. How about this? Father-in-law, you can send a batch of eggs to the academy first. Anyway, the canteen over there consumes a lot of eggs every day. It's the same as buying other people's eggs. When the time comes, the canteen will buy them from you at the price of 2 copper coins per egg. Li Zishuan thought of an emergency plan and said, "How can that be? Now, all the eggs in Chang'an City are sold at the price of 1.5 copper coins. Aren't you suffering a loss, Xiaoxian?" Han Tianhu said anxiously. He knew that his son-in-law was rich, but he shouldn't spend it recklessly. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "It won't be a loss, it won't be a loss. The academy's cafeteria is not free, what loss is there? It's just that there are only 600 students in the academy at the moment. At most, we can consume 1,000 eggs a day. Hu Hanyun smiled and said, "Young master, it's already good enough to sell 1,000 eggs a day. We will think of other ways. We can't let young master worry about everything, right?" Li Zishuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He knew that the farmers couldn't think of any good ideas. After all, they had a lot of foresight. After thinking for a long time, Li Zishuan suddenly smiled excitedly and said, "Ha! I have an idea. How about this? I'll send someone to get Steward Wang to arrange the purchase of eggs today. All the eggs in the farm can be sold to Steward Wang at 2 copper coins per egg. Everyone is willing to sell if they want to." Han Tianhu was shocked and said, "Xiaoxian, you can't do that. Where are you going to sell so many eggs at once? The markets around Chang and city are all flooded with eggs. If you buy so many eggs, they will all go bad in your hands." "That's right, young master. You've taken care of the farmers enough. We can't let you lose any more money. Don't say that I won't agree. Everyone in the farm would rather have all the eggs in their house go bad than agree to this." Hu Hanyun also agreed at this moment. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, "Ha, father-in-law, Uncle Hu, you've misunderstood my intentions. I've never said that I would lose money to help the farmers. Previously, you all thought that I would lose money when I bought the mountain fruits. In the end, I made a lot of money because of the sale of the gentle village. It's the same now. Since I dared to buy so many eggs, I definitely have a better way to preserve them. When the time comes, I will definitely only make money and not lose money." Hu Hanyun was a little suspicious and said, "Young master, are you serious? I, old Hu, have traveled extensively and can be considered quite knowledgeable. How come I've never heard of such a magical method?" Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, "Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Uncle Hu, don't worry. You also know that I never do things that I'm not sure of. When the time comes and I make a lot of money from these eggs, the villagers won't say that I, Li Zishuan, purposely lowered the price of the eggs to make money." Hu Hanyun glared and said loudly, "Let's see who dares. The chickens in our farmstead were all given to us by young master for free. These eggs were originally considered extra wealth. We should be thankful to be able to sell them for money. Young master, earning money through eggs is also your own ability. If you don't buy them, we won't be able to sell our eggs and won't be able to make a single copper coin. When the time comes, if anyone is not grateful and is jealous, I, old Hu, will be the first to fight them to the death and see if their hearts are black." Han Tianhu also stroked his beard and said, "Old Hu is right. Little Xian, if you really have a way to preserve the eggs, that's also your own ability. If you rely on your own ability to earn money, no one can say anything. Moreover, we definitely don't have such a heartless and unscrupulous person in our farm who can't differentiate between right and wrong." Actually, Li Zishuan mentioned this mainly because he had seen too many similar news in his previous life. For example, someone helped the village find a good market for their farm products. The price was also higher than the price of the nearby farmer's market. Then this person made a lot of money and built a big house in the village. In the end, many villagers said that this person was not kind and that he purposely lowered the price when he bought the farm products to make money. These people had completely forgotten that their own village gained extra income because of this person. And that's fine. The Heavenly King's housekeeper will come tomorrow. Father-in-law, inform the people in our farm and the people in the neighboring Plum village in advance." Hearing old Hu's words, Li Zishuan also felt that he was overthinking. After all, the farmers in this era were still very simple and honest. "Okay. In the afternoon, I'll go door to door and tell them to prepare the eggs tomorrow. Come, let's drink and eat, the dishes are getting cold." Chapter 744. After lunch, Li Zishuan chatted with his father-in-law under the shade of a tree in the courtyard for a while before leaving. There were still things waiting for him at the academy. He had recently discovered a strange thing. As a shut-in, he could no longer stay at home. If there was nothing going on, he would not be able to stay at home for long periods of time. This problem had troubled him for a while, but he could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. He blamed it on the fact that there were no electronic products in this era, causing him to be unable to stay at home. Electronics and chemical engineering were the most important things for the academy in the future. His ultimate goal was to establish the basic science of Tang Dynasty. Li Zishuan would be satisfied if he could play games on the little tyrant learning machine while he was still alive. As a successful transmigrator, Li Zishuan had money and power in this world. It might seem comfortable, but from a certain point of view, he could not even be compared to an ordinary person in the modern world. He did not even have a phone to play with. He could only blame himself for not bringing a phone with him when he transmigrated here. There's a huge grasshopper here. Ah, you guys are finished? Wow, such a huge grasshopper? I don't want to compete with you anymore. I'm going back to the chicken farm to pick up eggs. When he reached the entrance of the village, Li Zishuan saw Denyo and Ernyo playing with a group of children from the same village in the fields. From what they were talking about, it seemed like they were fighting grasshoppers. He smiled and walked over. The lifespan of a grasshopper was around 2 to 3 months. They could be divided into summer grasshoppers and autumn grasshoppers. The eggs of grasshoppers that survived the winter hatched into nymphs in April and May. They were called summer grasshoppers. The next generation of summer grasshoppers was called autumn grasshoppers. When autumn grasshoppers laid eggs, they were called winter grasshoppers. It was already the end of September. This group of naughty children must be playing with autumn grasshoppers. Denyo, Ernyo, what are you guys doing? The few children were stunned. They quickly greeted Li Zishuan respectfully. Greetings, young master. Then Denyo said in a muffled voice, Young master, we were competing to see who could catch the biggest grasshopper. In the end, De Zhuang was shameless. Only now did Li Zishuan notice that there was a thick bamboo tube hanging from Denyo's waist. He could faintly hear a dong-dong-dong sound coming from inside. Brat, why did you catch such a big basket of grasshoppers? Even if it was a competition with De Zhuang, there was no need to catch so many. It's such a hot day, aren't you afraid that something bad will happen to you? Heat. Scratching his head, Denyo awkwardly laughed. Young master, we're not afraid of the heat. This grasshopper is for the chickens in my chicken farm to eat. My mother said that when a chicken is full, it can lay more eggs. If it lays more eggs, we can sell them for money. If we sell them for money, we can have new clothes to wear during the new year. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Denyo thinking hard while counting his fingers. Ah, Denyo, why don't you let your chickens out of the chicken farm to eat the grasshopper? Li Zishuan was too tall, so Denyo could only raise his head and answer, Young master, that won't do. If we let the chickens out after they finish eating the grasshopper, they'll definitely go to the vegetable farms. Looks like there aren't many grasshoppers this year. Li Zishuan understood this information from Denyo's words. Grasshopper eggs, eh? There's something in here. Li Zishuan suddenly had an idea. He patted Denyo's shoulder and said, Denyo, don't let the chickens eat the grasshopper in the future. Tell the other children in the farmstead that if they catch grasshopper, they can send it to the Yanhuang College cafeteria. 1 caddy of grasshopper can be exchanged for 3 copper coins. Oh, young master, you're telling the truth? Denyo widened his eyes in disbelief. 3 copper coins for 1 caddy of grasshopper. To these children who had nothing to do all day, this was a way to make a fortune. As for the chickens in the chicken farm, even if they didn't eat the grasshopper, they would still lay eggs if they ate other insects, right? This was equivalent to earning twice the amount of money. No wonder Denyo wasn't excited. The other children all looked at Li Zishuan expectantly, hoping to hear a definite answer from him. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can send some grasshopper to the college cafeteria today. When the time comes, we'll definitely exchange money with grasshopper. Li Zishuan said with a smile. That's right, he wanted to introduce grasshopper eating in the college in advance so that when the grasshopper plague came next year, there would be people who could fight side by side with him. Moreover, the grasshopper was rich in protein, which was also very beneficial to the human body. As for how to make the students willing to eat the grasshopper, he already had a plan in mind. Wow. Thank you, young master. The group of children cheered and immediately scattered. It seemed like they went back to call their friends to get tools to catch the grasshopper. Denyo, come here. Li Zishuan quickly pressed on Denyo's shoulder to prevent him from moving. Young master? Denyo was confused. He didn't know why Li Zishuan called him. Here, I'll give you 5 copper coins. Give me your basket of grasshopper. Li Zishuan took out 5 copper coins from his pouch and handed it to Denyo. He also didn't know why there were copper coins in his pouch. He guessed that Han Yushi put them there before he left in the morning? Ah, it's good to have a considerate wife. Denyo looked at the bamboo basket in his hand and reacted. He quickly waved his hand and said, Young master, take the bamboo basket. I don't want your money. After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Hey, this kid. Li Zishuan shook his head, then took the basket of grasshopper and walked towards Yanhuang College. Dahu, come here. In the kitchen of Yanhuang College's cafeteria, Li Zishuan put his hands behind his back and shouted at a fat guy who was instructing people to wash vegetables. This person was the brother of Wang Eru, the head chef of Zuexian restaurant. He was also the current head chef of Yanhuang College's cafeteria. Wang Dahu. In terms of talent in cooking, Wang Dahu was not as good as Wang Eru, but they weren't too far apart. Li Zishuan saw that this person was honest and sincere, so he called him over. Yamacho, why are you here? Hearing Li Zishuan's voice, Wang Dahu wiped his sweat and hurried over. Dahu, are you busy now? I have something for you. Li Zishuan nodded and asked softly. I'm not busy. Yamacho, if you have anything, just tell me. There were still more than 2 hours before the students' dinner time, so he wasn't very busy now. Okay, come with me. I'll teach you how to cook a dish. Li Zishuan squeezed the bamboo basket in his sleeve and said to Wang Dahu. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards a small cubicle on the side. A dish? Did Yamacho invent a new dish? Wang Dahu, who was behind him, thought to himself. Chapter 745. Dahu, go boil these locusts with boiling water. Once they're dead, wash them clean and soak them in the water. Sprinkle some salt and marinate them. Li Zishuan passed the bamboo tube to Wang Dahu and instructed him as he came to the small kitchen. Ah, grasshopper? Yamacho, the new dish you're talking about is for me to cook grasshopper? Wang Dahu was about to reach for the bamboo tube when he suddenly realized something. He shuddered and said with a face full of fear. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said with annoyance, That's right. This dish is deep-fried grasshopper? What's wrong? You're making a fuss over nothing. Wang Dahu was tongue-tied. He swallowed and mumbled, Yamacho, you can't eat grasshopper. You'll offend the locust god. In ancient times, due to the lack of knowledge about locusts, the probability of a locust plague was even higher. When faced with locusts that filled the sky, people said that they were formed from fish eggs. When they entered the water, they would turn into fish and shrimp. Furthermore, when the locusts covered the sky, due to fear, people called them the locust god. When a locust plague happened, the locusts would cause serious damage. Wherever they went, the trees, crops, and even the grass would be eaten clean. The farmers would not be able to harvest anything. This caused many poor people to lose their homes. They would starve to death on the streets and their corpses would be exposed in the wilderness. Even so, the people only knew how to worship the locusts. They did not dare to hunt the locusts. They allowed the locusts to eat the crops because they were afraid of the locust god's revenge. When he heard that Li Zishuan wanted to deep-fry locusts, Wang Dahu did not dare to accept Li Zishuan's order, not to mention whether these things could be eaten as a dish or not. Based on the people's reverence for the locust god, Wang Dahu did not dare to accept Li Zishuan's order. Locust god? Li Zishuan did not understand what a locust god was at first, but after some thought, he understood. He was angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. In his previous life, he heard about the story of Yao Chong, the wise prime minister, destroying the locust god. At the time, he was still grumbling about how could the ancient people be so stupid to treat locusts as gods? But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he had to believe it. What kind of bullshit locust god is this? This is just a little grasshopper that will die if you step on it. Li Zishuan casually took out a grasshopper from the bamboo tube. With a pa-ji sound, the green grasshopper was immediately flattened, and yellow liquid flowed out of its body. Did you see that? If this thing was the locust god, how could it have been stomped to death by me? Have you ever seen such a weak god? Li Zishuan pointed at the crushed locusts on the ground and shouted. Wang Dahu was dumbfounded. He knew that many children liked to catch locusts for fun. Even if they died, no one would care. After all, they were children. The gods probably wouldn't blame them, but Li Zishuan wasn't a child. Seeing that Wang Dahu was still in a daze, Li Zishuan said earnestly, Dahu, although you are not a student of Yanhuang College, you are considered half a student of Yanhuang College. As a student of Yanhuang College, you must understand that there is no god in this world. These locusts are a disaster to the crops. How can they be called gods? This is ridiculous. These things are only fit to be boiled in oil, do you understand? Wang Dahu was stunned for a long time before he nodded and said, I understand. Very good. Then go and do as I say. Li Zishuan could see that Wang Dahu had not completely changed his mind. He did not force him. After all, those old ideas were deeply ingrained in his heart. Without some time to digest them, he would not be able to completely abandon those old ideas. Yes, Yamacho. On the field, with Qing Yaojin as the temporary chief instructor, the students of Yanhuang College had a particularly heavy training schedule. The students felt that today was several times more tiring than the first day of military training. Run. 121, 121, 123, 1234. The instructors of Yanhuang College were like shepherds with whips today, and the students were like a flock of sheep. Under the shepherd's whips, They had no choice but to run with all their might, even though they did not know when this kind of running would end. Clang 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 clang. When people were in pain, time would pass very slowly. However, no matter how slow it passed, the time that should pass would always pass. Just when everyone felt that a year had passed, the sound of the drums and gongs finally rang for the end of Yanhuang College. All the students could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They felt that if they were to train for a while longer, their entire lives would be gone. Beep beep. Gather. Qing Yaojin whistled and roared with his strength in the Grandmaster realm. Speaking of which, this bamboo whistle was almost broken by him this afternoon. It had to be said that old Cheng's lung capacity was really big. After blowing the bamboo whistle for an entire afternoon, the students of Class 1 still felt that their eardrums were buzzing. In a dozen breaths of time, all 16 classes of Yanhuang College had gathered. This speed definitely would not have happened a few days ago. Okay, for most of the students today's training is over, but as soon as Qing Yaojin said this, many students realized that something was wrong. What did he mean by most of the students? Didn't all the students' training end? Cheng Chimo's heart skipped a beat. It's coming, it's coming. The trap that the old man had set for everyone from the beginning was finally going to be revealed. The batch of students who have a foundation in martial arts that were selected in the morning, don't go eat first. Go eat after 2 hours of additional training. From now on, you will be called the special training class. In the morning, Qing Yaojin had selected a total of 36 students who had a foundation in martial arts from more than 600 students. During lunch, these students did indeed enjoy meat that they had not eaten for a long time. Therefore, in the afternoon, except for Qing Chimo, they were secretly glad that they had been selected by Qing Yaojin in the morning. This way they would be able to eat meat every meal in the future. It was really a blessing. But now, after Qing Yaojin's words, they finally understood why there was a saying that there was no free lunch in the world. Tricks, it was all King tricks. The academy's tricks are deep. We are going back to Chang'an City. There's actually additional training? What? In the morning, High Duke Lu did not mention anything about additional training. Some students could not help but talk about it below. Ugly ox, it seems that I have really wronged you. It turns out that High Duke Lu is not targeting meat. The happiest person was none other than Li Tai. When the little fatty saw Cheng Chimo and Li Ku's bowls filled with meat in the afternoon, he was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. But now, our Prince of Wei expressed that if he wanted to eat vegetables, then so be it. At least it was better than having to train for 2 hours. Chapter 746. Raise your hand. You can't hold the MO sword like that. Use more strength. You're so soft. Can you chop someone to death? Think about it. What you see in front of you isn't a wooden stake, but the wolf cavalry of the north. If you don't chop them to death, they'll kill you. Look at how weak and listless you are right now. You're just like a motherf * King Softy. You're a disgrace to our Tang Empire on the battlefield. On the sports field of Yanhuang College, most of the students had gone to eat. Only the 36 students of the special training class and Qing Yaojin, the initiator of the special training, remained. You'll practice chopping for the next 2 days. When you can chop the wooden stake in front of you in one stroke, you can end the first phase of the special training in advance. Chop for 2 hours every day. You'll have to chop at least 500 times. Qing Yaojin instructed the students while instructing them on how to hold the sword. Cheng Chimo and Yuchi Baolin looked at the thick wooden stake and the chipped and rusty MO sword in their hands. They couldn't help but gulp. They suddenly felt that their future was bleak. What's wrong? Do you think that the task this old man assigned to you can't be done by ordinary people? Then watch carefully. Qing Yaojin knew what the students were thinking when he saw the look in their eyes. Thus, he stepped forward and took the MO sword from Cheng Chimo's hand. He twirled the MO sword with one hand, and then the MO sword slashed at the thick wooden stake with lightning speed. Bam! Under the stunned gazes of the students, the rusty MO sword in Qing Yaojin's hand was like a peerless divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. It easily cut through the wooden stake from the middle. With a ping sound, the wooden stake that was cut off fell to the ground. The students could clearly see that the surface was as smooth as a mirror. This time they were completely silent. They stole admiring gazes at Qing Yaojin. People who practice martial arts have always worshipped the strong. In the past, they had heard of Qing Yaojin's bravery on the battlefield. Today they knew that Qing Yaojin's martial arts were equally shocking. Cheng Chimo chuckled proudly because his father had shown his face in front of his classmates. As his son, he felt honored. Did you see it clearly? This old man doesn't expect you to be like me just now. You can use both hands to hold the saber. As long as you can chop the wooden stake in half, you pass. Then this old man will lead you to the next stage of training. As long as you work hard from now on, you will definitely become strong. After mingling in the imperial court for so many years, Qing Yaojin still knew how to say a few words. In just a few words, he had made the group of youngsters in front of him agitated and their faces flushed red. I heard it. Instructor, we will definitely train well. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a bowl of something golden near the window. He quickly asked, "Oh, this is the new dish that our manager came up with today. It's called flying yellow locusts, tengda. This is not for sale yet. It's only a trial today. It will only be sold tomorrow." Hey, flying yellow meteoric success. This is a good name. Give me one portion quick. The locusts were wrapped in eggs and flour. They were fried until they were golden yellow and tender. They looked so delicious. The more Cheng Chumo looked at them, the more he wanted to eat them. But what? Do you see? I'm a student of the special training class. According to the rules, I can eat whatever I want in this cafeteria. Do you understand? Alright, what is this flying yellow meteoric success made of? It looks like it's fried with some kind of meat. Cheng Chumo glanced at the golden delicacy but could not figure out what it was. He could only ask. This is a secret. Our chef said not to tell anyone. Tisk. Why are you being so secretive? I don't want to know. Quick, give me my food. Cheng Chumo pursed his lips and said. Chapter 747. Oh? Delicious, so F** King delicious. In the Yanhuang College cafeteria, Cheng Chumo tried a taste. As soon as the crisp and soft meteoric success entered his mouth was instantly filled with the aroma of eggs and meat, as well as a tinge of numbness. This was the effect of the Sichuan pepper. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but open his eyes wide and exclaim how delicious it was. He couldn't stop at all. The Sichuan pepper originated in the Midwest of China. It was originally used as incense to worship the gods. It was recorded in the Book of Songs, Qinfeng, Song of the East Gate. The Sichuan pepper was a custom in the Han Dynasty. During the Three Kingdoms period, the Sichuan pepper began to be used as a condiment. Gulp. Seeing how much Cheng Chumo enjoyed it, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but gulp and say, Ugly ox, is this meteoric success really that delicious? Yes, of course. I think this thing tastes better than gnawing chicken. Cheng Chumo stuffed his mouth with oil as he spoke. Then what does this meteoric success taste like? What's it made of? Ugly ox, have you tasted it yet? Yuchi Baolin really wanted to eat it, but he was too embarrassed to ask. He could only ask Cheng Chumo to describe it so that he could enjoy it. Salty, fried, numbness and meaty. As for what kind of meat it is, I haven't tasted it yet. In any case, I've never eaten this kind of meat before. Nonsense, of course I've never eaten locusts before. Diske, I actually got such a good deal when it's so delicious. Looks like this is God's reward for helping me clean up the knives in class today. At the end, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but laugh heartily. However, only God knew if he would still laugh after he found out the truth. Although Cheng Chumo's language skills were not good, Yuchi Baolin listened with great interest. His gaze toward the food in Cheng Chumo's bowl became more and more covetous. Do you want to eat, Baolin? Cheng Chumo was not stupid. At this time he also realized that it was not good for him to eat alone, so he asked. Yes. Yuchi Baolin nodded repeatedly, his saliva almost dripping all over the floor. Seeing that you are my brother, I will give you 5, 6, 7. Yes, I will give you 7. It's not that I'm stingy, but Baolin, look, I don't have much left either. In the end, Cheng Chumo split 7 locusts and gave them to Yuchi Baolin. Of course he did not know that they were locusts. Otherwise he would have given them all to Yuchi Baolin. Enough. Thank you, Choax. Yuchi Baolin did not mind at all. He hurriedly picked up a locust from the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it in no time. His eyes widened as he exclaimed in admiration, delicious. Brother Chonyo didn't lie to me after all. This meteoric rise is really delicious. How is it? Cheng Chumo treat my brother well, right? Chinke Chingqian Zifan Huayu, let me tell you guys something. After returning to his dorm, Cheng Chumo did not even bother to take a shower. Instead he told everyone in the dorm smugly. Li Tai saw that the corner of Cheng Chumo's mouth was still stained with golden food residue. He wrinkled his nose and asked, What news? You just want to show off to us that you ate meat today, right? At the mention of this, Li Tai's appetite was aroused. He really wanted to eat meat. For a fatty like him, not being able to eat meat was so cruel. Cheng Chumo said excitedly, hee hee. No. Let me tell you guys, Baolin and I just ate a new dish in the cafeteria. I heard that it was made by the cafeteria's chef today. It was so King delicious. It was charred and tender, fragrant and crispy. When you ate it, you felt numb in your mouth. Diske, it was such a memorable taste. CK. Cheng Chumo's night poisoning instantly made Li Tai jump out of bed. He asked anxiously, what dish is it? What's it called? I'll go and try it tomorrow. Yuchi Baolin answered with a smile, hee hee. That dish is called Meteoric Success. It's delicious. Meteoric Success? Li Tai muttered it twice. He felt that this name was too domineering. He secretly decided that he must try this dish tomorrow. However, Cheng Chumo's next sentence immediately poured cold water on the little fatty. Chinke, don't even think about it. Meteoric Success is a meat dish. Only people in the special training class can eat it. CK. This is so King unfair. Li Tai was dumbfounded. Sun Zifan, who was beside him, was also disappointed. Baolin, come here. I have something to discuss with you. After a while, Li Tai rolled his eyes and pulled Yuchi Baolin out of the room. Yo Lord Ju, you're here. The next morning, Li Zishuan arrived at the entrance of the academy. He saw Chao Wendong waiting for him. There were 3 horse carriages behind him. He had no idea what was in them. Hey Boss Chao. What are you doing here? Li Zishuan went up to greet him. He suddenly realized that Chao Wendong might have ordered the military training camouflage uniforms in the carriage. The 700 sets of uniforms that Lord Ju asked me to make have all been completed. I'm here to deliver the goods today. Lord Ju, please take a look. If there's anything wrong, feel free to tell me. I'll ask my subordinates to change it. Chao Wendong's smile was so wide that creases appeared on his face. He had received many envious looks from the academy. After all, Yanhuang College was in the limelight. If he could build a relationship with Yanhuang College, it meant that he had unlimited potential in the future. Let's talk inside. What's the point of standing here? Li Zishuan laughed and invited Chao Wendong into the academy. Chao Wendong's subordinates lifted the curtains of the horse carriages. Chao Wendong extended his hand and said, please take a look, Lord Ju. Li Zishuan nodded and walked forward. A pile of green camouflage uniforms entered his eyes. They weren't made of cotton but were made of silk. These things were more breathable and cooler on the body. He casually took out a piece of clothing, and suddenly a familiar feeling surfaced in his heart. He had also worn this kind of clothing in his previous life. Lord Ju, what do you think? Are they okay? Chao Wendong saw that Li Zishuan was silent for a long time and thought that there were flaws in the clothes. He could not help but ask worriedly. Yes. Not bad. The craftsmanship and quality are very good. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and praised. He then put down the clothes and said to Emo Zhong, get someone to move these clothes to the warehouse of Guanghua Building. Then let Mr. Yan gather the students to collect them. Yes, Yamacho. Li Zishuan then said to Chao Wendong, Mr. Chao, come with me. I have something to tell you. Chao Wendong was delighted and quickly nodded. Okay. After you, Lord Ju. Chapter 748. Lord Ju, do you have any instructions for me? In the principal's office in Guanghua Building, Chao Wendong cupped his fists at Li Zishuan as he leaned against the sofa. I wouldn't dare to give you any instructions, but I have some small matters to discuss with you, Mr. Chao. Li Zishuan took a sip of water, then put down the teacup and smiled. Oh, Lord Ju, you're being too serious. What's there to discuss? Feel free to tell me what you need. Chao Wendong stood up, flattered, and cupped his fists. Li Zishuan didn't bother with pleasantries and asked directly, what do you think of Plum Village in Yunshan, Mr. Chao? Chao Wendong was stunned. He didn't understand why Li Zishuan would bring this up out of the blue. He thought for a moment and answered. Plum Village is surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery of Cloud Mountain is unique and beautiful. It is a paradise. Yanhuang Academy is located on Cloud Mountain. In a few years, this place will definitely be a gathering place for talents. In addition, I heard that the Curious Pavilion has opened a branch in Plum Village. Soon, Plum Village will attract a large number of merchants to gather here. In other words, in a few years, this place will be filled with the world's culture and wealth. It's a land of treasures. Clap, clap, clap. Li Zishuan clapped and laughed. Haha, Mr. Chao, you have good taste. No wonder you can become the biggest cloth merchant in Beijing. With your foresight, I'm not surprised that you can achieve what you have today. Chao Wendong smiled like a Maitreya Buddha and waved his hands. You flatter me. To tell you the truth, Mr. Chao, what you just said is exactly my plan for the future of Plum Village and Cloud Mountain. I plan to rely on the powerful creative ability of Wonderful Taste Pavilion to turn Plum Village into a supermarket that is even bigger than Shi City. Then, with Yanhuang College's strong teaching staff, I'll turn Yunshan into a holy land of learning. Li Zixuan stood up and looked out the window, revealing his ambition. Although Chao Wendong had expected this, he still felt a ripple in his heart. He thought to himself, looks like I have to plan my plans for Plum Village in advance. Time waits for no one. Li Zixuan smiled and continued, perhaps Mr. Chao has doubts in his heart. What does what I said have to do with you? This matter is very important. The students of Yanhuang College mainly study engineering. In the future, there will be tens of thousands of students who will inherit my knowledge. At that time, with the top-notch academic ability of Yanhuang College and the strong creative ability of the Strange Taste Pavilion, there will be a huge market here. Boss Chao, you should be well aware of this. However, to build such a huge market, I alone will not be enough. I need many merchants to join in. Hence, I plan to set up a Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce in Plum Village. Only the members of the Chamber of Commerce will be able to sell the goods produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion. At the same time, they will also be able to enjoy the protection of the Chamber of Commerce. When Chao Wendong heard this, he immediately said excitedly, Lord Zhu, you are finally going to set up a Chamber of Commerce. 3 months ago, when Li Zixuan got married, Chao Wendong spent a lot of effort to prepare a congratulatory gift for Li Zixuan. It was all for the sake of leaving a good impression so that he could meet Li Zixuan. In the end, he did meet Li Zixuan. However, his suggestion to set up a chamber of commerce and raise the status of merchants was rejected by Li Zixuan without hesitation. Who would have thought that there would be such a pleasant surprise? Li Zixuan frowned and said in a low voice, Mr. Chao, don't misunderstand. The main purpose of setting up a chamber of commerce is to develop Plum Village and provide a source of income for some merchants. As for raising the status of merchants, I will not and do not want to worry about it. Although there were many unfairness in the hierarchy of scholars, farmers, and businessmen, Li Zixuan was also one of the beneficiaries of this hierarchy. He had no responsibility and no obligation to help the merchants in their class struggle. You could say that he was selfish, but in this situation he could only be selfish. Otherwise, his entire family would be implicated because of his audacity and willfulness. To Li Zixuan, no reputation was more important than his family. Chao Wendong choked for a moment and was immediately disappointed. However, he immediately thought about it. Even if Li Zixuan didn't help them raise their status, with Li Zixuan's Chamber of Commerce, at least they wouldn't be casually bullied by some unruly officials. This was a huge benefit. Lord Zhu is right. This old man has never thought of troubling Lord Zhu because of this matter. Forgive this old man for asking, but how can I become a member of the Chamber of Commerce? This was what Chao Wendong was most concerned about. Li Zixuan raised his teacup and smiled. It's very simple. To become a member of the Chamber of Commerce, you must first contribute to the development of the Chamber of Commerce. As for how to contribute, this is the reason why I invited Boss Chao here today. Chao Wendong's face was solemn and he looked like he was all ears. Boss Chao, you have already foreseen the future of Plum Village in Yunshan. This is very good. However, you did not see their current limitations. I would like to hear the details. Chao Wendong cupped his hands and said, Road. The main problem that Plum Village and Yunshan are facing now is the road. When I was traveling the world with my master, I once heard a county official say, if you want to be rich, you must first build the road. I think it is very reasonable. From the official road outside Chang'an City to Plum Village, the road is not only narrow but also bumpy. How can such a road carry the future of Plum Village and Yunshan? Therefore, the road from Chang'an City to Plum Village must be built. Li Zixuan said solemnly. Chao Wendong nodded and said, what Lord Zhu said is very reasonable. The road in Plum Village should indeed be repaired. However, it will only be paved with some green stone slabs. I don't think it will cost much, right? Li Zixuan shook his head and said, I did not say that I want to repair the road with green stone slabs. I want to repair the road with cement. Seeing the confusion on Chao Wendong's face, he explained, it's the road in Yanhuang Academy. Chao Wendong's mouth was wide open. He did not expect Li Zixuan to be so serious. To be honest, after coming to Yanhuang College a few times, he had always been envious of the road and architectural style here. However, envy was not enough. Even if he was rich, there was no place where he could buy cement and the architecture in Yanhuang College. Although he did not know the cost of cement, he thought that it would be more expensive than green stone slabs. May I ask how much does Lord Ju need? Li Zishuan stretched out 2 fingers and said, about 200,000 strings of cash. The first batch of members to join the Chamber of Commerce will depend on the amount of money they donate to determine the weight of their words in the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 749. In 3 days I will hold a bidding meeting at the Drunken Immortal Inn. All 200,000 strings of cash will be up for grabs. Of course, if the final number is less than 200,000 strings of cash, no matter how much it is, I will personally fill it up. The road in Plum Village must be repaired. In the office, Li Zishuan explained his plan. Chao Wendong rolled his eyes and asked tentatively, Lord Ju, I wonder if this old man can buy all of the 200,000 strings of cash by himself? Taking out 200,000 strings of cash at once was a little painful for Chao Wendong, but he felt that it was completely worth it. It all depended on whether Li Zishuan was willing or not. Li Zishuan looked at Chao Wendong in surprise. He probably did not expect this ordinary-looking businessman to be so bold. But after thinking about it, he shook his head and said, Boss Chao, doing business is about making money peacefully. It's not good to eat alone. Take the matter of repairing the road as an example. I can still take out a mere 200,000 strings of cash. But I didn't do that and left the opportunity to you, so. I understand. You are right, Lord Ju. I'm just too narrow-minded. Chao Wendong said quickly. Li Zishuan shook his head and smiled. I understand Boss Chao's intentions. But I don't intend to publicize the matter of the Chamber of Commerce. So, I'll have to trouble Boss Chao to inform some wealthy businessmen in Chang and City to participate. In the end, I will choose 5 people to be the first batch of members. He was a founding baron and a rank 3 crown prince, Zhan Shi. Establishing a Chamber of Commerce was not a pleasant thing to say. If word got out and everyone knew about it, it would be quite troublesome. So, he did not think of using Datang Daily to publicize the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce from the start. 5 people. Chao Wendong calculated in his heart. When the time came, each person would have an average subscription quota of 40,000 strings of cash. But it was rare to see people willing to fork out so much money for repairing the road. In this way he had an opportunity. Don't worry, Lord Ju. In less than a day, all the wealthy businessmen in Chang and City who are qualified to participate in this bidding will definitely know about it. Chao Wendong quickly promised. That's great. Then I'll have to trouble Boss Chao. After sending Chao Wendong off, Li Zishuan came to the field and saw green military uniforms. Obviously, Yen Silu had already distributed the camouflage uniforms to the students. But why did it look so weird? Li Zishuan rubbed his eyes and took another look. He still felt that the students in the camouflage uniforms in front of him were very strange. Although it looks like a hooligan, it's really cool to wear. That's right. Moreover, this shirt doesn't have sleeves. It'll be much easier to move around like this. However, Mr. Yen only gave each of us 1 set of these clothes. Be content. I heard that these clothes were specially made for us by the Yamacho. They didn't even charge us for it. It's like giving it to us for free. But how can I change into only 1 set of clothes? Then I can only wash it every night and wear it the next day. Hey, this dress is quite comfortable, but the hair doesn't match the dress. It's in the way. Oh right, it's the hair. When Li Zishuan heard the students talking about his clothes, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If the camouflage uniform and long hair does not look weird, then something must be wrong. Little Xian, after the students put on this kind of clothes, they all look quite spirited. If they train later, I guarantee that they will look better than before. You really have a lot of ideas. When Qing Yaojin saw Li Zishuan coming over, he went up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Li Zishuan was speechless. What do you mean by ideas? Young master's idea was clearly a serious one, alright? Uncle Qing, don't you think that these clothes and their hair don't match? Qing Yaojin thought for a while and nodded. Indeed, they don't match. The style of your clothes is cool, but most of the students' hairstyles are the opposite of this style. Li Zishuan agreed. Uncle Qing, you have a good eye. That is indeed the case. The only thing we can do now is to let the students tie up their hair and put it in a bun. Qing Yaojin laughed. That's great. After the 2 of them finished their discussion, they arranged for the people below to get the hair tie. After a while, every student was given a hair tie. According to Li Zishuan's idea, everyone tied up their hair. Now, regardless of hairstyle or clothes, all the students looked neat and tidy. Although it's still a little weird, it looks much better overall. Li Zishuan thought in his heart. Not bad. Then I'll start the training. Qing Yaojin squinted his eyes, looked around and said, "Eh." Li Zishuan nodded and then retreated to the rostrum. "All instructors listen up. Today's military training begins. All classes will train separately." As soon as he retreated, Qing Yaojin's loud voice rang throughout the entire field. Li Zishuan was secretly surprised. Good heavens, he didn't even have to use the loudspeaker this way. "Everyone in the first class, stand at attention. Look to the right. Look to the front. Turn to the right. Run." Bang 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 bang. Under Qing Yaojin's command, the students of Class 1 took the lead to start a new day of military training. With neat and powerful steps, the cadence of the whistles, coupled with the students' neatly dressed camouflage uniforms, today's team was very different from usual. This bunch of rascals. I haven't seen them for a few days and they're actually so obedient. Indeed, there's always something to conquer something. Just as the students were running hard, a few uninvited guests arrived at the edge of the field. It was Li Er who had brought Zhang Sun and Chang'el to Yanhuang College to visit the inmates. They were mainly there to check on Li Tai and Li Chengqian. They all knew that Li Ku was skilled in martial arts, so there was no need to worry about such a small military training. As soon as he arrived, Li Er saw such a group of uniformed students walking in neat steps. Moreover, there were also his two sons in the team, as well as some of the second-generation hedonists of Chang and City that he had seen before. This made him very surprised. Since when did those hedonists who only